There's a difference between people who went through college getting their lectures delivered on overhead projectors versus those on their iPads.
That's fair too.
I had someone. I mean, I remember one teacher used overhead projector, and we asked him why he used it. This is like when I was in ninth grade, and he was like, "So I can watch you guys at the same time." Because on a chalkboard, he has to turn his back to the class.
I was probably the last generation to have transparencies on an overhead projector in the classroom. I remember that, and now they're gone.
You know, that's a pretty cool thing. I actually think that's a cool ass technology. Where are all those lenses? All the lenses of all the overhead projectors, man. We could make like a freaking death ray with those. There's millions of them.
That's true.
All in landfills or something.
Combined it with that sheet from those giant projection TVs.
Oh, goodness gracious, man. Like solar power is a good example. Because I was just thinking of it because of the lenses and the Fresnel lenses. Like, why don't they amplify solar power with them? Then I realized that photovoltaic cell technology really hasn't improved, even though they, you know, nearly promised it would. Right? They banked on that they would be able to continuously improve the efficiency of solar cells to eventually make it profitable, but they never actually got there. They're not profitable. They're like, you can't, they don't even, in case nobody knows, when you buy a solar cell, it has its output, but within like 5 to 7 years, that output is like 30% less, decreasing over time. And it's like an exponent. It's not even a linear curve though. It's an exponential curve. It won't go to zero though, but it'll get pretty close to zero.
It's definitely not worth replacing all the farmland with a bunch of shit that's going to have to be replaced in 10 years.
Definitely not. And then there's the cost of manufacturing. Well, that was the sale, right? Well, we're going to have renewable energy, but in the initial upfront cost is going to cost whatever. And it turns out all these electric car companies are all going bust. It feels like to me that they've been trying, you know, they're like, hey, man, we got excess capacity in the power grid. We're going to do everything we can to frickin' take it. Let's build a bunch of data centers. Like, because the electric cars, they were saying for a while that the electric cars is going to, or if everybody switched to electric cars, that would use so much electricity we couldn't generate the electricity required to do that. All these electric car companies have gone bankrupt. All the credits are gone. All the incentives of buying electric cars is basically vanished.
Yeah, someone was saying that the end of this electric car industry will become apparent once like the used electric car industry tries to get off the ground and doesn't. Just had to wait like 8 years.
What they should have tried to do was make a freaking gas turbine engine that was just quieter,
Yeah.
because they're like super efficient, relatively.
Yeah. Yeah. Aren't they like power to weight ratio more efficient than a bicycle? And a bicycle's pretty efficient.
I mean, the bicycle, their only inefficiency, right, is the contact friction.
So use magnetic bearings.
Yeah, I mean, you could, but the magnetic bearings do have a drag. They're not completely frictionless, because you end up creating a, what do you call it, a fucking, was it the Lenz's law, or freaking inductive, what is it, magneto resistance or something like
Oh
that?
yeah. The heat changes the shape of the field or something, which would create more resistance.
Why is the Butthurt cream $39.59? Like, what? How'd you come up with that price?
Because it would be like 6,200 euros, and I wanted to put it in US dollars. You say no euro isn't worth anything? Hey, have you heard about this CO2 generator? No.
No, CO2 generation. It is like you use CO2 gas instead of or supercritical CO2 instead of water for electrical generation.
Wow.
And I guess I guess it's something like it's I think it says 17% more efficient than steam generation, which is pretty good. And that China's like developing all these technologies. At least the news keeps coming out. I keep reading articles. China did like this develop this new technology. I don't know if any of this, the CO2 one, it has been sold commercially to small. I think it was a 5 megawatt, maybe. I need to get my own power supply, man. It's just the way it is. They need to make like mini new electrical generators. Something. What's the deal with spent fuel rods, Yoder? Do you know? Like, what
Funny
does
you
that
mention
even
that.
mean?
I don't know much from a technical standpoint, but I can tell you that I did work for a firm who's had this other division, and I knew one of the engineers over there whose job was to source these Hitachi torches, plasma torches for one of these reaction chambers for turning spent fuel rods into potash.
Yikes, dude.
Yeah.
I just don't like. That would mean that nuclear power is non-renewable energy, because eventually, I guess you run out of uranium or plutonium or whatever they're using.
Yeah, like they have to be recharged, whatever that means over time. That's one of the reasons why like people think that there's no real viable underground nuclear arms network because of the degradation, the decay. That's what you mean.
Yeah. That would be good news.
Yeah, like
Be great news to the defense industry.
is that like that Haqqani network or whatever it's called? That one guy who is known as like a nuclear arms dealer. But the problem is you got to keep stealing the shit to backfill your inventory. You got to have a way to upgrade your inventory with technology that you'd have to steal too. And so they're like, fuck it, we'll just let it deteriorate and make dirty bombs, I guess.
That would be so ineffective.
Yeah, it's more about the fear, though, I think. Because the public's been so
Okay.
primed with the Hiroshima, Nagasaki, and Fallout thing. Like, oh my gosh, I can make a Fallout bomb. Oh, no.
I mean, God, freaking people are stupid.
Yeah, it sucks, man. It sucks.
So I'm thinking, like, okay, cancer rates might go up marginally, but you people will already eat anything that they throw in front of you as it is. 90% of it causes cancer, and like, like, what are you worried about? It's just one more thing to your diet.
Yeah, right. Like,
Oh my God, not that uranium. Give me that red dye number 5, which nobody knows how it was ever made.
yeah, light me
Now
up another
drink it.
cigarette.
Yeah. Man, cigarettes are probably the safest thing compared to freaking everything else they got in the food supply. Dude, man, think about just like, you ever read the back of a shampoo bottle? You're rubbing that in your hair. Like,
Yeah, like if you drive past northern New Jersey, you get to see and smell everything that you get to
oh
put
my
as
God,
products on
dude.
your face and hair.
There's literally to fuck, bro. I remember back in the 80s, man, I went to the Meadowlands to a Grateful Dead concert. And it was literally like it was a stench wall, man. It was like,
Yeah, like what is that? And then you see like smokestacks, like long, thin ones spewing out Technicolor smoke.
yeah, oh my
What the
goodness.
hell? Like, chirality, fatality.
It was like, oh, look, it's the New Jersey Turnpike here at the tolls. And as soon as you get through the tolls, it's a stench wall. It's like, gross.
Yep, oh yeah, that's how you know you're in Jersey.
Yeah, it's freaking. I don't think it's like that no more or anymore.
It's cleaned up. You used to be able to see like pools of purple liquid on the side of the turnpike.
Oh, my God, dude, it was so weird. Dude, I used to, like, back then, it was like, Jimmy Hoffa's under the Meadowlands or something, man. I'm like, nah, they just threw him off the side of the road. He dissolved. Like, we got to get rid of the body. Just throw him on the side of the road. Nothing can live in this.
Yeah, no cops will want to investigate. Like, what you want me to? What you want me to dig up an EPA Superfund site? No thanks.
I lived in a place with those, man. That was the EPA Super Fun site.
I got stories too, actually, in New Jersey.
Bro, you know, I mean, this might make me believe in evolution. I don't know, because they cleaned up. They had people like out in spacesuits, like removing everything. Like
Yeah,
hazmat suits. They were doing that for like a decade or whatever.
I've
But,
seen
like,
it. At the place I live, dude, they told us, yeah, when you turn on the water faucets, it'll come out brown, red. Just let it run a few extra minutes and it'll clear up. It's safe to drink.
yeah, you first.
Yeah, and I've seen the guys with hazmat suits like driving around.
Hmm.
I mean, I was a kid back then, but we had all these stories. Like we'd go biking through the woods and we'd find weird shit just out there, like old boxes. I mean, basically what happened was the story goes like some ammo dump blew up and exploded all this crap all over the place and got into the soil.
Well, this place was, they used to make the capacitors that go on the top of telephone poles, and there's a liquid, they're PCBs, and that shit just got dumped everywhere, and it was soaked into the soil down 8 feet or whatever.
Oh,
Yeah, that was the story. But so there was like a train trestle. So there's a river, right? And there's a train trestle that goes over the river, and we'd go under the train trestle and smoke weed. And one time we went under there, and there was just a place in the river that, like, things would get stuck. You know, that trash island that's supposed to be out in the Pacific. Like, things would just get stuck in this part of the river and just be floating there like basketballs and just nonsense, right?
yeah.
But there's like styrofoam, and there was like insects feeding on the styrofoam, man.
Holy crap! It's
Yeah,
like the
exactly.
Doctor scene from Star Wars.
I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it, and now I'm like, nah, that they're just on it. They're not eating
The
it.
mosquitoes are feeding off of it.
And I came back like a week later, man, and like all the styrofoam stuff was smaller. Week later, eventually it was all gone. The bugs had eaten the styrofoam. I was like, what the frick, man?
Okay.
Yeah. I moved away shortly after that.
I mean, we had the stories like, mutant fish and crap like that in the ponds nearby, but I wouldn't discount it either at the same time.
Yeah. One of the natives from there, not Native American, just people that he'd been there generations in this area. He used to fish in this river, man. And I'd be like, bro, you can't fish and eat the fish in this river. He's like, yeah, you can. You just cut out the purple parts, he said.
Oh man.
Oh my God. The Charles River here in Boston, my ex's brother told me that at one point the river was so bad that because he had a boat, he said he fell into the Charles and it gave him a rash just
Oh.
from being in the water for like 2 seconds.
Yikes.
Yeah, that is a big yikes. He said you'll get sick. Like, say, like if people, when they used to go in there, it's freaking downstream. Well, the Charles River, like all these other rivers drained into it, and they didn't give a crap. This is like all industrial mills and tanning, and there's a river in Concord. Frick, dude, you know what tanning is? That they tan leather
Yeah,
with?
for deer hide and stuff.
Yeah, dude, the entire river, like the river bed, it's just well, a stream really. It's just rocks and stuff, right? It's all dyed orange from the tanning, dude.
That's
The
nasty.
whole riverbed, man. And it's like never gonna come out. Like, well,
Wow.
maybe like in 100 years, where the tannin will eventually wash away. No, they're not. They don't have to clean it up because it's a natural thing. It's in trees, right? So it's a natural chemical. Though they concentrated it to tan leather and crap, and like, but all those rivers where they had these mills and factories and all this stuff, all that drained into the Charles River, and the Charles River ended up, to the point where if you fell in it, you'd get a rash. I mean,
I'm
I
asking
complain.
Gemini, is the Cheetos orange coloring from tannin injuries?
Well, please don't be. God, you can eat tannin. You can brush your teeth with it.
Oh no.
Is it? It's worse.
Let me read this.
It's worse. It's
Actually, you're on the right track, but it isn't tannins.
it's nuclear fuel
Classic.
rods.
The classic orange in Cheetos is a mix of yellow 6, which comes from petroleum, and annatto, which is where the
My-
tree connection comes in. Okay.
Oh my god, this is what the cancer could. The people ingest anything and get cancer, then worry about frickin' dirty bombs.
Yeah. Yellow 6. Synthetic petroleum. Preserves the vibrant neon intensity that makes Cheetos so scrumptiously delicious. All right.
What?
No, I made that up.
Okay, I was
That's
to say
funny.
that is good marketing crap. So maybe you should get a job there. That was actually pretty good. People are so stupid that they think looking at things makes it taste better.
At Cheetos, we focus on sustainability. We take your we take your discarded industrial oils and gasoline and we transform it into yellow 6, which gives Cheetos that distinctive orange color and texture that generations know and trust. Oh
Goodness.
gosh.
It's like when we refine gasoline, there's a thin layer of Cheeto dust on the top of it.
And we sprayed on the Vietnamese.
Oh my goodness. We're gonna get banned off YouTube. This is the Morning Zoo crew again. Here we go.
Okay.
Hope you guys are
Okay,
enjoying your
talk
drive
about-
to work.
Should we talk about the Epstein stuff next? I mean,
Oh, let's go.
holy dude, it gets worse every day. It gets worse. How much worse can it get?
We were
They're
talking about it
supposed to be-
last night.
Yeah, I was out. I was traveling a lot this weekend. I mean, today's when the Open Congress is going to go to that skiff to start reading stuff. And Thomas Massey's like, "Hey, DM me the EFTN numbers of all the PDF documents you find interesting, and I'm going to go get their names."
How about that
Oh.
company that did photography for public schools? It's
Yeah, Life Touch. What?
What?
Oh, you didn't hear about that?
did the photography.
I've been
school?
trying. I've been trying to not pay attention because it's painful, man. That this stuff hurting kids hurts me, man, dude. Like in another, like just I don't know. It makes me want to be violent, so I have to manage my input.
Wood chipper.
Yeah, no,
Wood chipper.
trebuchet.
Fair enough.
I want them to think about it for a couple seconds before they die. Trebuchet and
Yeah.
frickin' pedos into the frickin' ocean into a whole school of sharks.
The photography thing goes further than people think. It's not just that. That company that you just mentioned owns Prestige, which is the company that did the photography for the school I went to. So
Yeah, they're a huge chain. Yeah, I
Yeah.
remember that. Yeah, oh my goodness. Epstein was involved with that.
yeah, dude. Basically, his group has a file on everybody.
Yeah, they kept a database of all the children's pictures.
So
Yep.
Epstein basically had a menu.
Yeah,
Yeah, Epstein has a file on me, I guess.
To throw up, man.
knew which schools to get the kids from.
It's like a catalog where you can just order one, I guess.
It's like a Wayfair.
You
Yeah.
are aware that the most missing children are in the DC area. Did you know that?
Yeah, in Pennsylvania too. Yeah.
Why?
Well, why?
I mean,
Why?
yeah, why?
Well, I mean,
Like I'm trying. Listen, let's assume like
if you live
know,
close
let's
to a
assume
McDonald's, you'd
politics-
frequent it the most.
yeah, but it's like, does it have a high density of children? Like,
Oh.
what? I mean, there's kids everywhere, but why in DC?
That I guess I think it's just closest to the nexus. Like, why waste extra gas to go to like Missouri?
There has to be because it's so many children relative to everywhere else. There has to be some sort of some sort of underground railroad.
Oh, local protection. I mean, they probably got airline contracts and stuff.
In West Virginia, I'm sorry, man, it's notoriously corrupt there. It's disgustingly corrupt. Like they just do it. Like the law enforcement there seems to just do whatever the hell they like. Whatever they just make up the rules. Basically, there are no rules.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe that's the rural part of the state, and it isn't like the DC side. I don't know, but like there has to be some sort of underground railroad conduit to process. I hate to talk about it like it's like an industrial manufacturing, but it kind of is when you're doing that many people.
Like
It's
a
on that
MEPS.
level.
It has
Like
to
a
be
MEPS
some
station.
logistics. There has to be some logistics thing going on. I mean,
Yeah. I mean, and then not like most people working it wouldn't be able to be fully read into what was happening for it to work either.
Yeah, it'd be compartmentalized.
oh yeah, of course. But
I'd
well,
like
you know
to
what
see
they
a map
say?
of the.
They say don't shit where you eat, right?
Yeah.
And when they're like, why is it all when they're like, oh, it's all happening in DC area with the politicians. Well, that would be them shitting where they're eating, and like, why would they do that? That doesn't make sense to me unless
They shit in the
because
swamps.
it's a worldwide problem. It isn't like freaking, just because DC's got a hot spot for it doesn't mean it isn't happening all over the place.
The problem has to be worse than we can conceive for this to be happening like that. That's
Yeah.
probably what you're getting at.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to wrap my head around like the dynamics of it. Because
I'd like
like
to
there's
see.
the Mexican trade of illegals, right, that get kidnapped. Then there's the foster care trade, right, of children that disappear
Mhm.
out of frickin' foster care, which is crazy. That a kid can even disappear out of foster care. That was actually like a huge. I don't remember. Like something happened in Florida where something happened to some foster kid. Then they went and looked, and they're like, "Well, we're missing like a frickin' 1,500 kids." What?
Holy crap. I've heard about this kind of thing. That's a lot.
How are 1,500? I have a friend that he was a little slow. I shouldn't call him a friend. Someone that I know. So, and I'm not saying that because he was slow, because he's just someone I know. He was just slow in slightly below average IQ, but not absolutely retarded. Fucking normie. And
Yeah.
he had a child with a girl, and the girl ran away while the child was still a newborn. And he took care of the kid for a couple of years, and then the state come in and took the kid away from him for whatever reason. I don't know the details because he was working and all that stuff. They probably just was like, oh, we can get a free baby because this dude's slow. You know what I mean? So people, like, when they're confronted with legal problems, don't know how to defend themselves properly. And and I don't think you get a lawyer in family court. But that being what it may, the child went in foster care and was killed in foster care.
Oh, jeez, dude.
The kid was sat on by the foster parents, quote unquote, accidentally. Supposedly, the child fell between the couch cushions and suffocated.
This
That
sounds
was
like a story I read once.
Yeah.
Damn.
That's awful, dude.
Yeah. And I didn't even know like the thing is like he was a friend of my friend's cousin, but they were younger than us by like 5 or 6 years. And I hadn't seen him in like, I don't know, maybe 10 years. And then the next time I saw him, I like saw him in a bar and he was like drinking and crying. I'm like, dude, what's up, man? He told me the whole story, all the shit that I was like, holy fuck, bro. I couldn't believe it. Just Skip Holland, that was his name. But anyway, yeah. So like foster care, I mean, there was a thing. There was a news story out of Kentucky where the Kentucky Social Service were giving giant bonus and incentive payments for putting kids in foster care and adopting them away. An extra bonus if the kid gets adopted away, and they're basically hunting children. And this is state sanctioned, which is different than, well, obviously it's not the same as selling them into sex slavery, but it ain't much better, especially if there's this. I don't know, man. It's just messed up, right? So,
Yeah.
the point is like I remember the Franklin cover up. You remember that?
Yeah, I do.
And it's still, I bet you it's still on YouTube. It used to be on Google
Yeah.
Video. It was called Boys for Sale. Have you ever seen that video?
I think I have. Yeah. This is like
Frickin'
from VHS
revolting.
tapes days.
Yeah, it was on public. This dude was going around. This dude killed himself, allegedly. He was going around. He was interviewing homeless boys on the streets in Houston, Texas, and hundreds of them were like prostitutes. It became to a point where like, oh, you're homeless, in the Boys Town, the Franklin cover up involved Boys Town, right? So, in case people didn't know, back in the day, I mean, you guys know, but I'm going to repeat it in case people are listening on YouTube. Back in the day, runaway boys was a kind of a problem, where boys would run away from home either from abuse or neglect or whatever. And it was fine. You could actually, you could get a job at 16 and actually work like a part-time, like 20 hours a week. And if you had a roommate, you could survive and have an apartment. I mean, boys would leave home at 16 years old. It wasn't that unusual, or 17 years old. It really just wasn't that unusual. I wouldn't say it was common, but it wasn't like crazy. This never happens. Right. So this was kind of the dynamic at the late 70s up until probably went out of style in the, late 80s or something, but it started like in the 70s. And there was Boys Town. So Boys Town was a place where children could go, boys, that had run away from home.
Yeah, there are places like farms would offer them jobs.
Yeah, exactly.
Help them get on their feet. Yeah, and they would work like in the fields and spend evenings in dormitories and eat dinner together.
Yeah, and there was things like this, like Job Corps, and there was there was a whole bunch of different mechanisms for this. But, Houston was also a lure. Houston was like a known little frickin' gay boy frickin' hotspot back in the early 80s. And so all the sickos flocked there and exploited young boys. And this guy who was like I think he was a local professor. He was a professor at a local college who taught sociology, who went around interviewing these boys. And then after he did this, he went around, he might have wrote a book, and then he went around on public access channels and talked about it. And I remember them, like one of the interviews, I'm talking like, has this had any psychological impact on you? And the dude almost started crying right there. The guy was the dude had PTSD from interviewing people with PTSD. It's pretty crazy. Anyway, the point is, this has been happening for a long time. But we knew about it. We, the public, I guess, some of the public better know about it. And like nothing gets done. That's why when I think about it, if I think about it too intensely, fucking trebuchet these motherfuckers into the ocean, into a school of sharks. And that would
Yeah.
be too good for them.
Something about a millstone being tied to somebody's neck and them to be cast into the sea.
Yeah.
You could recycle the millstone if you put it on a crane.
Good idea. How many can you get attached to one millstone?
Depends
That
on how
would be
big a
great, right?
millstone it
You
is.
tie him to the millstone and trebuchet the millstone.
Oh, there you go.
Don't they have those centrifuges for satellite launches?
Well, they'll pass out. You don't want them to pass out. We want them to be awake.
Right. Well, Pinochet had a particular
Well, if we put
helicopter
'em-
company.
If we have their head in the external part, then the blood will rush to their head and they won't pass out. Dude, we could just rotate them to
Gotta
the
load 'em
frickin'
feet
head
first.
flies off.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a natural inclination, man. Like, I mean, this anger, and I think it'll be important for the political class to handle this delicately, but also resolve it. And I don't know how that can be done.
Well, look, all I know is I'm living in this time. And I don't want the assholes in the future to look back at this time and go, those guys were a bunch of pussies. They got all these pedophiles running around. No. I'm not going to be classed with that. No, I'm not going out like that. No way. I want to be the generation that said they cleaned up all those pedophiles. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you.
They got rid of that crap. Not the freaking generation that was like, oh, they just freaking brushed that under the rug. It was too hard.
I
think
wouldn't
that's
be
always been the
surprised.
problem. It's too hard, and that's why everybody quits. It's just like it's
Yeah.
so bad that nobody wants to clean it up because it's too hard.
There's also an issue with names and specifics being withheld and covered up. I mean, if all of this comes out into the open, then I wouldn't be surprised if some vigilante justice takes place somehow.
Well, I mean, but I think law enforcement that's covering it up, they're like, oh my God, this is horrible. This is like a rabbit hole with all these tentacles. And then, like, we have to impugn the reputations of these upstanding members of the community. And this is like half the judiciary and like 13% of the people in the state house and all these people in all these power positions. Do you know how hard it is to take all these people out? And they're just like, yeah, it was covered up instead, man. I'm not
Yeah.
the one. I'm not, like, they're just lazy, man. No one,
Yeah.
they're not doing what we pay them to do. Out of convenience or fear. I mean, bro, be serious. Like, you're a freaking run-of-the-mill FBI agent, man, and you're, like, dealing with billionaires. Man, I could get you killed for $20.
Yep.
What can a billionaire do?
Yeah. Look what happened to Dan Bongino. I think he got scared.
Yeah, certainly. Oh, he
Cash
freaking
Patel,
did 180.
terrified. Yep.
Yeah, they're nothing. Those people are nothing, and they know they're nothing. Because I think this is an international, it is probably worldwide to a degree, but it's really in the West because
Well, it's a weapon to disorient the West.
we let the degenerates take over. We screwed up. Like, somehow the degenerates, I shouldn't even say we screwed up. I was saying this last night. I mean, 90% of the world, 10% of the world is just absolute freaking demons and evil, and 90% of the world don't think demons and evil exist.
Yeah.
And there's a whole bunch of
Yeah.
people say, like, no, dude, these people are just evil. There's these demons out there. They're in positions of power, and they're like, no, that's not real. No, man.
And it's like that guy with the marker board. If you've seen this on social media, it's like there are psychos, normies, and schizos. I don't know if you've seen that. So the problem
Yeah.
is
No, I haven't seen it. No.
okay, it's pretty good. He says the problem is got all these psychos that get elected to power, and it tends to be psychos who want to seek positions of power. They don't feel emotion
Yep.
or empathy and all this, so they rise to the top, and they love to prey on the normies. But the problem is the normies can't see the psychos. But you know who can see the psychos? It's the schizos. So we got to start voting schizos into positions of power. So if it's like 10% psychos, 10% schizos, 80% normies, yeah, we have that dynamic.
Yeah, but then the schizos can't start thinking everybody is a psycho.
Yeah, that's the issue. Yeah.
And then we call them psychos, and then the cycle repeats.
Yeah. I really hope and pray today is going to move the ball forward a little bit. I mean, how we got to the point where at least members of Congress can view unredacted documents in a SCIF is kind of like a little breadcrumb of progress, which I'm surprised that happened at all.
It depends on who's looking, dude.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, and why they're looking so that they can bury it deeper.
Yeah, I know, dude. You're gonna freak some pervert. Let me see the pictures. I can snap one off in this skip.
Oh yeah, like that never happens.
I know, right?
Yeah, speaking of which, do you see how Epstein on his day agenda was like, hey, I can't talk. I got to go to the SCIF today.
Yeah, there's probably a skip dedicated just for like tricking all the porn. Probably the dirtiest skip. It's probably just disgusting.
It's called a reading room.
The only thing in this burn bag is tissue paper.
Oh man, kind of. Never mind.
Yeah, exactly.
They turn those to pulp and they don't burn them.
A lot of DNA in this skip. No, but it depends, man. Because like, I think that. Well, I think like we know there's politicians involved. The question is, all the politicians that are get to look at this stuff, are they just looking at it so they can see if they're in there themselves, and they get an advance warning?
It sounds like Thomas Massey said that he's actually got the full unredacted everything in a USB. I don't know if he's actually looked at it, but he said he's prepared to release it as a nuclear option if all efforts fail. And this just tells me that if he received it from somebody, then he's not the only one that has it. So that kind of gives me some hope.
You are aware they've been changing, I guess, the files in real time.
Yeah, they are. They've taken some offline. They've redacted it, or they've edited, retconned some of these. Yeah, and they're getting caught. I mean, it's like they didn't learn from when was it Barbara Streisand tried to have Google Earth blank out her house.
Now, is there a full? Is there like a full copy? Can you like torrent the whole thing?
Yeah, like for Google Notebook, right? I was wondering that.
Yeah. Exactly. You're way ahead of me.
I don't, I know there is. I haven't pursued it because I'm worried that it's going to be laced with goobers, or at least the copy I get. So, I mean, if I could get like a goober-free version guaranteed, I would definitely do it. I'd load that thing in. And I'm surprised the rest of the internet hasn't seemed to figure this out yet. Somebody with the cheap $20 a month subscription to Gemini has the full version of Notebook LM, supports 300 PDFs at a time.
What's the max? Like, how much data can you feed into it?
I don't know, but I
Gotta
mean,
be a cap.
there has to be. I know, but they just say it's a 300 document limit. They didn't put a bit size on it.
You feed in frickin' all the documents. The thing just frickin'. Hey, Gemini starts talking like Jeffrey Epstein. He changed his personality. Now it's about So you still on you warming up for your adventure, bro? Your camera adventure?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, I'm waiting for the weather to get warm.
Yeah. Me too.
Yeah.
It's been freezing here.
Yeah, like single digits during the day and evening. It sucks. It's weird. It's weird, dude. It's a whole nother topic.
But it's been a long time since it's been this cold, man. Really. I mean, it wasn't unusual for it to be like this. There's many winters I remember when I was a kid that were freaking freezing.
I was thinking about that too, but it's been like a month now of this.
I mean, it's unusual for the weather lately. We usually have like a January warm up period, and it didn't happen this year. I don't think it's been over freezing. I think one day it hit 32 for about 2 hours. That was like 5 days ago or 4 days ago. Right now, it's a balmy 11 degrees.
Nine here.
It's gonna get up to 29 though. A freaking heat wave.
Yeah, same. And I'm seeing
Heatwave.
upper 30s in a few days. So we'll see what happens today. We'll see if any congressmen come out of that reading room and start just. I mean, I think I wouldn't say most Americans, but plenty of Americans are ready to just hit the reset button on this thing.
Man, I was ready 2 decades ago to hit the reset button. How's taking everyone so long? Dude, when they did the Gulf War thing, that's when I was ready to hit the reset button. I'm talking about the first one.
Oh yeah, the first one, yeah.
Because the reason was I knew then, like, they're never gonna get over, they're never gonna stop doing this shit.
Well, when they
I was
had
like,
the
because up until then we learned the lesson from Vietnam not to just like go other places and try to change shit and just stay home. But they're like, no, we gotta go over there and protect fucking British fucking oil interests.
exactly.
And we went to Vietnam to protect French fucking rubber interests and like bullshit, bro.
Yeah,
They never learned their lesson.
Started off as Desert Shield, right? And everybody was for it, and then it got changed to Desert Storm. And then at the very end, when they had like Saddam's elite guard on the run, President Bush the Greater was like, "Ah, no, we're done. We're just gonna let it. We're gonna stop it right here."
Their elite guard. I mean, that's just fucking marketing hype. They like hyped up their Iraqis. They knew what was gonna happen.
Yeah.
Obviously, they knew what was gonna happen because they went in with a force that's like was 3 times too small. So they knew they had a crazy technological advantage.
Yeah, you had laser guided bombs and the M1A1 tank guidance system, like its gimbal system
Yeah,
being
they're using
tested.
they're using old Soviet equipment, but not even the best old
Oh, the
Soviet
Iraqis,
equipment.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. The Iraqis were, yep.
They're
Yeah,
using the
Gen 1 night
export
vision.
versions. They're using the export versions of old ass Soviet equipment, which is basically World War II level shit.
Yeah, look at those Scud missiles, the accuracy on that thing.
Yeah, plus or minus 17 miles or something.
You know why? They had WGS 84 loaded in there.
They had the Clark ellipsoid. There's like, fuck, dude. I thought it was 1867.
Might be some smidgen of truth to some of this, I think. Remember when Clinton sold like he had like a deal with the Chinese to export them some next generation missile guidance software. It was
Yeah.
like this huge controversy.
Yeah, I mean, that was tied into Al Gore's donations, I thought.
Yeah. And point being, like, what if they got like the flat maps? You know what I mean?
Mm.
And now they got the space program because they know what's up.
And listen, literally, Mali, the country of Mali,
Yeah.
that little teeny country in the middle of Africa,
Yeah.
they could frickin' make a video say they went to space and no one would fucking say anything. Because they
Yeah.
can't. They're like, shit, we can't say they're fake in space. We can't claim anybody's fake in space. God damn it.
Yeah.
Just stuck.
Yeah. The lie got too big. And that's kind of what I think with this whole NASA thing. They dug a hole that's too deep for them to climb out of.
Yeah, I think some fucking goddamn bullshit artists, NASA and DOD grifters, told Kennedy that they could fucking fly a rocket to the moon, and then without telling anybody, he decided he was going to say to the entire world, "We're going to the moon."
Yep.
You're like, shit.
you know? I mean, they were talking about doing
They
this
just
and
wanted more funding. You know what I'm
we had from the
saying?
50s.
Yeah, they just wanted more money. They didn't
Yeah.
expect to actually have to do it. They didn't know that he was going to be super ambitious. Let's go to the fucking moon.
Yeah, right? Let's project.
They didn't even have a rocket program, really. You know what I mean? When you think about
I
the
know.
state of things at that time, dude. Oh, I'm gonna
Yeah,
go.
I've seen what you're talking about. In the late 40s and early 50s, they're already talking about going to the moon in their founding documents. And they're doing it in order to one up the Ruskies, they say. And they're doing it to project power and dominance and technology, they say. Pretty much like it basically says at all costs. Like, we will judiciously select certain programs of certain national importance to put forth in front of the American public regarding our ambitions in space. That's in NSC 5814.
I mean, we gotta think about all this in context, right? So the context of all this is space-based weapons program. If you have space-based weapons, you don't get a warning, so you can't retaliate. So they might be able to do a first strike, and you can't retaliate against them. The whole idea is that you're trying to maintain your ability to retaliate as a deterrent on the opponent, right?
Yeah, I think that's fair. Yep.
That you can punch back. Okay? So this punch back posture has to be maintained at all costs. At least the perception of it, right? In the
Right.
enemy. To stop them from doing something crazy. So this is before rockets too. With the B-1 with the bombers, right? We want a giant bomber fleet. We got freaking planes flying around 24/7. We have all these forward operating bases so we can. The Soviets nuke America, we can nuke them back. Right? And the Soviets did the same thing, allegedly, that they always maintained a posture where if we nuke them, we could, like, the dead hand whatever. Is that what it's called? The dead hand?
Dead man switch.
Protocol? The dead hand protocol
I
or
know what you
something?
mean, yeah. Yeah, America gets decapitated, the nuclear command and control infrastructure still works. Could
Yeah,
send a last strike, yeah, and mutually sure destroy everybody.
I mean, think about, like, we're growing up, at least I grew up in a period where, like, this is supposed to be a viable option. If they get us, we're
Oh
going to
yeah,
get them too. We're going
yep,
to kill
exactly.
everybody. We're like, oh my God, if they kill us, we're going to kill everybody. The Russians are still saying that shit. I mean, to be honest, like, this is the one thing I don't like that's come out of Russia. That the world should not exist without the Russian culture. And it's not a world not worth living in. Well, that might be true for you. Maybe you don't want to live in a world you're not in, but I can tolerate it. I mean, I'll lament that the Russian culture's gone. We'll sing your praises. We'll fucking build a statue. But don't take us with you. Like, fucking, what the fuck are you saying?
Yeah,
You could destroy everything. I don't like that. We're told by grown adults that this is like rational thinking. Oh, we have a nuclear deterrent. Well, what's that? Oh, if they shoot us, we'll kill everybody. We're going to kill the hostages. What we need now is Chuck Norris. Chuck Norris will save the hostages and kill the bad guys.
I miss the 70s and 80s was like movie after movie of anti-commie American heroism. It's awesome. You got the whole Delta Force series of Charles Bronson,
Oh my
got
God.
all the Chuck
Death
Norris
Wish.
movies.
The vigilante movies are great too. I like those.
Yeah. And just on and on and on. Like,
Dude, I look at
but we had like
trailers.
a macho culture for the men that was healthy, I think, back then.
Yeah. And that got acted out in reality. And people will be held responsible. That if you did some fuck shit, you paid for it when you got caught.
Yeah.
The way the real world, like I don't know, that's the way the real world should work. And it's like the real world became the people that are the troublemakers and disrupt society, and that would lead to things that cause violence. Now, they don't do the violence, they cause the violence, right? So it's like you look in your rearview mirror and there's a 10-car pileup. You're not in the accident, but you caused the accident. So all these Karens that disrupt society, that just need a punch in their fucking head, right? And everything would be a lot better, right? The world would be calmer. Instead of punching these people in the head, you can't do that no more, because now the fucking cops come and go, you can't assault anybody. But back in the day, the cops would come and they'd be like, oh yeah? And they'd fucking arrest the other person. Or they would just drive away. Because the cops actually just like tried to keep the peace. That's like what they tried to do. They tried to keep the peace, and if you're fucking mouthy to them, they kicked your ass. And it's pretty much the only thing they did.
Step away for a minute.
All right. So, I'm going to step away for 2 seconds. I need to refill my coffee.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
All right,
Please
I'm
try
back.
to remain civilized and cordial.
Yes, please
Welcome
remain
back, Nate.
civilized. Welcome to the apocalypse. Please remain civilized. Oh, wow. On the same day, the FBI opened up a case against Epstein in 2018 for trafficking. In these documents, we have a purchase order from Epstein for 6 55-gallon drums of sulfuric acid.
I returned.
Howdy.
You know, I loved Sesame Street, but I was just thinking, did it actually work? Did it make children smarter? How did they teach kids in kindergarten in 1890? What was their method?
Yeah, right? I wonder those kinds of things too.
Because those kids were freaking smart. Well, the ones that stayed in school. It was a pretty good filter. They did have a good filter system, though. Especially back then. Like, there's too many people doing intellectual work that aren't intellectuals, and they shouldn't even be doing it. And this society has just pushed them into it. Like, all the college people have gone to college that just, they should. They shouldn't be in college.
Right.
Not because they're dumb, because they're not interested. That's not what they can do the work at gunpoint, basically, but they can't. But they don't like it. You know what I mean? They're not intellectuals, because there's some people that just read, right? They'd read no matter what, whether it was freaking, improve their education or whatever. They would just read because that's who they are. Just like there's some people that are going to go fishing no matter what, right? They're going to be they're outdoors type people. And there's some people that are just studious, and there's a lot of non-studious people in jobs that require you to be studious, and they've just been forced into it, kind of, by society.
Yeah.
So a lot of folks would probably do much better had they gone to a trade school instead
Exactly.
of
You know what I'm
some
saying.
dumb degree. Yeah.
Yeah. It's exactly what I was saying.
Get guaranteed work instead of a bill that you got to pay for the next 20, 30 years of your life.
And they would probably be also a lot happier doing it. And it would be more fulfilling if they were in some sort of trade, like, I don't know, whittling wood or being a silversmith or brazing metal or welding frickin' beams on a high rise or plumbing or carpentry or, making furniture. Basically anything that China does right now.
But dude, a lot of folks have some kind of dream crusher in their life that told them they could never be what they wanted to be and that they should do something else instead. Sent them down a path of being unhappy.
Yeah, I mean, oh, God. I'm trying to think of what
the
I want to
economy
do.
would be more efficient in aggregate. There's a lot to this.
They don't want to raise up businessmen either. Time and time again, the public schools prove that they do not care. They want to raise up children that will go to college, but if you show signs that you're business minded and that you can make a profit selling candy or something, they don't like competition.
You need a license to sell flowers, for crying out loud.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember Mimius was talking about this, the concrete business, he had concrete businesses laying slabs, and the regulations were so prohibitive for him to get to the next level. He needed hundreds of thousands of dollars of capital for all the permits and all the crap that's involved in getting bigger jobs, bigger bids. You know what I mean? Basically, there was a ceiling that he could reach as a small businessman, that he needed some windfall private client to make a bunch of money that he would have to reinvest into his company to make his company bigger, so he could get huge contracts and go from hundreds of thousands of dollars to freaking millions of dollars. That there's a barrier, an invisible regulation barrier he was talking about.
You don't get past that barrier without ending up on Epstein's list.
Yeah. Oh boy, here we go. That was
gotta go to
we
the
went
club.
right back to that. Jesus Christ. That was like boomerang. The Epstein boomerang. No matter you try to throw it away, it just comes back.
DC is kind of weird like that, though.
It's probably involved in Sesame Street too. We just didn't talk about it.
Would not be surprised.
I wonder if Josh Ingersoll has been invited to a number of strip clubs yet. So that's how they start hooking good young lads that come to the DC Beltway workforce who show promise. It starts off with, "Hey, let's go to a strip club, guys, and let's hang out, and and maybe we'll bring a few business partners with us. It'll be a business meeting." Yeah. It goes from that to greater and greater levels of degeneracy. Then it's like, oh, let's hit up the embassy cocktail circuit too. And so now you start getting dirtied up that way. And then, oh, hey, let's go to this house party. And the degenerate stuff happens at the house party, and before you know it, you've got these breadcrumbs leading you to all these places and people, putting you at least in very bad circumstantial company. And now they know that you're willing to go along with the team, and they know that you're a little bit dirty, and you'll be entrusted with more and more.
Well, they're also projecting an image, right? Like,
Oh,
so,
yeah.
like, if you're just like a noob, right? You don't know anything, and then they bring you to one of these degenerate parties, and you're going, how the fuck are they getting away with this? And why would they bring me? Aren't they afraid I'm going to tell?
Yep.
Oh, no,
Yep,
they're not
exactly.
afraid I'm going to tell. Now I'm really scared. That means that telling don't do anything. You know what I mean?
That's right. That's right. The things that you might care about and report on are things that the establishment will not even lift a finger to investigate. I've got stories I would love to, but it's not appropriate here.
You need to write a memoir, Yoder. With the dead hand. Go out and frickin' tour it.
I nibbled at the crust of a lot of pizza.
The fact that more arrests haven't been made tells you all that you need to know.
I mean, but the thing is, like, what's wrong with Western society? Like, you don't hear about, like, child sex rings in Africa.
No. Unless it involves DynCorp or something, allegedly.
Yeah, they're child sex rings to get, for white people, right? They're not even. They do have their selling, their adoption ring. We'll say that, and they might be adopting them to pedophile dudes. Though I do suspect if some African, a group of Africans like selling children into adoption rings, I think they'd have detected you're a pedophile. You probably wouldn't return from Africa.
Yeah.
They have some pretty when it comes to some things, they don't compromise. Which is
Yeah, they do not
good.
play. I've seen some of the videos. Some of these they will make an example out of somebody in the middle of town.
Oh, dude, they don't even like question it. They're like, they don't even hesitate for a second. Well, maybe it's okay. Maybe like, no, it's not okay. You're dead.
Nope.
Justice.
They'd make a wood chipper out of a machete.
Yep.
There is something to be said about there being less records there, though, and for a long period of time, it being easier for folks to get away with doing things.
Yeah, you fake your identity and end up in America working at the gas station down the fucking street, even though you're a crazy fucking murderer that chopped people's arms off in Africa for half a decade.
Yeah. Just move to a new country and you get to start a new game plus.
Yep, clean criminal record. Oh, we're gonna do a background check on you, Mr. Ombombe. No problem. Run record. I have no record here.
Pretty
If
much.
if no one enters your record into the record keeping device, then you have no record.
No stairway to heaven. Come on, it was a joke. Guys see Wayne's World?
Looks like Mars is.
We're going to Mars? What?
Yeah, Elon just tweeted that they scrapped the Mars mission. That's not going to happen. They're going to focus on the moon now. In 5 to 7 years, they're going to build a city on the moon. But we can forget about Mars. So
5 to 7?
Five is-
You got to be kidding me. Did he really say 5 to 7?
yeah,
So in 5 to 7
You
years,
couldn't
AI
build a
will be
city.
good.
Bro, you couldn't build a city on Earth in 5 to 7 years. What is he talking about?
He must be listening to David Weiss.
David Weiss is more reasonable than Elon Musk. Okay? And he
David
says
Weiss
some
points out
crazy
it's 5
shit.
to 7 years. Yeah,
Look, it's more. David Weiss's infinite pond theory is more plausible than Elon Musk building a city on the moon in 5 to 7 years.
oh yeah, haven't heard that, but I can imagine what it is.
Is that going to be union labor?
Funny.
Because I'm gonna pick it that I'm gonna pick at X.com if he isn't using union labor.
let me see if I can read his tweet here. It's
Wouldn't that
news.
be great? A strike on the moon? That would be fucking great. A labor strike on the moon. Fucking-
It's so funny that they keep stringing the Globers along, and all the Globers are cheering, obviously. They're like, yay, we're going to build a city on the moon. All right, so here is his tweet. For those unaware, SpaceX has already shifted focus to building a self-growing city on the moon. Okay, so they changed focus. They're not going to do it on Mars. Now it's going to be on the moon, as we can potentially achieve that in less than 10 years, whereas Mars would take 20 plus years. Okay. The mission of SpaceX remains the same, extend consciousness, blah, blah, blah. That's not important. It's only possible to travel to Mars when the planets align every 26 months. It takes 6 months to travel there, whereas we can launch to the moon every 10 days, a 2-day trip time. This means we can iterate much faster to complete a moon city than a Mars city. That said, SpaceX will also strive to build a Mars city and begin doing so in about 5 to 7 years. Okay, so the 5 to 7 years is when they think they can start building a Mars city, but they think they can build a moon city within the next 10 years.
Hmm.
So it's pretty funny that this is what they're going to push.
I can't even believe anyone would believe this for time. Like, I mean, he's always said things which are like at the edge of plausibility in their paradigm, but this isn't even plausible within their paradigm. This is just ridiculous. It's nonsense.
Well, there's no EPA
I gotta
environmental
see the
impact study
comment.
you have to do.
Yeah, I got to see the EPA study. Oops.
Yeah, don't need one of those on the moon. So maybe they can do it in 5 to 7 years. Less red tape.
Yeah, who's gonna build it, dude?
Bechtel, duh.
Bechtel. Well, that'll be over budget. Richest man in the world goes bankrupt because he hired Bechtel.
I like how the selling point of that comment was they just now figured out that it's significantly easier to go to the moon than Mars. Like magnitudes fucking simpler.
Yeah,
Well,
that was that meme where it's like, hey, I'm retarded, don't shoot. It's like, prove it. We destroyed the technology to go to the moon, but going to Mars is no problem.
Well, I want to know. Like, he also said we can go to the moon like it's 2.5 days round trip. Like, what were they dilly dallying on the Apollo mission? They're just taking their time. Because that took 3 days right one way, and then 3 days back. Wasn't that what it was? Yeah, here we go. I gotta see the comments, man.
Yeah,
It's
exactly
just
1 year ago, he tweeted that we were going to Mars.
The moon is a distraction. Oh, okay. He told us in advance. What he posted is a distraction.
That was last year. Last year it was all about Mars, right? Now it's forget about Mars. We're gonna have to focus on the moon.
My goodness, man.
Elon's such a strange, like, character they've propped up, you know? Like the role he's playing.
You know, he figured out that the sheep, they're so easy to fool that you can basically tell them whatever you want and they're gonna pour tons of money into his companies, right? He just got in on the grift. I'm not blaming the guy. He's like super smart. Go right ahead. If they think you can land on the moon and you can build shit on the moon and they're dumb enough to pay for it, by all means,
it's
I'm
super
buying
smart
stock.
relative to what, man, you know? You listen to him talk and he's always jumbled and all over the place. I mean, he makes points. More when he's speaking about, like, social factors going on in the world, you know? He's got some proper points to make, but doesn't strike me as a genius type. But if he was off the leash, he would absolutely be a fly earther sitting in here with us. I mean, not just by way of his position that he no doubt knows, you know.
I mean, wouldn't that be the greatest story ever if he actually would look into flat earth and use his money to kind of figure it out?
Was there that image of, like, sitting at a desk or something at SpaceX offices and he's reading Eric Dubai's, like, 200 proofs or something? Or that
Yeah,
the
obvious.
Flat Earth Conspiracy, I think his book was titled.
Yeah, obvious. I think Elon Musk knows the Earth is flat. He's just pretending. That's what I think. I think he knows 100%.
Oh yeah, for sure. But it's like he wants to come out about it. You know, he's always posting, like, provocative stuff. What was that thing he posted where it's a CGI image of a spacecraft with a, you know, like the glass, whatever it's called that you can look out of. And he's like, the closest you can get to feeling like you live under a dome or something was the caption.
No, really?
The troll.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
Yeah. When he's saying that, he's mocking us.
Yeah, he's mocking.
He's playing mind games. Yeah, he's playing mind games with us.
Yeah, but because he's just revered in a deified way from, like, the right, and he's vehemently hated at this point by the left, you know. So he just trolls the left in one way, you know, because they're easy to troll because they're all idiots, and then he trolls the right with just like throwing flat earth in their face in these cryptic ways. Definitely an interesting character.
I gotta jump on a call. I'll be back off and on.
Yeah, you're right, Stark. I mean, Elon was always propped up in that frame. You know, he was the new figurehead to take over from like Bill Gates, say, you know, for the younger generation, capture their minds and dreams. And he did just that. They just roll these people off the production line, you know, fill the gaps. So fuck it. I never knew about that start. I knew he'd made claims about being like, you know, third best at some game in the world or something, but I didn't know he'd done that, like hiring someone to fake play for him.
Hi, bro. Hi, guys. Hi, guys. Some rumors.
Hello, welcome. Hello, welcome. If you have any questions, please proceed with your questions.
Yes, bro. I want to burst the myth that some people believing that Earth is flat. What is this?
Believing?
Yeah.
Okay. Just to make sure. You know there's a difference between knowing and believing, right? Those are two different words?
Yeah.
Yeah, we know the earth is flat. No.
How?
You don't believe. You believe the earth is a ball because you saw TV. But we know the earth is flat because we saw the earth.
How you knew that Earth is flat?
Because you can look at it and see that it's flat.
But it seems to be curved from my side.
From where? From where does it seem to be curved?
Everywhere. Whenever I go
Everywhere.
outside.
Whenever you go outside?
Yeah.
Where? I'm looking outside
Where
right now. It don't look curved to me.
Bro, you tell me where is
I'm gonna
South
go down
Pole
to the ocean. I'll go down to the
Earth-
ocean. It's like listen. I'll go down the ocean. It's like a mile away. Is the ocean gonna look curved?
Yeah, definitely.
The ocean doesn't look flat. It looks curved. Is what you're saying to me?
Bro, if Earth is, listen one thing, bro, if Earth is flat, then why there is a flow of water?
Okay, you're running away from the problem. You said that I believe the earth is flat. I said, no, I see a flat earth. I said, you believe the earth is a globe. You don't see the earth as a globe. The earth looks flat and you know this and you're trying to run away from it.
No.
You have a belief, not me. You think that when you go to the ocean and the ocean looks flat, that's not actually flat, that's actually a big ball. That's what you think.
Yeah, you get into a plane, you look out the window and you say, wow, the earth is really big. It looks so flat. But I can't believe it's a ball.
So big it's flat, dude. Shout out Chad. Dude, you ever see Chad post that? Chad posted that meme, a bunch of different memes that say Earth is so big it's flat. It's hilarious.
No, but
If
that's
Earth,
fantastic.
bro, if Earth is flat, then what is the location of North Pole and South Pole? Or
How
you
do you
can
know
say
there's a North? Okay, let's ask you this. I want to find the North Pole. How do I know when I got there?
because we travel towards north and we reach
How do you
North
know
Pole.
which way's north?
Hence, you do not believe in directions also.
No, I didn't say, dude, don't straw man me, please. That's weak. I'm asking you. You say North Pole, South Pole as if you know these places exist. How do I know when
Yeah,
I get to the North Pole? How do I know when I'm there?
because whenever I
Is there a
suspend the
sign? Is there a sign
yeah,
that
yeah,
says you're at the North Pole?
yeah, bro, whenever
There's
I
a
suspend
sign.
the magnet,
Do I
one
find Santa's
Santa's
workshop?
workshop.
whenever
Yeah.
I suspend the magnet, na, the one direction it points towards the north and the other towards south. From this only I came to know that there is a North Pole and South Pole.
Okay. What? So if there's a North and South, there must be a North Pole and a South Pole.
Yeah, definitely.
That doesn't make any sense. North and South, there's no pole required to have North and South.
Yeah, did you know the compass points to a lake in Greenland?
Yeah, the compass
So
doesn't point toward the North Pole, dude. Why don't you look it up? So there's the geographic North Pole, there's the magnetic North Pole, right?
yeah,
And there's a whole nother coordinate based upon the sunrise. But that's another thing I'm not going to get into. Now, the magnetic North Pole is not the same place as the geographic North Pole.
but it
So
is
if you-
not very much far. There
What?
are very less difference in distance between geographic and magnetic North Pole.
Yeah. How do I know when I got to the North Pole? How am I going to know when I'm there? You never thought about it, did you?
Actually, there's like 4 North Poles that are magnetic, aren't there? Because in the south there's the magnetic declination.
Is it? Yeah. Well, yeah. Is my compass going to point straight down? Is that how I'm going to know? Is it going to spin in a circle? Like, what's my compass going to do?
Do you believe in geographic magnetic
Why are you asking
North
me
Pole?
what I freaking believe, dude? Why can't you tell me how I get there? Like, the thing that you think, how do you explain a North and South Pole? You haven't even shown that a North and South Pole even exists.
Because there are a lot of ice there. So
Okay,
we
but how do you know it
think those
exists if you don't know
those
how to define what it is?
there are a lot of ice
How
at
do
the
you,
two extreme points, and we have named those two extreme points as North Pole and South Pole.
how did they know that's where they were when they got there?
Because
How do they know they stopped at the right place and said, yes, North Pole right here? Why didn't they keep going? They traveled north and they stopped somewhere and then they were like, North Pole here. How did they know that was the spot?
okay. Let me
It's not as
explain
easy
one.
as you think, man. These things that you just believe to be true, it's not as easy as you think to show that they actually are true. But the thing is, you called us believers. That's the funny thing.
Let me tell you about an experiment. Scientists
Oh, God.
went to North Pole, which you don't believe. Okay, and after that,
I didn't
from
say I
there,
don't believe it. I'm asking you questions to demonstrate that it exists.
a place where a lot of ice is there, that place exists or not?
Yeah, ice exists in a lot of places. It doesn't mean there's ice outside. I can go outside right now and see ice. Is that the North Pole?
At the upper part of Eurasia,
Oh
there
my
are a lot
God,
of.
dude.
Consider that as a point. Okay, let
Look, my yard. There's a bunch of snow in my yard right now. I'm gonna consider that the North Pole. The North Pole is in my front yard. Prove me
In your
wrong.
front, a lot of ice
Yeah,
is there.
that's where the North Pole is. Prove me wrong.
From North Pole, if you
No, it's
travel,
in my yard, dude. It's in my yard right now. The North Pole, right there. I just get to say it wherever I want. Wherever there's some snow or ice, there's the North Pole. You see how that don't work? That don't work, buddy.
We
It
can
needs
tell
some-
that.
It needs
There's
some
no-
coordinate designation. There needs to be something in the natural world which designates it as the North Pole. I know what the answer is. I don't know why you don't know what the answer is.
bro, having ice in few meter square area and having ice in thousands of square kilometer area is different.
Oh, believe me, there's a lot of ice, dude. It's been cold here for a long time.
The same with the South Pole.
I bet you it's snow all the way to probably Washington, D.C. It's so damn cold. So, yeah, there's a lot of snow here. If I stuck a pole in the ground, probably like a 600-mile radius around me, at least, is snow. Snow is not what designates the North Pole, okay? The North Pole is based upon the celestial sphere, okay? The stars. This is what it's based on, okay? There is no North Pole on the ground because you can't find it using the ground. That's what I was trying to illustrate. That it's not based upon the ground. It's based upon it when you're under Polaris, right? The North Star. When you're under Polaris, you're on the North Pole, roughly. Okay, I'm being very rough here. It's not the exact coordinate, but it's within, according to the mainstream, half a degree or whatever.
And how you knew that is North Star?
Because there is no true North Star. Polaris isn't exactly at the celestial North Pole. It's off a little bit.
Then you are telling celestial North Pole. That's what I am telling, that geographical North Pole is that only celestial North Pole which you are talking about.
Well, yeah, the celestial North Pole, you can call it the geographic North Pole, but it's not that. Because, listen, first of all, no one's been to the celestial North Pole either. Because you would have to go to the Arctic in the night, right? You'd have to go there in the night to go there. Because it's like 6 months a day, 6 months or 3 months a day. What is it again? 90 days?
3 months of sun, 6 months of day, and then 3 months of night.
So you'd have to go there. You have to be there at night to see the stars, right? And then you look up and you see Polaris right over your head. No one's ever done that.
Yeah, Google pictures of the North
by the
Pole.
solar position. I bet you that's how they do it.
Google the North Pole. Google pictures of the North Pole. You'll never find any.
Hello. What?
Hello?
My
you always
my
enter
picture?
chat like what? I think you're in the wrong chat. Are you trying to learn English?
No, somebody say the Google's picture. I'm not sure.
No, we're not talking about you, buddy.
Okay.
Bro, from how many days you all are suffering from this disease of believing that
Disease. You're the person with beliefs, which I demonstrated like 5 different ways. You're the one with the disease, dude. Look, let me ask you this. Let's say when you went to school, they didn't say anything. They didn't say the earth was flat. They did not say it was a globe. Would you have thought the earth was a globe if nobody told you? That's right, you wouldn't have. You never would have. The idea never would have popped into your head. You never would have thought it for even 1 second. You have a belief, my friend, because the reason you never would have thought of it for 1 second, because nothing you experience about the world tells you the earth is a globe.
Bro, Voyager telescope has sent
Oh my
pictures
God, dude. And you see,
all
here we go.
planets and all are
Can you repeat back what Indio just told you,
Of course
San
not.
Andreas?
Well, I mean, he went into Cogdis, so probably not.
Yeah. Well. Why do these guys want to sprint before they can even crawl? I mean, they want to sprint and face plant before they can crawl, you know? Speak about curvature, Sandra. That's what you need to make a sphere. If you don't have it, you don't have a sphere. And that's the end of it.
Bro, from what point of view, sun is also flat?
From our point, what? Say that again. I'm sorry I interrupted
Sun
you.
and moon both are flat. Both are also flat, na?
No, those things have nothing to do with the Earth. If you're talking about the planets and the moon and the stars, why would you look away from the Earth to figure out what the Earth is?
Besides that, nothing in the sky looks like the Earth.
You believe in the Copernican principle?
Which principle?
You think that the Copernican principle that says the Earth is not unique, it's just like everything else. Do you think the Earth is unique, or is it like just like everything else?
Earth is not unique. It is similar to all other planets.
Okay, so here, this is the crux of the problem. How do you know that?
Because all planets would have been what you can say that originated in a similar way.
That
There
assumes the
cannot
Earth
be
is a planet, dude. You're just assuming the Earth is a planet. How do you know the Earth is a planet? You need to give the evidence.
Because Earth revolves around the sun. That's why it's a planet.
Okay, so what's the evidence that the Earth revolves around the sun?
Which?
Yeah, we look in the sky, we see the sun, it moves across the sky. How does that tell me we're going around the sun? Watching the sun go across the sky. Yeah, it doesn't. We don't see the Earth go around the sun. Sorry. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, bro. No
one's ever seen the Earth no one has ever seen the Earth orbit the sun. I'm sorry. Nobody.
Bro, there is one instrument in some parks where if you will stand on that, and if that moves turn around, then it is a fun for childrens. From that instrument, if you see the whole things around the park, you will see all are rotating around you. But actually, all trees and humans are not rotating around you. You are rotating in the similar way.
Talking about a merry-go-round.
Yeah, he's talking about reference frames, basically.
Yeah.
We understand that, but you know what the easier explanation is? That the sun's moving.
Yeah, if you can't tell you're moving, how do you know you're moving?
You know, this is the crux of the problem. See, we're back on the thing where you said I believe, but no, you believe. What you see is the sun move, but what you believe is that you move. But you don't have evidence that you are moving. You only have evidence that the sun is moving. I know this is probably very painful to you.
Oh.
It probably hurts a lot. Because if I was like, if I heard all this the first time I heard about flat Earth, I'd probably be very upset. I probably became an anti-flat earther. I would have probably been a total tool. But the fact is that maybe things are just the way they seem. That the Earth looks flat because it is flat. That the sun moves because it is moving. That the stars move because they're moving. The moon moves because it's moving. We seem like we're standing still because we are standing still. Why can't it just be that? Why does it got to be complicated? Why does it got to go off into imagination land? We have to imagine everything we perceive is actually wrong. And then you come in here and say, why do you believe the earth is flat? No, I just experienced the world and go, hey, it's flat because that's the way it looks. Why do I have to go farther than that? Oh, he left. Yeah, you didn't get that easy win, damn it.
We know the Earth is spinning because you just got to go on a merry-go-round.
Yeah, that's how I tell. That's how, like, you know, I wonder how they figured it out before merry-go-rounds.
I enjoyed his line of logic. Snow/ice, therefore North Pole, therefore globe.
That was good, huh?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Okay.
The North Pole can be anywhere you want it to be. There just has to be snow. If you bring the snow around with you, then maybe you can like move the North Pole.
Your own personal North Pole. Just carry a pocket of snow wherever you go.
Hey, there's a North Pole off the west coast of Australia, too.
Chief Dog, what are you doing awake, man? Isn't it like the crack of dawn there or something?
What time do you think it is here?
You're in Texas, right? So you're in Mountain?
No, Central.
Oh, you're in Central? Oh, but Mountain does go through Texas, right? Part of Texas is in Mountain Time?
No, it's in New Mexico and Arizona.
Oh, really? Damn, way over there? I really need to make it out there, man. I've never made it out that far from the East Coast.
Texas is pretty cool because the whole state
No,
is in Central Time. And you can be in East Texas and West Texas and have the same time, but it's daytime on the west side and nighttime on the east side.
That's cool, man.
I liked his diseased comment, eh?
Yeah. Fucking what disease? It's always the Indian guys that like they're the most offended if you don't believe the government. Like I it's very strange to me.
Well, I've got a theory on that. I think
Oh, do you?
it's
I wanna
doubly
hear
hard
this
for
one.
Indians.
I do
Yeah,
too.
because Indians, them countries in general, they really look up to Western culture and Western education and what we've
Yeah.
achieved. And it's a big deal for them, you know, for themselves, their own pride and the pride they give to their families and all that to become educated Westernly, you know, and then achieve some high position in Western society, doctor, lawyer, yada, 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 engineer. So we're telling them, yeah, no, don't trust us in the West. We're just selling you a massive bag of bullshit where we're complete fucking grifters and you guys are on your own, essentially. They're doubly fucked. It's like, oh, our countries are fucked and you guys aren't selling us anything that's truly going to help us at the end of the day. Fuck.
Oh man, you just gave me a whole bunch of ammo.
I got another one. I think it's religious in a sense.
Well, I'm gonna ask one of those guys. Like, India has such a horrible track record of making good decisions. I think you made a bad decision following us.
Well, it's difficult because the West did give them some genuine, well, we gave them a lot in regards to progressing their society, a lot of tangible things, you know?
Yeah, like
You could
toilets.
say
We
we're,
still don't use them. Anyway.
But when it comes to cosmological ideologies, yeah, we're just leading the whole world astray, you know?
I think it boils down to the religion. The religion believes in balance and that karma will work its way out, and so they try not to rock the boat.
That could be it. I don't know. They just seem like maybe it's just the people we deal with are just like suck. They're just like literally bootlickers, man.
Bootlickers.
And not just like bootlickers, like they're bootlickers that try to keep other people licking the boot too. So it's like it's crazy. That's the part I don't understand. What is wrong with you? Lick a boot with me. I've been licking this boot for a decade.
No leather left on it, man.
You have to fuck, dude.
You're licking the toes at that point. It's an existential thing with Indians. If they can't look to the West to save them, then they're truly fucked.
I mean, yeah, India's kind of weird, dude. Why didn't they have a violent, like I mean, think about it. They didn't even have a violent rebellion. The British just got sick of their shit, really.
What's up, B-Dot?
What this chat is about?
Flat Earth.
Flat Earth?
Yes, flat Earth.
Yeah.
No.
It's definitely not egg-shaped.
For sure. It is sphere.
For sure?
How do you guys like read the channel titles of the channels you join?
Not be able to read English.
No, they just saw a bunch of people in here wanting to get popular.
Well, I want to ask this guy, how do you know for sure?
Scientists prove it, you know?
Okay, that would be them knowing for sure, not you. How do you know for sure? You a scientist? He bolted. He's fucking, don't ask me that question. I'm a fucking bootlicker.
Oh man, I can imagine what it's.
I'm
it's
like in rear
to be in
form
their
this
minds,
morning.
man. It must be a disaster. What are you saying?
Hey, I'm in rare form this morning. I'm like too powerful for these guys. I'll just like, I should just go on mute, man. Because any one of them that come in, I'm gonna trash them. Not like in a bad way, just like.
I'll take the blame for it.
Too much ammo, man.
I'll take the blame for it last night.
Yeah, dude.
You probably slept good on 5 hours, and you're like, dude,
I did too. Dude, I did. Like, I got. I'm like, man, I tell Jedi I'm coming back, and man, I'm not coming back. I'm going back to sleep. I couldn't get back to sleep, and I'm like, damn, I have to get up now. So. So yeah, man, I got a good 5 hours, man.
That's all you really need if you can get a good 5 hours. I always found 8 hours made me consistently feel groggy with 8 hours.
Yeah,
4 to 6
too much, I
seems to be
feel
the sweet
horrible.
spot.
Yeah, you're right. Like, yeah.
But there was that. That was in They Live, wasn't it? It was one of the subliminal programming. Sleep 8 hours. Wonder why.
I never understood where did they even get the sleep 8 hour stuff from?
Oh, it just neatly divides the day into thirds, no?
Yeah, it's that 33%.
Yeah, there you go. 33.
The good old,
That's
the
what
good
it
old
is.
33.
Did you see what? My God. Galaxy rotation curve.
What's this?
Some goofball posted in the chat like a screenshot of his whiteboard.
Galaxy rotation curve. Wait, I've got the follow up here.
You're just posting some random shite. I mean, get your ass in VC. Defend that shit.
This is what I was saying, you know, they just keep sprinting before they can even crawl. Worrying about galaxy rotation curve before Earth's surface curve, you know? Still there in you.
Yeah, I'm here. You hear me?
Yeah, I was noticing something lately on YouTube that I don't look at like any of that sovereign citizen stuff or anything to do with legality
Most of it's
much
bullshit.
anymore.
Yeah.
But I've noticed that I'm getting tons of these like 10 subscribers channels, right? Videos titled with sovereign citizen destroyed in court, like just popping up randomly for me. It's like I've not
Yeah, I've
looked
seen
any
that
of
one.
this stuff, searched it, or been interested in a good while. And I'm just like, why is that suddenly happening, you know? I think that whole thing, right, is like it's the same as usual. It's like there's a hint of truth to it all, right? But it's you know, everybody's led astray with bad information and a bad way to go about it, and that's what's pushed out.
Yeah, really, the only truth you need to worry about is the house always wins.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, when you go into a courtroom, you lose and you lose. That's the only outcome that you'll ever get from a court. Even if you win, you lose. Because even if you
Pretty
win,
much.
if you're, I mean, there was a court case that not court case, a guy I follow on YouTube about cameras, dash cams. And it just basically just talks about dash cams, which ones are better. Just nothing to do with law enforcement whatsoever. Nothing to do with policing, just insurance reasons, and whatnot. And to get discounts and it had nothing at all. He got pulled over for running a red light. He said, "Wow, this is great. I can just show the cop the video on my dash cam, and he'll walk away in disgrace." No, he gave basically just ticket, running the red light, ticket, blah blah blah. Just load them, just slammed him with more tickets. He's like, "Wow, this is quite impressive. Okay, let's take this to court." He gets to court. Here's my dash cam video, judge. The judge is like, "How do I know that was the same day? How do I know that was your car?" And he's like, "Holy shit, really?" Like, so it shows the same timestamp on the video as the ticket, same date, same day, same weather, same circumstances, exactly the same, all of it. So he's like, "Well, I gotta hire some sort of digital forensics. Digital forensic guy pours through the data. Yep, like this video is in fact the same day, same time, same location, same owner, same GPS."
Well, how do I know that you were qualified enough to come to that conclusion? We'll need a second opinion.
Yeah, I know. Like all of it.
Well, yeah,
And
it's
then
never
finally the
ended.
judge is like, "Okay, like it's dismissed." And he said, and then but you had to pay some court fees. And then had to pay the expert. He goes, at the end of it, to beat this like $80 traffic ticket running a red light, he said he ended up spending about $3,000 to do so. But I mean, for him, it was worth it because he got to drive his YouTube channel. Like, hey, look look how ridiculous the court systems are. Look how far beyond, like a traffic, incident with your insurance company. That would have been good. Here it is. I stopped at the red light, or it was a green light when I went through. But in a court of law, it is so ridiculous. So absurd.
Yeah, it is. I mean, the whole the judicial system is just a complete bunch of bullshit. As soon as you have to worry about upsetting the judge or the judge's emotional state of that day, it's like that shouldn't have anything to do with how they make their judgment whatsoever. But because it does, it's just all subjective fucking nonsense. And they have their agenda,
Yeah, in their view,
So, yeah. As soon as you
the
step
police
in a court,
officer's
you're lost.
testimony is higher than video evidence, witness evidence, all of it. There is no higher authority than that police officer's what the police officer said. They are the expert witness in
The
the court
thing
of law.
is, like, so obviously, like, they want people going down that sovereign citizen rabbit hole, right, and making a complete fool of themselves. and being all rah-rah in the face of the judicial system, right? And then just being put in their place ultimately, as they will be, right? They want people doing that. But I don't think they want people, like when people are on that kind of endeavor, and they're thinking along them lines and they're questioning them types of things, if they really stick with it, they'll eventually come to the conclusion that they need to just straight up disengage with the system, you know, with the demands of the system, and not placate the system in any way with responses or their presence in any of these places. And if enough people do that in mass, that's a problem, right? If enough people stop paying their taxes in mass, that's a big problem. Because there's only so much manpower and there's only so much time in the day to get all these people rounded up and punished for it and put back in line. So they need to keep an eye on these types of things, you know?
Yeah, I see illusion
You really want
of
to beat
power.
the traditional system of any country, you just overwhelm it. That's the simple answer. There's only so much it can achieve in any given day, right? And if you backlog it, you basically shut it down. But they obviously can't allow people to get to that conclusion in their minds and start banding together, right? So they need to push this type of media out there of, look at this sovereign citizen making a fool of themselves in court and then, you know, serving 6 months, you know? What was it all worth? Totally pointless. Be demoralized. Don't bother keeping, you know, further looking into this stuff, you know? Just turn back now, you know? That's how they play it. Yeah, it's everyone's a business at the end of the day, Alaskan. It's all just one big grift. The only way to beat the law is to be above it. That's to be in the inner circle and on them files.
Yeah, just try and be smart enough to play the game better. That's all it is. It's designed for them, not for us. So we need to know exactly 100% the ins and out, and then play the game better to benefit us.
Well,
No, it's like I told people before, it's the game I win, right? Like if I'm the government and you're the person, and I go up to you and say, hey, you want to play the game I win? Okay, how do you play? Well, no matter what you do, I win. And then you, okay, so if I don't play, do you still win? And then the answer is no.
Well, any suggestions that we can play the game better, or just don't play the game at all?
I personally, I think it's a matter of just everybody walking away. But that's not going to happen. Too many people are dependent on the system.
I think the judicial system, at least back in older times, was functional to some regard, and it did do its purpose of giving out fair justice, you know. But that's because the world was filled with entirely different people at that time, with entirely different, like, spiritual ideas of what it is to be human and what it is to treat, how it is to treat other people, you know. Yeah, like most lawsuits that happen in America, for say, like, it's nothing to do with fair justice for each party, right? It's just about the biggest payout.
Personally, these people that are sovereign, I think that they, a lot of them, like, got Bitcoin early. and that's how they live away from the system.
Yeah, could be.
Because you're right, it's not that easy just to walk away, and it's not that easy just to give the finger to the judge. Like, you have to have something established long terms, and the first thing that you need established is finances and resources.
Sure, yeah. So it's if the people that occupy a system and are inherently dysfunctional in all ways, then that system can't also inherently be dysfunctional too. Can't not be, you know.
Nope, a little wobble always turns into a big wobble.
Yeah, I asked AI why a judge would be so strict about an $80 ticket. And it says it's not about the ticket. That may feel absurd on its surface, but the courts don't scale the rules based on the size of the infraction. The same rules of evidence apply whether it's an $80 ticket or a $500,000 felony.
Yeah,
that's complete bullshit too. Yeah, because the court, like the legal precedence for a citation is way lower. Like complete double talk.
Yeah, that's like why when there's like a $500,000, $1 million bond on a felony, they'll lower the charges because they're not sure if they can win, right?
It's all ultimately about demoralization, you know. It's like how can they attack the common person, and what's the, you know, the likelihood a common person is going to get involved in some multi-million-dollar transgression, you know, right? It's pretty low, but that they're going to, you know, break a driving rule here and there. Yeah, so we'll get them there, and we'll go in hard on them, you know, to get them to just demoralize them further and just to keep them in that bootlicker state, you know. Just don't bother attempting to fight back against any of this. They're obviously not worried about multi-billion-dollar companies and all that and all the bullshit they pull, because they're all in on the game at the end of the day, you know. They're under the thumb. They push the very system.
Yeah, they know the system depends on them.
Yeah, exactly. They create the system, so.
All right, I finally got AI to admit it that traffic court allows hearsay evidence from the officers or from the government. They just say trust.
So basically, you can make up any bullshit.
Yeah.
Well, it's written in their policies that they're called expert witnesses.
Does anyone know if the defense that accusing the police officer and the judge of being paid by the same entity creates a conflict of interest if that works out in court at all?
Well, yeah, you'll end up going. That's contempt. That's contempt charge right there. How dare you? How dare you? Like call the question of the court.
It's like just pointing out the obvious, folks. The guy who's accusing me of the crime and the guy who's supposed to be impartial are paid by the same people. So, See that man! Arrest him! Have any of you guys listened to Mark Stevens? I know Indio has.
I don't know the guy.
So He basically helps people fight tickets and charges, and I think it's like markstevens.net is his website. He's been around a long time. He's got an interesting way to approach court cases, and that's to challenge jurisdiction. And I think he's right, and he's got a great system, but it's one of these things where if you want to do it, you need to do it pro se, because no lawyer is going to do it for you, and you better have your shit together if you attempt it.
Yeah, see that's the whole key part right there.
So he says, you're going to lead with a question like, what evidence and fact do you have that the jurisdiction that you're claiming over me is true and exists? And so if they start saying, well, you're a resident of somewhere, be like, yeah, I mean, just because you say I'm a resident somewhere doesn't mean that I've agreed to be in your jurisdiction. The whole point is to push them to admit that they're basically coercing you into their jurisdiction against your will without your consent. And it's not really a sovereign citizen argument, but I could see it getting there pretty quickly, and there's some overlap.
Yeah, it feels like it's in their playbook. I mean, this just devolves to them eventually questioning your mental health and then just getting you on that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not quite to the same level as leading with, well, I'm not the legal fiction.
Yeah, he doesn't quite take it there with his method and line of questioning. But and from what I've seen, people who do take it there, they're not wrong, but they also tend to be off their rocker too. Like your magic words aren't going to get you out of jail. It's not like the judge is like, oh shit, he said the magic words. Fuck. Well, you won this time.
They'll gang up on you in the courtroom, put your ass in handcuffs, and take you to jail without your consent. That's a fact.
Yeah.
Look, the simple bottom line of the judiciary system is they, by all means, cannot risk ever setting any type of precedent that a citizen can get out of some legal transgression, right? Because it just snowballs from there. As soon as the precedent's set, then you just cite it essentially, and it demonstrates itself. So I mean, they'll tangle themselves up with all forms of gymnastics to make sure they get you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and if they decide to let you go, then it's because it was in their beneficial interest to see your case get as little fanfare as possible.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, it's all strategic.
Right, and then if you happen to get lucky that day and they let you off, you're going to be talking about how wonderfully successful your magic words were, when that really wasn't what did it. The top of my income tax return says it's voluntary, IRS.
I think they want people to pursue these kind of faulty paths with it and faulty arguments, because they want to keep people as poor as possible. So they throw out all these low-hanging fruits, like putting that on the tax return forms, so people will go after it, try and use it, and then tangle themselves up financially fighting it, only to lose at the end of the day and just be in a worse position than they started off.
Exactly.
And yeah, you know, any legal fees all just circles back into their pockets one way or another. But I think I was saying just earlier, Yoda, before you came in, that like, I think the legal system did have some merit, maybe some hundreds of years ago, you know, but that's because the world was filled with an entirely different population of people, you know, like a much more grounded, fair, and just, and spiritually connected people, you know. And of course, you know, corporatism wasn't what it was. Hadn't even begun really back in them days.
Yeah, I think that's true. There was more. There's more of an environment, at least in the United States, back in like the early 1800s, that everything was permissible unless expressly not permitted. So you didn't have like today this climate where everybody's asking the government if it's okay to do something before they go ahead and do it.
I mean, there's so many factors when you really get down to it. Everything being more localized, community based, and all that. You know, it's like any court case happening in the town. You had the whole town turning out to either support the person with it, you know, because they know straight up like they're a good person in the community and all this. And that's all going to factor in, and that's all disappeared now. It's just an entirely different landscape.
Oh yeah, look who he knows in charge of us now.
We always knew though, didn't we?
Well, now it's pretty much on the nose.
Are you referring to the files?
Yeah. It's worse than it's not really worse than I thought it was, but what's bad is how how brazen they are. Like they're using Gmail to communicate with each other. Like what the hell?
Well, I mean, who's going to investigate them? You know, I mean, like the Google executives are on the plane as well, you know. Not going to worry about their Gmail account having backdoors in it.
Something we were talking about a few days ago is just how it seems Jeff Epstein has his hands in every little frickin' thing. He had his hands.
I wonder how much of it's actually true. I wonder how much of this is just an Aristophanes fabricated fucking story narrative.
You know, I was thinking about that earlier. I think Jeffrey Epstein might actually be like a fictitious name or identity. And yeah, like there is a public face for Jeffrey Epstein. It's that guy that you see. But there's probably like Jeff Epstein program and like an army of Jeff Epsteins running around. At least on the internet.
It's a cool thing. Yeah. But what is it we say about like Elon Musk? It's like there's this fucking guy, right? And he's supposedly running like 7 massive companies doing all types of different shit, each of them. It's like nobody can fucking do that. It's not possible.
No,
you know.
No, you're right.
No amount of advisors and handing off work and all this, you know, delegating. You can't do it. It's not possible. So what? And then Jeffrey Epstein comes along. He's got his hands in. I mean, I haven't went through the files to know an exact number, but yeah, hundreds of things.
Genomic research, cryptography and cryptocurrency, real estate. Like he's there's no way one guy can do all of this.
All this, yeah. Yeah.
Running an airline business.
Patsy move, right?
Huh?
How can we take every fucking horrible thing in the world and lay it on one single person? The mastermind.
There you go. All right, I'm in and out. I got to go on another call. I'll be back later.
I'd speak to you in a bit.
Thanks, Yoder.
What's going to truly astound me about this whole Epstein saga is that it's just going to float by as just another news cycle, you know?
Yeah, there's not going to be any justice.
It's like that's what they're really demonstrating with allowing this information to come out, you know? Just showing, look how desensitized and demoralized you people truly are. That you're not going to do anything about this. Yeah, but you'll jump in front of cars to defend fucking, criminal immigrants.
I don't know to continue on the subject. You ever heard of Joel Teixeira? Anybody?
No.
John of God.
Say that again, missed it.
John of God.
No, I haven't heard of him.
Look him up, John of God. He was arrested back in 2019 for over 600 rapes. Got like 430 years in prison. And, even during COVID, they let him out. They let him go home during COVID, which is ridiculous.
I heard you speaking about this guy earlier. Yeah. But he went back in 23 or something.
Yeah, so my thing is who were the people that were working with him, right? Like him and Oprah Winfrey were really good friends. He's also photographed with Marina Abramovich repeatedly. So
I truly wonder how much sexual crime is actually organic at this point.
Yeah, no,
among all the other things like kidnapping, your children going missing, all this, I truly wonder just how much. It's probably minute, it's probably a tiny amount. It's actually organic.
They say like 800,000 children go missing every year that are registered, right? And then of those children that go missing, most of them return home within 24 hours. They were just run away. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of children that just they wander off and they get lost, Takes a day or two to find them, get them back.
It's like the boogeyman syndrome, right? If we don't know who the boogeyman is, we'll just keep saying it's the boogeyman, and eventually everybody will be scared.
Well, I always had this conclusion for a long while, right? I don't know if I necessarily still believe it, but it was regarding air travel, planes, and I got to the point where I thought that planes are so well designed, right? At least, back when they wanted them to be, because we know that's changed now, and they're doing that on purpose. but they were so well designed, they were so reliable, that probably most plane crashes were intended events, you know? And there was probably very, very few that genuinely crashed because of, like, you know, just an organic act of God type malfunction, you know?
Yeah, I read somewhere that like 7 out of 10 plane crashes had somebody of importance on them that made it look like a hit.
Yeah.
Or maybe there was something in the news cycle, they were trying to change the news cycle.
You know, we've been fed this narrative about humanity and our primal instinctual urges, right? And if there was no laws, men would just be running around raping and pillaging, you know? But is that actually true? You know what I mean? Or is it's just an invented narrative of our world because, you know, they're behind all these happenings, the majority of them. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, right? And that humans don't do that stuff. But to the scale, to the level, to the depth that they've tried to condition us to believe, it's just the human nature of us, you know? It's questionable. But anyway, I think I've wandered quite far off topic here. So, someone wants to bring it back to flat Earth. I think I see Whale, you down at the bottom there. You were lighting up earlier. Welcome to the channel. If you've got any questions, just, you know, fire them out and we'll answer them.
What's up, XD?
Hello?
Hello. How are you?
Hello.
What's up, man?
What's up, Sheepdog?
I'm just trying to figure out where the curve is at.
Who we got in here? Do we have any globe earthers in the channel?
I think the Earth is a sphere.
Oh, wow. Okay. Excellent. Do you want to have a conversation about it?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Okay, so would you say that you know for a fact that the Earth is a sphere, or would you say that it's something that you were taught while you were growing up and it's something that you believe is true? Because there would be a difference between knowing for sure and just believing it.
I'm
So which
actually
do
pretty
you?
sure about it.
Pretty sure?
Yes, I'm sure about it. I'm pretty
Okay,
sure that
Mhm.
yes.
So you're not 100% sure, but you're pretty sure.
Oh, I am 100% sure.
Oh wow. Okay. Okay. Have you done much research into the validation of the Earth being a sphere?
Well, like not much.
Okay. Do you know much about the sphere? Like
About
the
a sphere?
size and yeah, like how big is it? Do you know the size of it?
Not exactly. I don't remember the like the values.
Like if I was to ask you how many times does the sphere spin in one day? How many times do you think it would spin in one day?
Oh, the Earth spins like 1 day means 1 rotation of Earth. That's why it is 1 day.
Oh, there you go. Most globe earthers don't get that right. All right, great. Okay, so
Wait, I know that radius of the Earth is around something 6,400 kilometers.
yeah, that's pretty
And
close.
and the mass of the Earth was something 6.4 times 10 to the power 24 kilograms. I don't know, like something.
Okay, cool. All right, so how do you know that the Earth is a sphere with this radius?
Can we please do it the other way? Like, because right now actually I'm having dinner, and can you like go the other way? Can you explain that? Why do you think the Earth is flat? Like, I do want to do the more listening part right now. Please, if you can, please. Or
Yeah, I
maybe I
can
can
do it
come
the
back.
other way.
Okay.
Well,
Thank you.
yeah, maybe you can come back when you finished your dinner and we can have a proper conversation about it. But look, I'll give you a quick breakdown, okay? So we also were under the impression that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 6,371 kilometers and all of that fun stuff that we learn at school. We also believed that, okay? But when we actually went out and tried to test for the curvature of the Earth, we couldn't find any curvature. Okay, so if we go out and test the surface of water, for example, we can calculate exactly how much curvature there should be over a certain distance, and it's not there. And it's never there. And there's no evidence that it exists in the first place, right? The surface of the water curving.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's a big problem for the globe. Okay, so this has been tested hundreds, if not thousands of times now, and we cannot find any curvature at all. Okay, we can zoom in across a 20 kilometer or 20-mile lake, right? And we can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. That wouldn't be possible on a globe. Okay, we can shoot a laser over a giant distance over the surface of the water, and it will hit a target on the other side of the body of water, just above the surface of the water. right? There should be hundreds of feet of Earth curvature over this distance. Okay, so there's a problem with what we're told about where we live, and then when we go and test for the curvature in reality. And we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth necessarily, right? Flat's not a shape. Flat is the description of a surface. Okay, we live on the surface of the Earth, and most of the surface of the Earth that we know about is covered in water. And if the Earth's a globe, the water should be curving, and it's not curving. We don't think the Earth is a disk in space. We don't think the Earth is a flat, round planet floating around in the vacuum of space. Okay, that's not what flat earthers are claiming. Right, but we all experience the Earth as flat and stationary. Okay, we've just been told that the reason for that is because we're so small and the Earth is so big. But when we actually go and test for the curvature, it's just not there. Do you have any questions?
No questions,
still
please
here?
go on.
Well, I could keep going on, but, you know, what do you want me to talk about now? I gave you a basic breakdown of where we're coming from or where I'm coming from with my argument. Okay, I would also say that the Earth is not in motion. The Earth is stationary. The celestial bodies, or the celestials in the sky, basically, they move in cycles above us. We have gas pressure, meaning that we would have to be in some kind of a contained system. In order to have gas pressure, you must have a container of some kind. Large bodies of water require a container. You cannot have a large body of water without some type of physical containment for the water, right? You cannot have oceans sticking to the outside of a globe. And if you did have that, then obviously you would need to have gravity. And gravity would be pulling everything towards the center of the globe. Okay, and that would also include the water. Okay, so if the water's not curving, then that debunks all of that. So we have real world tests, we have high definition videos, we have papers, we have all sorts of empirical evidence that we can present to you if you want to check it out. Yeah, most people just believe the Earth's a globe because that's what they get told. When someone says they know for a fact that the Earth's a globe, we generally like to challenge them on that claim, right? If you were to say, well, I believe it's a globe because that's what I got taught, okay, that's different. But you said that you know it 100%. Okay, so how do you know that 100%, right? That would be my question to you. Because when we test for the curvature, it's just not there.
And wouldn't you agree, DJ, that don't take our word for it, right? We're just giving you tools so you can figure out how to go out and test it for yourself. We want you to go figure it out. We want you to go out in the world and find a body of water and say, yeah, no, the Earth is curving, and then come back here and prove us all wrong. Or say, yeah, the Earth is flat. Wow, I just proved it to myself. Really, at the end of the day, where are you at? Is he even in here still? Oh, he left. Really, at the end of the day, for those of y'all that are listening, it's just a lack of curvature, right? Like DJ said, flat is not a shape, it's a description of the surface. In order for a sphere to happen, there has to be curvature, but curvature doesn't mean sphere. Curvature is just a description of the surface. So really what we're talking about is this description of the surface. And if the Earth is flat, then it falsifies the shape that we were told.
Yeah, if anyone else has any questions, I think the last guy kind of ran away because he didn't have a response or something like that. We got some more people in the chat. I think we got XD. XD, yeah, welcome XD. If you think the Earth's a globe, or if you have any questions or anything like that, feel free to open your mic. I see you've got the something about Mary hairstyle happening. Very nice. Mohammed, welcome.
Hello.
What's up, man? Welcome to the channel.
Hello, bro. Sorry for leaving you in between. My mom just came in my room, so I had to just close the system. Sorry for leaving.
That's okay, man. Not a problem.
Bro, I was thinking about this. I talked to you about the Earth is flat, this thing, a few days ago, and today when I went to school, I talked to kids and told students about this theory that Earth is flat, and I told them all the proof that you gave me, and like everything, but they were making fun of me. Even the teacher.
Yeah, that's probably going to happen, right? But they probably don't really understand the arguments. And if you only just heard the arguments, maybe you didn't really present them very well. But if you go into a social situation, if you go into a social situation and you try to present that the Earth is flat, right? That's not going to work out well for you.
I took the screenshot. I took the screenshot which people send in this inbox chat.
Okay, so what's an example that you gave them of evidence that the Earth is not a globe?
It was a windmill thing. We were seeing some 11.3 miles away from the beach.
Right.
We were seeing 11.
Okay, so what was their rebuttal to that observation? How did they counter the observation? Just with insults and mockery?
Yeah, and some other things they said.
Like what?
Like they said that I am a child of two dads.
Right, because this is the problem, right? They were probably too stupid to actually be able to address the argument, and what they decided to do was throw out feelings and fallacies. Okay, feelings and fallacies are the best weapons that the globe Earthers have. Okay, so what they're going to do is they're going to ignore the empirical evidence. Okay, that test was done by a PhD in optics, Dr. John Dee. Okay, instead of attacking Dr. John Dee's real-world observation, they decided to throw out a bunch of fallacies, right? An ad hominem fallacy. Okay, and feelings, right? Sharing their emotions, because the globe is like a religion for most people. Okay, so just teasing something is not actually addressing the issue, right? The issue is that there's no curvature over that 11.2 mile distance. On a globe, you would have to have over 100 feet of curvature over that distance. Has to be there, right? Otherwise, gravity's not real.
Yeah, but they told me some things which, like, made me doubt that the Earth is flat.
Think about this logic. Yeah. If there's no curvature, the Earth can't be a globe, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when we go out and test the Earth, there's no curvature, ever. Okay? So what other arguments you might have, right, it's not going to make the water start curving. So what was their argument? What was their response? If you showed them the windmill observation, which is a great observation, right? They should be able to address the observation and say, well, this is the reason that there's a 5-story building worth of curvature missing. You know,
yeah, they showed me another observation in which there were like a person standing, and there were cardboards placed with of the same height as that person, and there were holes made in the cardboard at the eye levels of the person. And then the cardboards were moving further and further away, and there was a light source at the end of the cardboards. So
you talk about the Jeranism.
as they move the light and cardboards away and away, because the light can bend, it only goes in the straight line. The cardboard stopped like showing the light which was placed at the end because the Earth's curvature, like it went
Right,
down.
but this is the problem. Okay, they in the test that you're talking about, they didn't show you the setup. Okay, they didn't show you the distance. They didn't show you the test. They showed about 50 seconds worth of footage, and they just told you a story about what happened. Now, the person that did that test said that they edited the film in a way that was dishonest, and then they refused to hand over the unedited footage so he could prove that it didn't happen in the way that it was portrayed to happen in the documentary. On top of that, we actually went and did our own test with a torch over a huge distance, much longer than the distance that they used in that silly documentary. Okay, we did that over a we did the torch test over a 13.7 mile lake.
Oh boy, really?
So we could see the torchlight from 13.7 miles away. 13.7 miles, that's about 20 kilometers. Okay, in the Netflix documentary called Behind the Curve, it was only 3 miles or something like that, apparently. Okay, but it was done in the dark. Like, why would you set up a test and do it in the dark? Okay, I'll tell you why. Because they were supposed to do it. No, because they were supposed to use a laser. They were supposed to use a laser beam. Okay, but they broke the laser beam. Okay, so they decided that because they had everything already set up, they had plan B and they had a torch. So they decided to do it with the torch. Okay, but if you look into that, right, they don't really show you any footage. If they're setting up a specific test like this, why would you set it up in the dark? How do you know everything's aligned properly if you're doing it in the dark? Right, it's kind of ridiculous. The test, if you look into it, that documentary's it's really just a a video that's meant to make fun of flat earthers. Right, more than anything, it's meant to ridicule.
Yeah, there was another thing they said. They said that there is this thing when. Oh shit! I'll be back. I'ma put their utensils in the sink.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, I'm back. Bro, the thing that they mocked me was like it was bad enough, but they did more than that. They took me to the principal, the teacher, and like he gave me a notice and a warning.
Wow, see, that's crazy, isn't it? Just because you're challenging what you get told. Okay, so that should be encouraged, right? If you get told something and it,
yeah, but maybe the principal knows about this. But that's why he did so much. He took so much action. You know, he knows something, bro. We should like investigate that person, don't you think?
well, not really. I think most of the time this is like a emotional response. Okay, because the globe is like a religion. It's a faith that people have had since they were young children. And when anyone comes along and challenging someone's faith, right? It's like telling a religious person that Muhammad doesn't exist or Jesus doesn't exist, right? They have an emotional outburst and they want to lash out and attack the person and get emotional, right? At the person for just questioning it. It's like, oh, what if Jesus didn't exist? And the Christian be like, oh, how dare you say such a thing?
Well, what is stupid principle?
Well, I mean, he probably genuinely believes that the Earth is a globe, right? So much that it's emotional for him. He's probably invested a lot of his energy mentally into outer space. Maybe he thinks he'll go to space one day. I don't know.
Maybe he prays.
Maybe he prays to worships. Yeah, people worship. These mainstream scientists. Okay, they
Yeah, I knew something was weird about him from the start.
yeah, well, I
Okay,
don't know.
bro, I found something like a student told me this. Because the Earth is a globe, the shortest distance is not a straight line. So the airplanes move in some other trajectory other than the straight line when they go from one point to another point, like a large distance. So that because
Yeah,
that's
look,
the
aeroplanes fly using flight corridors. You know, you could think of that kind of like a highway, okay, but for the sky, right? Or like a shipping lane, but for the sky. Okay, so they avoid dangerous areas and they avoid getting in the way of other flight paths and that kind of thing. Right? When someone's talking about they're taking a great circle route or something like that, usually what people are talking about is they're seeing a curved flight path when the flight path is projected onto a Mercator projection map. Okay, if you put that same flight path onto a different projection, it's not going to look the same. So, look, this is the thing. Aircrafts themselves are designed by the aerospace engineers treating the Earth as flat and stationary, right? It's in all of the aircraft design literature. You can look into that. We can provide links for that. Okay, there's also a ton of pilots, commercial pilots, jet pilots that are flat earthers that give interviews about and talk about flat Earth. Yeah, the cat agrees. So yeah, look. Once you look into these things, you're gonna find that airplanes, right? It's actually not a proof that the Earth's a globe at all. People generally, when they make points like this, it's just something that they heard from someone else or something they looked up online, right? It's not because that person had actually researched it in depth or something like that.
Oh, so the
People are kind of like parrots. You know what a parrot does, right? They just repeat things that they get told. That's what the mainstream education system does in general, right? It rewards people for being very good at repeating information that they learn.
Bro, I just read a chapter. It's called The Adventure, and its summary was that to question the accepted truths, and that the history is not definite. I think, bro, this might be a sign that the Earth is flat, because this is actually historical truth which we are believing that Earth is not flat. And the chapter says that we should question the history.
You should probably question most things, right? And try to check what you can check. You should check. Okay, if someone tells you the Earth's a globe, there's nothing wrong with going to check. It's like, okay, if the Earth's a globe and it has a certain size, then I should be able to go to a 10-mile lake and it should have about 20 meters of curvature or 66 feet of curvature over that 10-mile distance. Okay, that's 16 kilometers, just in case you are used to kilometers. Okay, so over a 16-kilometer lake, there has to be 20 meters of curvature. If it's not there, then the Earth's not a globe, right? It debunks the globe. It debunks gravity, right? It debunks mass attracting mass, right? That's what most of you guys think gravity is, right? Everything's getting drawn towards the center of mass. Okay, that means the water would have to be curving at a certain rate, and it's not doing that. So it doesn't matter what people say, right? We would prefer to rely on empirical evidence, right? Real world tests, repeatable tests. And that's what we have. So I can tell you're kind of trolling a little bit. I remember the way that you converse with people in the comments section. I'm happy to unmute you in the comments section, right? Since you did decide to jump into VC, which is cool. All right, but I just urge you to look into it properly. That's all, right? I will lift your text mute. Okay.
Yeah, that's what that was gonna be my next thing. talk about. Unmute me in the chat, please. Thank you.
Well, the idea with the tech, like when you say stuff like, "Oh, people must be rich. That's why you can be here all the time." We're not here all the time. We're here quite often, but we have a home server with 25,000 members. Okay, so there's always going to be people here, but not necessarily the same people.
I know I asked because I always find the same people.
Well, it's not always the same people. Maybe people that are similar to your time zone or something like that. Right. And if they're in here and you're in here, then you're in here too.
Dude, I'm working and I'm in here. So how do you like that?
Yeah, that's the thing. A lot of us, have jobs these days where we can work from a computer. So we can have multiple tabs open and we can be listening like a podcast, right? And then we can jump in every now and then.
Or you work with your hands. Yeah, I work with my hands.
There we go.
So my mouth is unemployed. So I might as well do something with it.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, I'm going to start an OnlyFans where I just focus on my lips the entire time I'm working. You could just watch my lips 24 hours a day. Yeah, it's going to be great. Sign up now.
With sound or without sound? It would be better without sound. And you play a trumpet every time you talk.
Oh, like Charlie Brown's parents. Wah, 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 wah.
Yep.
Yeah, but look, a lot of people will make fun of flat earthers hanging out in flat earth chats for some reason. But let's be clear. All kinds of people hang out in all kinds of things that they do for entertainment or for intellectual stimulation, don't they? So just because one person has a hobby or an interest that people don't like doesn't mean you can denigrate them for the time they spend on it, because every single person spends time on something that's not their job, correct? The answer is of course.
Bro, I found this person as a fellow student of mine. I told him everything about this flat earth, and every proof I gave him, he was doing like yes, okay, yes, you're right. And at last, when I asked him, yeah, now you believe the earth is flat, he said no.
You know what, brother, though? If the mainstream came out, like the government and whatever you consider mainstream science in your locale, if they came out and said, yes, we were wrong, the earth is actually flat, he would believe it. Wouldn't he?
Well, maybe.
No, definitely. I put my money on that one, brother. This is the problem, my friend. I'm gonna teach you something about human nature. Most people that you encounter, when they have beliefs like that, they only believe it because they were told by an authority. And they're actually afraid that if the authority came out and said, yes, we were wrong about reality, it's actually this, they would just change their minds overnight. Because they don't have character, and they never learned their position from intelligent thought. They just believed it because other people believe it. They're just sheep, like followers. The shepherd says, come here, sheep. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right. Exactly. I didn't feel like I'm bothering people, okay. Oh no, bro, you did. What, you want to be black sheep, not white sheep. Oh, why?
Yeah, because do you know a white sheep? Yeah, do you know on a farm you got white sheep and you got a shepherd. yeah, the shepherd needs the sheep, and the sheep needs the shepherd. The sheep needs the shepherd for guidance and safety. Yeah, that's what happens on a farm. Yeah, without the shepherd, the sheep. What does the sheep do without the shepherd? What does it do? It wanders off, doesn't it? And don't have no direction or guidance. So it just wanders off. Doesn't know what it's doing. A black sheep can think for itself, goes its own way, and don't need nobody to tell it what to do. That's what a black sheep is. That can think for themselves. Does that make sense?
What? No.
Do you understand that?
No, not
The
actually.
difference between the black sheep and the white sheep.
No, bro, I didn't understand it. You said that a white sheep follows the shepherd and the black sheep goes on its way. It's on.
Yeah,
on
yeah.
its own way.
No, the black sheep doesn't need a shepherd or nobody to tell it to go its own way. It can think for itself. A white sheep can't do that. A white sheep needs a shepherd for guidance and direction.
Bro, what are you? What? How? How does that?
No.
Like,
Basically, what I'm saying is, yeah, you need to think for yourself. You don't need to somebody else to tell you how to think. Do you understand?
oh, okay, you are telling me
Like
that.
a authority figure like NASA and mainstream scientists telling you how your worldview and paradigm should be. You know what I mean? They're telling you how to experience your reality when you should be able to think for yourself how you are experiencing the reality you are experiencing. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Kinda. But bro, tell me, how could I improve my English now?
Just stay in here long as possible until you
I was
understand.
giving out free lessons yesterday. When I start with their beginning sentence, this will get you into any club. This will get you conversation starter with everybody. First thing you do when you walk up to somebody, you want to shake their hand and say, "Earth is flat." And then it'll be a good conversation starter, and you'll be knowing English in no time. You'll probably learn swear words and everything.
Bro, but what if they start speaking like native language, not English?
Whoa, what's native language?
India.
Why would they do that?
Yeah, they do that.
Oh, well, tell them to shut the fuck up. Say, shut up.
Then I gotta do this thing which I told with people on Discord.
I'm willing to bet that some of the people in your class probably think the Earth is flat also, and they don't want to say anything because they see you getting made fun of.
Oh no, bro, they don't. I like, yeah, maybe it's possible. I actually in the first period when there was no teacher in the class, I stood up on the bench and asked everyone who believes the Earth is flat, but no one raised their hand. But it's possible that some students do believe it. Oh, but yeah, you guys didn't unblock me and unban me from the chat. Oh no.
You should really investigate things a lot further before you bring it to your peers, arsonist.
Yeah, I did. I took the screenshots. They were enough to prove everything.
See, the problem is, your actions are being driven by what the fundamental problem is here, that people seek truth by consensus. It doesn't matter if your fellow students think the Earth is a globe or whatnot, or your teachers. You have to demonstrate what's true to yourself, you know? You have to go out and do the tests, investigate this information we're providing you. Come to your own conclusion, irrelevant of what other people are saying.
Yeah, I gotcha. Please unmute me from the chat. I can't send any message.
Yeah, I'll fix that.
Oh, I got a line to say to any girl, and it goes. Wait, let me read it. Earth is flat, just like your chest.
Wow.
I don't get it.
Wow.
I don't get it. Can you explain that so I can laugh with you?
No, sorry, I can't. My mom is in another room. She'll get it.
Boo! Not cool! Disqualified!
Does your mom speak English?
Like she understands it. Wait, I'll type in the chat.
Oh, yes. I'm gonna have to write this all down.
Bruh.
Oh. I got a great way to talk about flat Earth to your friends. So what you do is you go out and you do a test for yourself to validate that there's no curvature. You do it, you catalog it, you know the result. Then you don't tell your friends you did that. What you do is you tell your friends that stupid flat earthers think the Earth is flat. Let's go out and do a test and film it to show them that it's curved. And then you bring all your friends out there thinking that they're going to make fun of flat earthers, but in the end the result shows it's flat, and then you scratch your head and you be like, dang, we came out here to make fun of the flat earthers, but look, it's actually flat. What do you think of that?
What? I didn't hear.
Why not?
Bro, someone was roasting me in the chat. I gotta roast him back.
Okay, yeah. Roasting is way more important.
See, this is why I removed your chat privileges.
Bro, but
You need to focus on what's being said in the VC.
Bro, but those people always start.
Well, maybe you provoked them.
Yeah. Don't say dumb shit and you won't provoke people.
I didn't say any dumb shit.
I said, friend. You're on the precipice of understanding that you actually have to go out and do a test. And so what's happening is your brain, because it's so invested in a story from the past, is trying to protect you from the truth. So it's making you act more silly than you otherwise would be about this topic. So what you need to do is say, listen, I'm going to actually take this seriously. I'm actually a human. I can do things on my own. I can make up my mind. I can go out and do tests. I can find out if it's flat or not. And then I can be done with it. I can either know it's flat or I can know it's a globe. And then I don't have to be wishy-washy anymore.
Yeah, maybe I can become an astronaut and go and see for myself.
Right, and like I said, what I was saying earlier, which you didn't hear, was you go and do that, then you know for a fact that it's true one way or the other. And let's say you go out and you test it and you find out that it's flat. Right? Then you can tell your friends, hey, let's go out and test the Earth to disprove flat Earth, because flat earthers, they don't know what they're talking about. So we're going to go out and do this test to prove it's a globe. But you already know it's going to prove the Earth's flat. And so when they come out with you to do the test, they all witness the evidence that it's flat. And then you can be like, dang, I guess it is flat after all. And then one of those friends will be a girl, and you can be like, "Yeah, are you a flat earther now?" She'll be like, "Yeah," and you'll be like, "Oh, let's go out tonight." See how that works, brother?
Yeah.
Exactly. So not only are you going to prove it to yourself and one up your friends who were making fun of you previously, but you're also going to get involved with a beautiful girl who also knows the earth is flat. And that way you both aren't stupid anymore.
Yeah, but the thing is that even if I see for myself that Earth is whatever it is by going up into space, and when I come back and I publish my theory, no one is gonna believe me.
What are you talking about? Listen, friend, let me dash your hopes and dreams. There's never going to be a time in your life where you go far enough away from the earth to see the alleged globe in totality. Okay, never going to happen. Not going to happen. One more time for the slow kids in the back. That is never going to happen for any of you listening to me. There's reasons for that. One, the earth is a fixed size, so they say. And in order to see it as a globe, you have to be a certain amount of distance away. And the only people in the history of mankind who have ever done that is the alleged Apollo astronauts, who had the entire force of a government agency supporting them. Millions upon millions, even billions of dollars. And so since none of you listening to me possess that money, and none of you listening to me are going to be an elite astronaut that's entrusted with such a mission, you're never going to be in a position where you can see the earth as a globe. Never. Never. Okay, one more time. Never. In case you don't know what never means, it means not ever. Never going to happen. Okay, follow that?
Yeah.
So listen, friend, don't get me wrong. I understand your sentiment. But a lot of people think that you can just go up high in the sky, like on a privately owned rocket or a hot air balloon, and you're going to see the earth as a globe. No, that's not the case. Even the people in the alleged space station, even if you could afford to pay to go up to the alleged space station, the $20 million that it costs, right? Whatever. They're not even in a position to see the whole earth. So even they cannot tell you the entire shape of the earth. So nobody except one person, his name is Buzz Aldrin, I believe. The only person alive that's allegedly seen the earth as a globe. One person, dude, and it's not you, and it's never going to be you. So all you globers out there who think we're going to go high up in the sky and see the earth as a globe, you just need to take that hope and dream and flush it down the toilet.
Bro, you guys are way too toxic for me. I don't like you.
Listen, Fred, I'm loving you because I don't want you to waste your life waiting to get far enough away from the earth to see it as a globe when you could just go out and test it, whether it's curved or not, in your actual lifetime and achieve something. You know, I want you to achieve. I want you to settle something, to do something, to win. I don't want you to lose.
Bro, but I just wrote one thing. I wrote toxic in chat and they muted me.
Well, there you go. You've been compensated with a nice song about your
I
feelings.
like that song. That was like the perfect theme song for you, dude.
Yeah. And one of the reasons why people talk about going to space to see the earth in its totality, to then know whether it's a globe or not, they know that it's unachievable. They actually know that it's not going to be achieved in their lifetime. They know they can't afford it. They know no government's going to allow them to do it. So why do they say it? I'll tell you why. It's a very simple psychological mental phenomenon. If they say, I can't know for sure until I see the whole earth, that means that they can then take the proposition, stick it on a shelf, and never address it. They're never going to do a test to prove it to themselves. They're never going to lift a finger. They're just going to go about their lives accepting the status quo and say, oh, well, I could never know because I can never get out far enough from the earth. In other words, it's a defense mechanism, so they never actually have to do anything about it.
Bro, they muted.
Now, arsonist, friend. We all know here that that's the situation in your mind. that you're trying to avoid actually going out and testing it. But we want to encourage you to do it. So we'll help you in every way we can.
Bro, then just unmute me. I didn't do anything wrong. I just said toxic because they were being toxic.
Well, Arsonist, I know this
text for what you said. You get muted in text because you can't help yourself wasting time in there while somebody is giving you genuine effort and trying to help you learn things.
Yeah, for example, my friend there just had to, the arsonist, my friend there just had to talk to you about the distraction that you're causing rather than be listening to content about how you could test the earth being flat. And so that, my friend, is again your self-defense mechanism because you're scared to death that you're actually going to have to get up on your own 2 feet and go out and prove something to yourself. It frightens you, but don't worry, we're here for you, friend, and we have plenty of hugs.
Oh no, I can do it, bro. If I get a like really good reason. Like I wouldn't do anything if I even prove the earth is flat. What will I do?
I gave you a good reason. It's your one chance in life to have a beautiful wife. Because if you stay on the globe side, your wife's going to be ugly as crap, bro. I promise you.
I stay on the globe side? What do you mean?
If you stay believing in the globe, your wife that you end up marrying is going to be ugly and she's going to treat you badly. Okay, there you go. That's a good motivation to get into flat earth, brother.
Oh, the beautiful girls believe that the earth is flat?
Yeah, that's it. Rotan globe, rotan earth, rotan wife.
This way too, brother. Like the majority of women that just accept the status quo, they're like losers, aren't they? They have nasty attitudes. They treat you poorly. But a woman that actually went out and tested the earth and knows it's flat and had a mental epiphany, she's in a totally different mind space. She's going to treat you a lot better. I mean, that's just me talking to you, brother.
Bro, I got you.
Listen, brother. Arsonist, let me help you out. If you look throughout history, there's been recorded incidents of men fighting entire wars for a beautiful woman and a wife of high merit. So the least you could do to honor your ancestors is go out and test the earth whether it's flat or not. Right?
Yeah. Bro, but I didn't like this, bro. You guys are just being like my classmates.
No, we're not, dude.
What is your issue? What is your issue? You are literally the most toxic person here. You're fucking whining the entire time. You're whining the entire time about other people toxic while you're saying you don't like us. You're the toxic one. You're not being clever, dude. You're not getting past anybody.
Nah, bro.
Your name is Arsonist. Think about that for a second.
Oh, now my name has to do something with it.
Yeah, a criminal act.
Oh, very good.
So you named yourself after a criminal act. You come in here, you say, I don't like you because you're toxic.
Yeah,
well, we aren't telling you we don't like you, are we? Did we say we don't like you?
You showed it.
How?
By muting me for no fucking reason.
Okay, we had a reason. Okay, whether you like the reason or not, you're not the mod. But you don't get. Do people get to decide on their own how they're moderated, or do the moderators decide how to moderate people?
Render, don't leave me talk. Yeah, on.
Let's see if you understood.
Victim Olympics
Can you
bullshit.
tell us back the reason I gave you for why I muted you in text chat?
Bro, I said a joke and people didn't like it.
No, not what you did. I gave you the reason why I moderated you. Can you repeat it back to me?
What reason?
He said he told you.
According to me, you just did it because I made a joke and you didn't like it.
That's not what.
and
That's not the reason he said, though.
People just kept mocking me, and
You're
then I
ignoring me,
said that.
dude. So why
they-
did he mute you? Why did he say he muted you?
Then I said that you guys are toxic because you're mocking me. You didn't like my joke. Then you can
That's
just stay
not
quiet.
telling
I'm
us
gonna
what
I'm
he
gonna
said,
mute you,
dude.
VC, because you're mentally challenged clearly, and we just got no time for that. Right? No, he left. There you go. Problem solved.
Act failed. Some of these guys they like assume this persona. It's this weird fucking. This guy was the victim Olympics persona.
I'm back to say, just get better, guys. You are just like.
Yeah, give us your last comment
Yeah,
of
bye-bye.
nonsense.
Get muted.
Just leave. Fucking just leave, dude.
That's the breakdown. That's the breakdown right there. When they realize we're telling them truth, right? And there's real problems with the globe, they just go into this mode of complete dysfunction.
Yeah, Overlord's telling me the Earth is flat. He's toxic. He's being mean to me. How dare you, AI? Don't be mean to him. Keep him in his delusion.
Hold on now. I actually never told him the Earth was flat, did I? Think about it.
Oh yeah, that's right. He must have came back.
I just told him. I know. I just told him, look, bro, you could go out and test it and know whether it is a globe or flat, and then you would have a settled issue.
See, you're trying to take him out of his safe space. You didn't even consider his agoraphobia. Oh yeah, Cryptic over the fence. Just hold on. I didn't even read the full DM that he sent to me. I'll just post in the chat. You guys can read it. He says, I don't know about life in the U.S., but from what I'm seeing, I'm becoming increasingly more nationalistic. This is the guy that said Singapore was so great because their dear leader never oppressed their people, and then just Google him, and he was like, freaking the entire West protested him beating the shit out of people that were against him.
I think he had he was like a journal, because my very last interaction with him, he was posing all these awkwardly framed questions. It's like, yeah, you're fucking writing articles here, aren't you?
Oh, that's what he's doing. I wasn't going to post the DM because I have more requests than that, but not anymore. Try to keep DMs private.
Oh yeah, he fucking over fences posting here. He was psychopathic, man. I'm gonna get rich and I'm gonna rule and I'm gonna tell everybody to do exactly what they need to do.
Yeah, and it'll be a perfect world.
It's like, okay, so your leaders never oppressed your nation, but you're gonna grow up to be the first one.
Yeah, but his leader did, dude. Like, look, I all we did was Google it, and that was like the first thing that he brutally suppressed civil unrest. That's what it said.
Was it Singapore or Malaysia that was like during COVID? They were like, yeah, if they don't take the thing and they don't wear the mask, just fucking shoot them. Just shoot them.
Probably Singapore.
Singapore.
Yeah, Singapore is like a city kind of, but it's like a country. It's weird.
All I know is I endorse public adult spankings for social infractions like littering. So if they could make that like legit in America, like if you block an intersection for a protest, you just get publicly spanked. If you litter, you get publicly spanked. If you're a Karen, you get publicly spanked.
I'm for that. The caning thing with a wet rattan so that they can't walk for 3 months. I'm not for that.
Yeah, you don't have to go that overboard. It's like most people can't handle a spanking, dude. Even a light spanking, like that actually inflicts discomfort and pain. Like they cry like absolute whiny little punks, and they're afraid of it, and they'll actually modify their behavior. But hey, anybody watch the Super Bowl?
Yes, I watched that debacle. It wasn't horrible.
Did you watch the halftime show?
Oh,
I watched that
my
awesome
Lord.
game. I watched that awesome game too.
I liked it. I liked the game. Well, I mean, I like defensive games, though I didn't like that game.
So it was interesting. I noticed after the fact that the halftime show was kind of about all kinds of other countries being called America, and basically like, oh, we get to be in your land and take over, and then there's like a SWAT team trying to kick us out, but we're not going anywhere. You know, kind of like an anti-resident citizen sentiment.
Yeah.
In other words, you know, people are coming into your house and taking what you have, and they're just saying, we're going to do it proudly, and your attempts to stop us are going to fail, and we're going to shame you for doing it. Now, interestingly enough, check this out. Didn't the Patriots lose?
Oh, yeah.
All right, so check this out. The Patriots, right? The citizens, right, who are against illegal people coming into their country and taking what they have. Okay, so now you got the Seahawks. Now, most people think the Seahawk is associated with the osprey, which is a quote-unquote noble bird, right? A bird of prey, but a noble one. However, Seahawk is also associated with the kua bird, which is a similar bird, but it steals food from other birds. So in other words, yeah, so the Seahawks beat the Patriots. So the birds that come around your territory and steal your food beat the Patriots. Man, it's all theater, isn't it?
Yeah. Certainly. I mean, just the sheer fact that there was a picture of the kid, the quarterback for the Patriots. In the last time the Super Bowl was played at that place, he's a kid there. How did you end up there? It's like $10,000 a fucking ticket. How are you?
What kid was it?
I guess it was 10 years ago in that stadium. The last Super Bowl they played in that stadium, that kid that played in the Super Bowl as the quarterback for the Patriots was at that game. And fucking Tom Brady was at the catch game with Joe Montana, and he's from San Francisco, and you know, there's just so much horse shit that goes along with it.
Who, that 12-year-old quarterback that was playing?
Yeah, the 12-year-old, yeah. The 12-year-old quarterback, he pretty much.
My wife said, is that quarterback like 12 years old? I said, because that was the first time I looked, I went, holy crap, I think so. Maybe 13.
He's supposed to be 23. You got to be in pretty exclusive circles to be getting into a Super Bowl in this era.
Dude, I had an inkling when I heard about the halftime show. I had an inkling that the Patriots lost, therefore the other team had to have some kind of symbology representing the quote-unquote people that the halftime show represented. And so, yeah, when I looked into it, it's like osprey, then this other bird which steals food, and I was like, dang, this whole narrative is very uncanny.
Well,
and you know what's else is I thought the osprey the osprey is a noble bird, and the other bird is also called a Seahawk, so it's given nobility vicariously. So in other words, it's a criminal that steals, but it's pretending. Hey, well, listen, dude, listen. Okay, let's be clear. Jake, the flat Earth asshole, he's gonna do a whole episode on it. We know that, don't we?
Okay, so it gets even worse, man, because you had to do it. Why'd you do it? That entire halftime show was in Spanish.
Yep.
There's no fucking English spoken.
Oh, I wanted to say something about that. Isn't that funny that that's what I heard because I didn't watch. I actually didn't watch that part of the game. I was just betting on it, so I was watching whatever I felt, whatever I
Did you
was
win?
jumping to watch.
For your bets?
Yeah, I won positive. I lost a big one, but I won all my little ones. The big one kind of hurt, but the little ones all made up for that plus more. So I wish I would have won the big one. I had the right team, I had everything, but then it didn't have the right touchdowns.
Yeah, the halftime joke. This Bad Bunny person, he won a Grammy. His entire album is in Spanish and only Spanish, no English. He won a Grammy for Best Album of the Year, and then the set he did at the Super Bowl was 100% in Spanish.
I won on that too. I picked 3 songs. Yeah, I picked 3 songs or something, like 2 songs or something. Anyway, I got a bunch of money on the one song, so that it made up for the other 2.
Wow.
It's on.
You can bet on
Kalshi, that app, Kalshi. Yeah, you can bet on the
Holy
songs.
shit.
You can bet what people are going to say. Are they going to say? Will anybody say personal foul? Something weird like that. Yeah, you'll see people boom, boom, boom. You want to be the first to bet yes on it. And you want to buy it at like 9%, 8%, 5%. But when it jumps to 75, you just go click and sell. The game didn't even start yet.
That's crazy, man. That could get addictive. I'd probably have a gambling problem if I did this shit.
It pays 3.25% interest if you just keep your money in there. So it's like a savings account.
Yeah. But if I could bet on shit people say or what's going to come up in the show, man, goddamn,
I won like $300 within the last 2 weeks on stuff Donald Trump would say.
Oh my god. Well, he hasn't said China in a while. That's got to be coming up.
I mean, I'm buying it when it's 1%. So it's 1% he will say it, 99% no, because it hasn't started yet. As soon as the table opens up, everything starts that way. Buy right away. As soon as it jumps up a little, if it looks like it's not really going to do much, get rid of it early. If it looks like it is going to keep going and going, then you just hold on till the end. You buy 100 shares for $1, and at the end, it's $100. So you spend $1 to win 100 if you do it right.
Nice. Do not tell me the website. I am not going to answer any DMs from you.
It's all right. They should be probably paying me for this advertisement.
Yeah, man. That actually sounds like mad fun. And I'm not a gambler, but that's just like too tempting.
It's not really gambling in the same way where you can bet Bitcoin's going to go up or down in the next 15 minutes. That one's always going. I made a bunch of money on that. I was just like
training an AI.
Huh?
Do you think you're training an AI? Maybe you're training an AI.
It sounds like stock trading.
There is stock trading on it, and it does come in trading portfolio style, or it comes in betting bookie style, or the original style. You just pick which style screen you want. Looks like
That's
a
fucking weird.
betting bookie, or you got odds, or you've got percentages like in a stock exchange, and you're buying shares, which is what I do. I buy 100 shares.
You got to feel classy.
Possible.
You want to gamble classy now?
I try to buy 100 shares at like $3. And then if that thing shoots up to like 65 and it kind of sits there, boom, I'm selling it. I've made that much money and the thing didn't even start yet.
Hey, I'm thinking about opening up a restaurant in the inner city, Minneapolis. I'm going to call it Pretty Good Chicken.
What are you going to have?
Fried chicken, obviously.
Well, I would say you have pretty good chicken. Any Globers have any questions about how to cook fried chicken? Because we can give you that recipe too. Flat Earthers have the best recipe.
You guys ever have chicken fried steak?
Yes.
Did you have the real stuff or the fake stuff?
Well, what's the fake stuff and what's the real stuff?
So the fake stuff is basically just steak that is breaded similar to how you would a fried chicken and then fried. So it's basically like the same outer coating that you put on a fried chicken just surrounding a steak. Whereas real chicken fried steak, you use the chicken fat to do the frying.
At both.
Damn, I guess I've had fake one this whole time.
Sounds pretty good.
Yeah, I get to go to the meeting now. This will be fun.
We call those chicken schnitzels.
It's surprising, like there's people who claim to be Southerners and they don't know that real chicken fried steak is supposed to be cooked in chicken fat.
Well, when I lived in the South, that's how I learned about it. But when I came back to Ohio, it tasted a little different.
And they got another one which is steak fried steak. Which is you gotta bread it and stuff, but you fry it in beef tallow, I think. Or whatever, yeah.
You know what's even better is Thai green curry with chicken in it.
See, Arsonist could have hung out with us and we could have like been best friends exchanging recipes.
You think Arsonist knows recipes?
Yes, 1 part lighter fluid, 2 parts gelatin.
Hello.
Hello there.
Welcome.
Yeah, I'm glad to be here, and I'm waiting to. understand that what you were guys talking about. Who first proved that Earth is a globe?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, nobody.
Mm, so
That
I
was
have no
that's an
experience
easy
about
one to
that.
answer. Yeah. Whoa, I can hear.
I don't
Do you
know.
have me on some loudspeaker in the background? I can hear myself talking. It's very annoying, like an echo.
Oh,
Do you have headphones or something?
yeah. I'm sorry. I'm gonna change the headphone. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Give me a second.
Oh, DJ, you have such a nice voice, though, man. Come on, bro. It's alright.
Dude, I hate my voice. It's annoying.
What? You don't have one of those super feminine voices.
Like the soy boys in the politics server.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Those voices are annoying.
Yeah.
Is that okay right now?
Check. Yes, that's great. All right. Okay, so yeah, the first person attributed to claiming the Earth is a globe. Do you know the answer?
No.
Okay, so it is someone that allegedly lived about 500 years before Jesus, called Pythagoras. Right? You've heard of Pythagoras?
Yes, Pythagoras. Yeah, the Muslim.
Yeah, so
Muslim one.
So in the school system, they kind of teach you that Pythagoras was a mathematician and a man of logic and reason, and he was this very smart guy. Okay, but in reality, Pythagoras, right, doesn't really have a lot of evidence to show that he existed, right, the way that they tell us. But they do tell us that Pythagoras was the first person to say the Earth's a globe. And if you have a look into Pythagoras, you'll find out he was, if he existed the way that they tell us, he was like a mystic cult leader, essentially. And he basically worshipped spheres. Okay, and he thought because spheres are so amazing and perfect, then the Earth would have to be a sphere. How could it be anything that's not perfect? Why would God create something that's not perfect? And he also thought that the universe was a musical instrument, and that the planets weren't physical spheres, but they were actually musical instruments that would play songs and things like that. So, yeah, so that's the first person attributed to the Earth being a globe. And then after that, people kind of use that same philosophical reasoning, right? And that's how the globe became a thing. Yeah, it's kind of crazy, isn't it? Most people think that someone went out and actually did some tests, and they went out, they did some experiments and some science and some geometry, and they're like, hey, we've worked out that all of the cultures were wrong for thousands of years in thinking that the Earth was flat, and really it's a globe because we tested the Earth and we proved that it's a globe. Nobody ever did that. Right? That's not how the globe became a thing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What do you think about that?
And I'm kind of atheist, so I think I don't know about him that you explained, but yeah, I think he was not that type of experience that the Earth is flat, but yeah, it was the idea maybe, right?
Yeah, it was. That's what the globe is. It's an idea.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So who do you think proved that the Earth's a globe?
Oh, maybe first. I don't know who, but maybe who is trying to fly, or making a helicopter or someone. That type of scientist, maybe. Yeah.
So, do you think that people believed that the Earth was a globe before people were flying?
Maybe not. No.
Well, according to mainstream history, yes, they did. Right? They thought the Earth was a globe well before anyone was flying around in the air, according to the mainstream story.
With you guys?
That's no way to talk to the globe earthers in the chat, my friend.
Oh, I'm
There's nothing
stupid.
wrong with there's nothing wrong with them, right?
I'm
They're just
sorry.
repeating what they were taught at school.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yeah, I forgive you.
How are you guys?
Having a conversation with
good.
someone else. That's how we are. Yeah. So look, so you think, okay, so someone invents a helicopter, like you said. Okay, how does that validate the Earth's a globe?
Actually, I have no idea about the globe, but yeah, someone should know about the Earth is flat. How they know? It's a good question. I mean, a big question, and um, maybe the idea developed by experience. Group of scientists. I mean, group of people, not the same times, the different time, different people thought that, and yeah, they figure it out day by day. It's a
Yeah,
like
I love how you use
evolution.
the word maybe, right? It shows that you're honest. Maybe that happened, right? But actually that didn't happen. Yeah, sorry.
Then how is that one person?
Yeah, nobody ever went out and validated that the Earth is a globe, right? The globe exists as a concept. It exists as a mathematical concept. And it stems from people like Pythagoras, allegedly, right? Pythagoras, Aristotle, Plato. Okay, these people that basically thought that a sphere was a divine shape, the perfect shape, and therefore the Earth should also be a sphere. Right? People after that, right, they took the celestial sphere, and then, yeah, once again, they used the same reasoning, philosophical reasoning, to say, okay, if the heavens are a perfect sphere, then the Earth must also be a sphere. It's not because anyone went out and actually tested the Earth. Because when you go out and test the Earth, you don't find any curvature. We all experience the Earth as flat. Okay, you do, I do, everybody does. Okay, but they tell us that we're so small and the Earth is so big. Okay, we experience it as flat. But really it's a sphere, that's what they tell you. Okay, but what we're asking people for is how do we know that? Okay, who throughout all of history proved that the Earth is actually curving, right? Is actually a sphere that's spinning through outer space.
But no one ever gone through out of the world. I mean, the space or other side from the globe.
Went to outer space. Well,
Yeah,
the first
outer
people that
space.
said they went to outer space was the Soviets, right?
Yeah, then they did not figure out that the Earth is oval shape.
No. I don't think that they went to outer space. I think there was what we call the space race. You've heard of the space race?
Mm.
Yeah, and the Americans were competing with the Soviets to allegedly to try to get to space. And I believe that there was a lot of propaganda involved in that venture.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
Right? Look,
good at
this is the problem. Okay, we can't validate any of this space information that we get told. Okay, we might get shown some pictures and some videos. Okay, but that's about all you're going to be able to validate. Okay, you're gonna see some pictures, you're gonna see some videos, and then you have to trust whether it's true or not. Whether you trust the people that are giving you the information. Right, but what we can actually do to invalidate the information that we're being shown, if someone says the Earth's a globe, here's a picture of the globe from space, okay, we can go and test the surface of the Earth. The surface of the Earth is mostly covered in water, as far as we know. Okay, over 70% of the known surface area of the Earth is covered in water. Okay, if the Earth is a globe, all of that water should be curving, should be bending.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but when we go out and we do long distance tests, we don't detect any curvature, where there should be huge amounts of curvature.
Ships
Okay,
are
Okay. Um, uh, Elon Musk did share anything about the topics.
Well, he said that he sent a Tesla into space, and he said that we know it's real because it looks so fake.
You can
So,
tell
I
it's
don't know.
real because it looks so fake.
Well, there we go. That's him saying it right there. That was on point, whoever did that. So that was Elon Musk saying that his Tesla car that he said he sent to space looks really fake. Right? And we agree that it looks fake.
Yeah, even though some country went to moon, that was also fake.
Well, we can't validate it, can we? This is the problem. The footage looks extremely fake. Okay, it looks so fake that I don't know how anyone can take it seriously. Okay, there's a whole bunch of problems with that, though. So firstly, the footage looks fake. Secondly, we can't validate the footage. Okay, third, it's scientifically impossible to go into outer space the way that it's been explained, but that's a more complicated question right there, our topic. Okay, this is the thing. You can't validate it. Okay, we can, however, invalidate it. Okay, we can prove that it's not real because they're showing us a curving Earth. And then when we go and test the surface of the Earth using high-powered cameras, right, that can zoom a long distance laser testing, okay, we can shoot a laser beam across the surface of the water over very long distances. Okay, if the Earth was curving, the laser beam shouldn't hit the target on the other side of the body of water. But it does do that. Okay, and I'm just in the side chat, right? This isn't proof that it's fake, right? But just use your common sense and your basic logic and have a look at this footage, right? My common sense and basic logic would say, okay, this footage looks completely fake, right? It looks ridiculous, in fact.
Yeah, in my mind, also saying that if they went one time, why not again, and why not other countries trying to go there? And
great question. Great question.
Yeah.
So people actually asked NASA that question. Did you know that? They asked NASA recently, how come NASA doesn't go back to the moon?
Yeah,
It's gonna go
it
back
was easy
close.
for them. Yeah.
It's gonna.
Yeah. So this is. Yeah. So they've. Okay. So just a moment. Okay. So when they interviewed NASA recently, and they said, how come NASA doesn't go back to the moon? NASA said that we'd go back to the moon in a nanosecond. Okay, well, actually, it was an astronaut called Don Pettit. He said, I'd go back to the moon in a nanosecond, but we destroyed that technology. Okay, and it would be a painful process to build it back. So Don Pettit, one of NASA's main astronauts, he said that NASA destroyed the technology that they used to go to the moon, and it would be a painful process to build it back. Now, they've been saying they're going to go back to the moon since the 70s, right? They told us that they were going to build hotels on the moon and have bases on the moon and all sorts of things that never happened. Okay, once again, they keep pushing these missions back, pushing them back, right? And even if in this one recently where they say that they're going to go back to the moon, they're not going to go land on the moon. They're not going to have a buggy that drives around on the moon. They're not going to play golf on the moon like they pretended to do back in the 60s and 70s. Okay, they're just going to go apparently fly around the moon. They're probably going to provide some footage that we can't validate. Okay, and then the people are going to believe the footage, probably, just with blind faith.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
We can see with the telescopes, we can see the details of ISS and other satellites. So everyone can see it with their eyes. So
yeah, but the ISS, so the moon's meant to be 250,000 miles away. Okay, the ISS is just what, like a couple of hundred miles up in the air. That's the story. Okay, so if you can see a little light in the sky, you can zoom in on a little light or something like that, you can't really confirm exactly what you're looking at.
No,
right?
You can confirm actually because the shapes are clear. And
yeah, okay. So how do you know it's not something that is lower altitude than they're telling you? You can't confirm the altitude, right? You can't confirm that there are people on it.
No, you can actually, because sometimes astronauts go on it and you can see the astronaut with the telescope.
Yeah. Okay. Cool story. So you probably see it. What, a little blurry pixel, and they're
No,
going to tell you it's an astronaut.
You can actually pick the like solar panels and everything.
Okay. So how are you validating that it's in space, in a vacuum?
Because it's floating. If it was in the like closer.
Well, I see a plane flying, right? It's floating. Is that floating?
So you cannot see a astronaut in a plane that floating because there's a
No, you can see planes flying, right? I can see things moving across the sky. But how can you validate that? Okay, so how can you validate that the ISS or the light that you see in the sky is 250 miles above the surface of the Earth in a space vacuum, and that there's people on it? Yeah, like I mean, if you want to say that you can zoom in and see people that are outside of the ISS, I mean, post it in the side chat. Happy to have a look at it. I've seen some of that footage you're talking about, right? I can't validate the footage. Right? It looks pretty blurry to me. They'll show you a pixel and they'll say, oh, this pixel is an astronaut on the outside of the space station that's in space.
So in the plane,
above the globe.
So in the plane, you cannot see an astronaut floating around the plane because there's gravity.
No.
But in the
no.
ISS,
okay, so there's no astronauts on planes.
If you could put it like if you put a human or someone, they would fall off. That's why. But in ISS, they are not falling off.
Yeah, cool story. That's a great story.
And the good part is,
I have some basic logic for you. Think about this logic. Okay, so if the water on the Earth is not curving, would that mean that whatever's happening in the sky would be happening above a flat surface?
What do you mean?
Okay, if the water on the Earth is not curving, then whatever's happening above the flat surface of the Earth is happening above the flat surface of the Earth, not above a globe.
What's the point of it?
That stuff is flat.
What is the point here?
Yeah, so if you're claiming that because we can see something up in this, hold on a second, who's that? Right, so if you can see something up in the sky, cool, that's great. Okay, right? Maybe it's just happening above a flat surface. Okay, because if we can validate that the ground that we're standing on is not curving, okay, the water that covers most of the surface of the Earth is not curving, then whatever's happening up in the sky is happening above a flat surface.
But when I say about ISS, I'm not saying that ISS proves that Earth is not flat. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying you can see ISS and they are floating.
Yeah, I agree. I agree that you can see something that looks like the ISS up in the sky. I agree with you. I can't confirm exactly what I'm looking at. Okay, I can't confirm that there are people on it. Okay, cool. All right. So if you're saying that, so what's the point of bringing it up if it doesn't validate that the Earth's a globe?
So the reason is flat earthers doesn't believe there's space. They don't believe
yeah, so look, I believe that there's space, right? There's space all around us right now. Okay, there's space in your room right now. There's space up in the air. There's space in the trunk of your car if you have a car. You know, that kind of thing. That's space, right? If you're talking about the vacuum of outer space, yeah, that's not possible. Like you can't have a spinning water ball that's covered in gas inside a vacuum.
So
that's
do you
crazy.
agree that through the sky, the space is increased? Like in the ground, space is less, but in the up above is increased. Do you agree?
Space is just space is just the area between physical matter, basically. So like if you reach your hand around in front of you right now, all right, it's in the space. If you're talking about the vacuum of
what I'm
space,
saying is,
if you're talking about a space vacuum, yeah, that's not possible. That's a fairy tale.
I don't believe in any holy book. I mean the religious book, but I know that the Quran says that Earth is flat, and
that's right.
Yeah, the Bible, I don't think so. Said that like that, but
Same
kind
thing,
of
yeah. Ancient,
same.
all of the ancient cultures, all of the ancient religions, all had a flat Earth depiction.
Yeah, the Bible was making claims like the earth was spread out and the heavens was stretched out like a tent to dwell in, and that the earth was put on foundations, and that the waters of the earth is like in the palm of God's hands. And you know
And
exactly
the
what,
Earth
like,
cannot be
that's what
moved.
it's described. Yeah. You know what it looks like to have like water in the palm of your hand. That's what it's describing as the oceans and the seas. They're in the palm of his hand in Isaiah. So it's also describing a flat, enclosed, non-moving sanctuary. Jeremiah calls heaven, his throne is our sanctuary, while Jesus says, don't swear on heaven because it's a God's throne. So his throne, heaven, is our sanctuary, the thing that we live in like a building.
so I have a question from the previous conversations. So, do you guys believe that air is getting less and less through the sky?
Pressure decreases with altitude, yes. It has not ever been measured to decrease into a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum.
Wait.
It's
So,
calculated.
do you agree that in space, like the far you go, the air is becoming less? Do you agree
Yes,
that?
that's the story. I agree that, yes, that's the story.
Okay.
In physical reality, no one has ever measured the air pressure reach negative 10 to the negative 17 torr. That's calculated. They did math. They took pressure readings from different altitudes and was like, okay, well, if this is the case, let's do some math.
But can you prove it?
And what they actually say is that, like, the temperature decreases with altitude. And then in the area where they're unable to make measurements, they say that's where the temperature actually increases again and then decreases again over distance. Because I don't know if you paid attention in science class well enough, they actually gave you pictures and drawings of this is what the graph would look like. Pressure high here, it decreases with altitude, temperature decreases with altitude, and then temperature increases again while pressure remains low. In the mesosphere, they don't have equipment that can make measurements. Which that's about the area where they start saying Narnia exists.
Yeah, so look, this is the main thing, right? If the Earth's a globe, the water has to be curving. When we go and test the water, it's not curving.
But
Cannot be a globe.
with the ships, like they dissolve from the bottom to top.
No, they definitely don't do that, right? That's a myth. Okay,
No,
and when
not
we
myth.
actually go to the ocean, okay, that doesn't happen all the time. That only happens sometimes if you have certain conditions. Most of the time, you can zoom back in and see the whole ship again. Most of the time, it just disappears due to the angular size of the ship becoming too small to see. Right? I can show you footage of this.
Sure.
Right? It would also have to start disappearing at a certain distance if the Earth was a globe.
So what is the
Just a second.
reason that ships are dissolving from bottom to top in sometimes?
Okay, sometimes it's because of ocean swells. Okay, ocean swells, it's waves out in the ocean. When you're looking far out into the ocean, you can't really see the ocean swells. But if there's a ship, right, the ship will keep getting smaller and smaller and smaller due to perspective. As it goes further away from you, it's going to get smaller. But those waves that are still very close to you in the foreground are going to block the bottom of the ship. So it's going to look like the ship's disappearing bottom up. Okay, but if we don't have the waves, then that doesn't happen. Occasionally we can have miraging effects, okay, like sinking, and that can also make it look like the ship's disappearing from the bottom up. Okay, that's what it's defined as doing, right? If you go to Google right now and you type in what is sinking refraction, it will say something that that is physically unobstructed, looks like it's obstructed at the bottom because of the way that the temperature and the pressure's working at the time. Something along those lines.
But the videos I watched, they are not like mirages. Like it's
well, okay. So if it fits the definition of sinking refraction of a sinking, right? Sinking's it's a type of inferior mirage. Okay, so if it matches that exact definition, okay, then it's you're gonna have to count that out as a possibility. So if you want to find an example and post it in the side chat.
I cannot share videos or photos.
Yeah, you probably need to spend more time in the server to get that permission. You can post links though, right?
Oh, if I share links, yeah, sure. Sometimes links, like sharing links, also not allowed, but I'm gonna try.
Okay, so have a look in the side chat. Okay, so here's a giant ship.
Okay.
Okay, when he zooms out with the camera,
yes,
you can't see the ship at all. Okay, so obviously you can see that there's no waves here. Okay, we don't see any signs of any miraging effects. We just can't see the ship. Okay, so now if you imagine that ship was where the cameraman is and it sailed away to that distance, it would get smaller and smaller and smaller until you can't see it anymore.
But the point is not it's getting smaller, but if that ship would go farther, then we would see it dissolve bottom to top. But
well, actually, it should start happening at a certain distance, right? It should start happening at about 3 miles away, right? If you're a normal-sized person watching it from the shoreline. Okay, that doesn't happen, right? This ship that we can see here is at least 12 miles away from the shore.
How do you prove that?
Well, we have other examples where we've tracked the ship on ship tracking radar. Okay, so I'll show you another example.
Did you watch it doesn't dissolve like the whole time?
Yeah. You know, we can have different items, like different objects that are out in the ocean that we can see, like oil platforms and things like that. We can calculate how much they should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Okay, have a look at this one. Okay, this one was done by a PhD in optics named Dr. John D. Very smart guy. Okay, so he set his camera up at just 1 meter height. Okay, he's zooming out into the ocean to test for the curvature. Now he can see some windmills in the distance. Okay, you can see 6 windmills. Okay, the one on the left is 8 miles away, and each one's a little bit further away until you get to the one on the right. The one on the right is 11.2 miles away. Okay, 11.2 miles, that's 18 kilometers. Right, we can also see a ship out in the distance beyond the beyond the windmills. Okay, so he tracked that ship using ship tracking radar. Okay, and he validated that that ship is called the Shetland Trader, and it's 12.1 nautical miles away, which is 13.9 normal miles. Okay, here's a screenshot of the ship tracking radar. Okay, here's a picture of the ship. Here's
So
the size of
also, like you said, the camera is 1 meter up.
3.5 foot. Yeah, 1.07 meters height.
It's also important to
Right. So taking that into account. Okay, so here we go. Here's the mathematics. Right. So look. First, let's focus on the windmill. Okay, because we know the exact distance to the windmill. Okay, it's 11.2 miles away. The furthest windmill on the right-hand side. Okay, so if we take the camera height into account, right, have a look at this screenshot here. Okay, so distance to the object is 11.2 miles. Okay, that's the windmill tower that you can see when he zooms in. Okay, the eye height level is 3.5 foot, which is 1 meter. Right, that means the horizon should be 2.29 miles away, which is about 3.4 kilometers. Okay, and the bottom of the windmill should be hidden behind the horizon by 52 feet, which is also 16 meters, which is also like a 5-story building. Okay, but none of it's hidden. We can see the whole thing. Okay, so have a look, right? Here's a close-up. Just a second. Right, here's a close-up of the windmills. And then here's a picture of them in the zoom footage. Okay, so we can see the bottom of the windmills touching the water. You can see the black bit at the bottom.
Would
Right,
we
that should
see
be
them if the camera is on the ground?
Well, he did a different observation where he lowered the camera a bit more. Okay, but like, so in this other observation, see the second one at the bottom one, he lowered the camera down to 2 foot, right? 60 centimeters above the surface. You can still see the whole things. Okay, but like you said, we just take the observer height. Yeah, I got the video. We take the observer height into account, and we're using Earth curvature calculators. Okay, so you shouldn't be able to see the bottom portion of the windmills, and the horizon should be at a certain distance, right? 2.3 miles away. That's why he has the windmills there, right? The windmills are distance markers. So we can confirm that the horizon is not in front of the windmills.
But the camera is not on the ground. It's the same video.
Yeah, but you said we need to take the height into account.
So what about the image video of camera is on the ground?
If you put the camera on the ground, right,
you would
then
see different.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, do you want to see an observation where the camera is 3 inches above the surface of the water?
Hey, before we move away from this, according to the observation at 3.5 feet and seeing the horizon beyond 11.2 miles, what does this observation make the radius value?
He's not going to be able to work that out.
Well, he's saying he wants to see it on the ground, right?
Yes.
If at 3.5 feet you see the horizon beyond 11.2 miles, the radius value is 94,000 miles, and they're claiming 3,959. If you make the camera lower to the ground, like 1 foot, and you see the horizon beyond 10 miles, that makes the radius value 264,000 miles. So if he was to put the camera on the ground, it would be worse for your position because you're super invalidating the claimed radius. Does that make sense?
If you put it on the ground, my claim would be stronger, not worse.
No, your claim would be worse. I can show you an
Okay,
image where the guy
where is-
was in a kayak, set his camera near the water, 7 inches above the water, and can see a bridge 9 miles away.
Sure, but
Sure, but this
where
destroys the globe, dude.
not destroys because where is the footage of like?
Oh,
the
here,
camera
I
is
got
on
it.
the ground?
I got one for you right here. Okay, right. So this one's even lower than 7 inches. This is 3 inches above the surface of the lake. Right, completely still lake, and he can see something that's 14 miles away. Okay, so just a second. Here we go. You want something lower to the ground? We can give you something lower. We can give you something higher. We have hundreds of these observations. Okay, so have a look at this one. He lowers the camera 3 inches above the surface of the water. And he can see at the peninsula that's 13.8 miles away. We can see the whole peninsula. The horizon now should be at half a mile away. But it's not there. The curvature's not there.
But where is the ship?
We can see a peninsula. Why does it have to be a ship? It's a peninsula.
It's not the same
It's a
thing.
distance. Yeah, it's
You're
a
right.
different
The
thing.
landmass is not going to move at all.
Lakes are smaller than the oceans, so we can.
Yeah, so this is 13.8
Curvature rate
miles.
would still be the same.
This is 13.8 miles from point A to point B, right? From where he's standing to that peninsula, you can see that's 13.8 miles. Over that distance, how much curvature do you think there should be?
But that peninsula is high, so high. Like
What's high?
the peninsula, like the land.
No, the peninsula is touching the water. It's not high. You can see the whole peninsula. Okay, you shouldn't be able to see any of the peninsula. It should be hidden behind 120 foot of Earth curvature. Okay, and the horizon, you know what the horizon is? Remember you said boats go over the horizon?
Yeah.
Okay, so anything that goes past the horizon should start to become hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, right?
Yes.
Okay, what's the horizon? That's the line in which the sky and the ground would appear to meet, right? That's the definition of horizon, by the way. Okay, so it should be at 0.6 miles from a 3-inch observation height. There's no horizon at 0.6 miles.
What about the footages of the ships are like looks like sinking? Like there's also footage of that.
Yeah, so go to Google. Okay, so first we need to check how big are the waves and how high is the camera above the surface. So you're going to have that information. That's the first information.
It's not about waves because the ships I'm looking is too like the height is too much for the ships. So
Okay, so if you put your hand out in front of your face, can you block a ship? Can you block a mountain?
If my face would be so big, I couldn't do that.
No. You understand how perspective works, right? You could put your finger in front of your eye and block the whole mountain.
What I'm saying is that the perspective doesn't like save this because the ships are too high. So you can clearly see
Do you understand that so the ship is high, but in the distance it looks like it's really small because of the way perspective works, right? Right. So if you have the ship right in front of you, okay, you have to point your hand up. You want to point to the top of the ship. You're pointing up in the air. Okay, and as the ship moves away from you, you're going to keep pointing at the top of the ship. What's going to happen? Your hand's going to get lower and lower and lower and lower until eventually, once the ship's really far away from you, you're going to be pointing down. Not because you're taller than the ship, because this is the basics of how perspective works. Things get smaller in the distance.
I don't think that.
Really? You don't think things get smaller in the distance due to perspective?
Yeah, it's getting smaller, but it doesn't like necessarily related to the waves. Doesn't really matter about like the waves are too unimportant.
Yeah, it's called angular size.
Oh my God,
That's
bro!
how things appear in your vision. They have an angular size. They take up a percentage of your view.
Just think about it, my friend. It's basic perspective.
The term I think you're looking for, DJ, is called diminution.
Yeah, so why can you hold your hand out in front of your face and block the boat? You can't see the boat, right? You can block it with your hand, even though your hand is small. You can block a boat, a giant boat, right? Why? Why do you think that is?
It's because
you know what? I'm just going to give you. I'm just going to give you a real example. Okay, so here's a real world example, right? Something that you can't deny, right? Because you can see it happening right in front of your face.
I'm not disagreeing that smaller things like you cannot block smaller things with your finger.
You can block things with your finger.
Yeah.
I can block the sun with my thumb.
Exactly.
Why can you block the sun with?
Wait. You can block. What I'm saying, you can block. But in this video, like the waves, like it makes a boat sinking, but at the same time it gets to the like it gets up also.
Yeah, that's because it's a little boat, right? If this was a big boat, the waves wouldn't have an effect on it. It's not going to bob up and down. If the boat's 50 million tons, right, and you've got some little waves, it's just going to sink. It's just going to sit deep in the water, and these little waves are not going to make it bob up and down like this little sailboat.
So even the smallest boat, you can see the half of the boat with the waves. So in the like huge ships, it doesn't affect. It clearly shows that because even the smallest like boat, you can see half of them. Like the wave doesn't like eat it. Like the wave doesn't make it dissolve completely. Even the smallest boat. But imagine with the big ships, like in the big ships, the waves are less important.
That's what I just said.
So
it's exactly what I just said. Okay, so the waves are going to block the bottom portion of the boat in the same way that you can block the bottom portion of something with something that's smaller than the object as long as it's closer to you. Okay, like Sheepdog just said, you can block the sun with your thumb.
Okay.
Okay, so you can block the bottom of a boat, right, with some waves that are closer to you.
What happens is it's not the bottom of the ship, like the upper ships are also dissolving over time, like not just the bottom.
Okay, that's because they're going behind the waves, right? Just like you can block the sun, the whole sun, with your thumb. How big's the sun? Pretty big, right? According to you guys?
Yes.
And you can block the whole thing with your thumb. The whole thing. Can't even see it with your little tiny thumb.
The point is, it have to be like, it doesn't have to be the bottom, but it would be the whole when you say you can block it. Like, but it is only bottom to top. So it's not really about waves.
Yeah, so as the ship goes further away, it gets smaller due to perspective. It appears smaller due to perspective, right? But the waves are still the same distance away from you because the waves are coming in uniform. So just says there's waves at 1 mile away from you, but the ship's 20 miles away from you. As the ship's moving further away, it's going to get smaller and smaller and smaller. Okay, but the waves, they're still 1 mile away from you, blocking the bottom of the ship. You need to use basic logic here, my friend.
Like, there's not always waves. Like, there's sometimes no waves.
So I showed you footage where there's no waves, and the ship didn't disappear bottom up.
So you are saying without no waves, ships not dissolving from bottom to top, always.
Unless you have an inferior mirage. Okay, right, like this, right? So here's an example showing you a giant ship. You can't see the ship when he's zoomed out. Okay, when he zooms in, well, not this one. 1 second. Right,
There's
so we
a
have
ship
100.
there. It's up to the
There is a
left.
Yeah, so this ship should be completely
good.
hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, my friend. Completely hidden by 27 meters. You shouldn't be able to see the ship when you zoom in. It should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth.
The
Right,
ship's
see-
13 miles away. That makes the horizon farther than 13
huge ship.
miles. What would the radius value be for 3.5 feet with 13 miles distance to horizon? What would that radius value be?
Okay, look, let's use some basic math here. Okay, so we have a 1 meter observation height. What distance should the horizon be?
I don't know.
Okay, well, do you want to check or do you want me to tell you?
You can tell.
Okay, it should be at 3.4 kilometers. Do you see the horizon at 3.4 kilometers?
I don't know. I didn't check it.
Okay, can you see the video? Okay, so the windmill farm is at 8 miles away. Okay, 8 to 11 miles away. Can you see a horizon in front of the windmill farm? Hello?
Are you saying the, like, dolphin? Oh, new video. Okay. Wait, which video are you talking about? The Stark video or?
Yeah, 8 minutes past the hour. 8 minutes past the hour. Look, I'm going to post it. I'll post it again. Right, so just have a look at it now. Okay, 1 meter observation height. 1 meter observation height. On a globe, the horizon should be at 3.4 kilometers. Right, we've got the distance to the windmills. Okay, 18 kilometers. Okay, the horizon should be at 3.4 kilometers. The windmill's 18 kilometers away. Where's the horizon? Is the horizon in front of the windmills?
It's a little bit above.
Beyond. Beyond. So what you mean?
Yeah.
Further. Beyond the windmills.
Yes.
Okay, so what distance should the horizon be at? 3.4 kilometers. Okay, so when you say boats disappear behind the horizon.
Yes.
Okay, so that would be anything, not just boats, right? Anything that goes beyond the horizon.
Yes. For
Should
example,
start.
skyscrapers, like
Yeah, or windmills, right? Or windmills, windmills like the ones in the observation.
When you look at the Chicago from further, like you can clearly see their like skyscrapers the top, but not the bottom.
Right, but you shouldn't be able to see any of the skyscrapers. They should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth.
Why would it necessarily be like that?
Because of the size of the Earth. Okay, so it's 52 miles away. Okay, and pick the height of the tallest skyscraper, and then work out if it should be able to be seen on a globe.
What is
and you'll find out that no, the whole city should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Yet we can see nearly all of the skyscrapers.
What is the calculation here?
I can do the calculation right now. Just a second. All right, so we have 52 miles is the distance. I'm not sure exactly what the eye height level is in that test. Do you know?
Which one?
The main one, the one that they had on the news.
Oh. Let's see.
Well, I'll say this. It can be seen on several days throughout the year. People actually go there all the time to actually go see that view. And it's right on the beach. So you could say anywhere between 6 feet and 10 feet.
Oh, it's off a beach?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Lake
Skiba,
Michigan's beach.
Oh, Skiba did it from a boat.
Yeah, well, Skiba did it on from a boat, and then on the same day when he did his boat ride, they got back to the Michigan shore, and they stopped at a coffee shop, and he turned his camera on and looked back at Chicago, and there was a towering effect happening on one of the buildings, and he was able to see it from the 3 feet from the water's surface.
Yeah.
Because he zoomed in on people and he was looking at their waist.
Right. Yeah, so you shouldn't be able to see the buildings. Okay, so there's 1,800 foot of obstruction over that distance. Okay, but the tallest building is only 1,400 feet high. That's the tallest one in the entire city of Chicago. So just because you can't see the very bottom of the buildings, that doesn't mean that the Earth's a globe.
But also it doesn't mean that the Earth is flat.
Okay, well, we experience the Earth as flat. The observation, it doesn't match up with the globe. Okay, every single observation we can see much further than you would be able to see on a globe.
Can you?
Right, you don't have any evidence that it is a globe, and you experience it as a flat Earth.
Hello,
So
guys.
what's your argument? Hey, welcome, bro.
Can you write it down the calculation about like the skyscraper?
Yeah, I can take a screenshot.
I heard some your discussion about the flat Earth. I'm a seaman, and maybe I can help you to answer some questions if you have.
Okay, cool. All right, we're looking for empirical evidence of the surface of water curving that conforms in such a way to the Earth being a globe. Okay, there's the screenshot in the side chat for the Chicago skyline observation, approximately.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're looking for someone to empirically validate that the Earth is curving. We have hundreds of observations that show that it's not curving. And we need some explanations. We need some counter evidence. Because at the moment...
My English is not so good. Curving, it's... I understand what is curving.
Bending, yeah, like bending. Yeah.
So what do you want to know? Like, what is the question?
Yeah, so how do people validate that the Earth is curving?
So what's the proof that the Earth is a sphere? That is the question.
Yeah, no, I asked the question very specifically. So 70% of the surface of the sphere is covered in water. Okay,
yes.
the water should be curving because of the size of the sphere and because of gravity. Okay, it should be curving at a specific rate. But
Yes,
there's
that's
no
correct.
Right, but it doesn't do that.
Water curving the surface.
Yeah. Yeah, the surface of the water is not curving.
Why? It's curving. You
Okay, we
have a
tested it.
different. We have a
We
different.
tested. Go ahead.
We have a different depth because of that. Like deep under the ocean, deep something, or shallow water. Because water.
That's because the depth under the water.
Yes.
Right. It changes. Right. You
Yes,
can have trenches and you can have high spots and low spots. Okay. So obviously it's going to change. I'm talking about the surface of the water. Okay. They call it mean sea level. Do you know what mean sea level means?
Yes, I know.
Okay. So we're talking about. Okay. So if we have mean sea level. Right, in one place, it's the same as the mean sea level on a different place. Okay, so the mean sea level, if I'm standing on one side of the shoreline at the beach, right, and okay, and then you're standing 20 kilometers away from me, and we both have our feet in the water. Okay, both of our feet will be sitting at mean sea level. Right, at sea level. We can call it sea level because the tide will be doing something, right? But our feet will be at sea level.
Yes.
Okay, so between me and you, there should be a certain amount of curvature.
No. The distance, 20 miles, is very short distance. If you stand in America and I will stand in Great Britain, we have a difference.
Okay, so how much curvature do you think there is over 20 miles?
I don't know, but I tell you, if you will stand, if your feet will be in water on west coast of America, and my feet will be in seawater in Great Britain.
Let's just focus on 20 miles to begin with.
No, 20 miles, it's a very small distance. That is a problem.
Okay, so let's calculate how much curvature there is over 20 miles.
Okay, we can.
Do you think that if me and you are standing 20? Hold on a second. We have some disruptive people.
The problem is not because of the distance. If we speaking about the sea level, it's the sea level change not because of the Earth's surface, not because of the ground. The water level changed because of the moon. Did you know that?
Yeah, I know all of that, right? I also went to school. So this is right. So try to stay focused. Try to stay focused, my friend. Okay, if I'm standing 20 miles away from you, do you think that if I have a zoom camera, okay, a very powerful camera, okay, should I be able to zoom in and see you 20 miles away?
Wait, let me check what is 20 miles because we have kilometers.
Okay, it's about 30 kilometers. But
30
yeah,
kilometers.
So it's not the best time. And I was so
We can, if you want to know how the Earth bends for 20 miles, we can take the whole.
Yeah, I already know the answer. I'm just trying to get you to see if you can tell me the answer.
We can take the whole surface, the whole Earth, and divide for 20 miles, and then we will get an answer, I think.
Well, that's not the correct way to do it, but yeah, we can work out how much. Okay, so all right. Okay, so it's 32 kilometers. Okay, so if I'm standing 32 kilometers away from you, how much curvature do you think there would be over that distance?
Okay, let me calculate. Zero dot 0.02 kilometers. 20 meters.
No,
says.
that's incorrect.
No, this is correct. Yeah, I agree.
That's wrong. Yeah, it's 75 meters. Yeah, I'll give you a calculator so you can work it out easily.
Yeah,
Okay.
give me.
Here's an Earth curvature calculator. Right, it's just posted it in the side chat for you, so you can put in the information.
Thank you.
I can just put the screenshot in the side chat, and you can check it if you want. I'll just take the screenshot from the curvature calculator tool.
You do know,
Okay,
I mean, you do know about circumference and all this kind of stuff, or not?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what we're testing.
Yeah.
Right. So in this observation, this hypothetical observation that we're talking about, okay, so you would be 32 kilometers away from me. Okay, and you said that that's not much distance because of the size of the globe. Okay, but the Earth curvature calculator is saying that there's 75 meters of curvature over that distance. 75 meters. That's like a skyscraper. That's like a skyscraper building.
I don't think that it's correct. I'm trying to find when I was at university in maritime school, we did some tasks for that.
You can just go to Google. Just go to Google and type in Earth curvature calculator. Pick any calculator you want. Okay, these are calculators that will determine how much something should be curving on a globe over distance.
Maybe we
I
don't.
can tell you
feel
the. I mean, I can tell you the formula if you want to do it manually. I mean, pretty easy. You can just do it 8 inches per mile squared. That's going to work over this distance.
Bro, I was in space.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw you there yesterday.
Oh shit.
Yeah, we're Swedish and we are employed. So, Tanner, just stop it. It's embarrassing.
I guess Tanner ran out of globe evidence.
Yeah, so he has to focus on people instead of the actual argument. It's ridiculous. I apologize on behalf of the Swedish people.
It's okay.
We have
An alpha.
retards in
All of
Sweden as
his
well.
particles are alpha particles.
Sorry, go ahead.
All of his particles are alpha particles. He can't help it.
Yeah, that's about the best proof you're going to be able to provide, isn't it? An emoji of a little cartoon ball.
Your website, I checked, and it's correct. I have I remember the mathematics from university and the same results. So what's the question?
Okay, the question is that when we actually go out and make this observation over 20 miles, we don't detect 20 miles. There is actually zero curvature over that distance. Consistently.
Where it says curvature on this? Wait, I'll put a screenshot.
This is making the calculation based off the curvature of the globe. That's what the calculation is about, right? That's why it's telling you the distance to the horizon and how much should be hidden behind the horizon of the object in the distance. That's a byproduct of the curvature of the Earth. Right? Remember, that's what we're talking about right now. How much would the Earth curve over 20 miles? Okay, it's called an Earth curvature calculator.
I cannot send a screenshot. I don't know why.
Yeah, what's the name of the calculator that you're using? Is it an Earth curvature calculator?
Yeah, the same, which you sent me.
Earth curvature? Is that what it's calculating?
Earth.
Yeah.
But there is no. There are 4 lines, like distance to the object, eyesight level, distance to the horizon, obscured object part. Where is Earth curvature? The answer.
Okay, so these distances is a byproduct of the curvature of the Earth. Okay, so the horizon, because of the curvature of the Earth, the horizon should be at that distance.
So distance to horizon is 5. If we take a distance to the object 20 miles, and eyesight level 2 meters, like human height, around 2 meters. So distance to horizon is 505 kilometers.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, so when we go and test for that, in reality, it's not at 5 kilometers.
Okay,
because when we go and test, in reality, it's not there. It's not there.
If you go for 20 miles from the object, if object will be 20 miles from you, the distance will be 5. Okay, maybe no, and I can explain why. Because there are some atmosphere conditions, some, like, for example, because of atmosphere, sometimes we can see further, or the opposite of further, like
Well,
shorter.
That's incorrect. We can always see a huge amount further. Yeah.
No, not always. No.
Okay, well, unfortunately, this is where you have to back up your claims, right? This is the channel that you come to where if you make a claim, you need to be able to back it up.
Back up, you mean I need to prove? To prove my
Yeah,
scores?
if you want to make a claim, I mean, I can prove, right? Anything I claim, I can prove, like I can show you
Yeah, me
a
too.
real world demonstration.
Me too. My proof is when you see the ship, for example, and the ship like in the sky over the horizon, like on top of the horizon. It's because your side line of vision reflect to the atmosphere and back from atmosphere to the water. That's why you see over the horizon, like more far.
Okay, how far away is the ship?
That's in real.
How far away is the ship? Show us an observation so we can discuss it.
How far away? What?
Yeah.
Show
okay,
us
you
a
made
video.
claim.
Show
Go back
us a
to claim.
video of a ship on the horizon, and then tell us about how far away the ship is, and tell us how high the camera was when it took this observation, so we can discuss what atmospheric conditions are occurring in the observation. I also need to know the temperature of the air and the water that day.
Yes. The temperature, one of the how to say.
These are all the factors that come into play when making an observation in reality, especially over large distances. Do you agree with that, or is there something else that we're missing?
I didn't understand. My English level is not so good. That's the problem.
Well, you agree that weather and like the particles in the air, right? In the air
temperature
itself,
and yes, temperature and atmosphere. Yes, I agree with that. It
all
depends
those
on.
things can cause distortion, right?
But let me check what is distortion.
I'll put a definition for you in the side chat. It may not be correct, but we'll find out.
Yes, distortion. Exactly. Yes, it will cause distortion.
So we would have to know all the conditions that are occurring at the time, like what's the humidity for that day? What is the temperature for the air and for the water that day? Is it windy that day? Right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So if you have an observation, we would love to discuss the conditions for that day and what we're seeing in the observation. We're not going to say, well, you have to imagine, right? Because that's not reality, right? Like I can imagine unicorns in my head.
Yeah.
What we need something concrete where we all can agree on is reality.
So we need experiment for that.
Well, we need an observation first. Because the scientific method requires an observation of the natural world, right? Something that everybody can observe together. And then from that observation, then you create a hypothesis. And then once you define your variables in the hypothesis, then you can do the experiment, right?
Yeah, so we need to take an observation of temperature, humidity, and etc.
So yeah, do you have one of those?
No, I don't have.
Oh, but you have. I thought you had evidence of curves.
But I have like the answer, the website which we tested, it's correct because we have a like normal distance will be like this in normal conditions of humidity, temperature. I don't know what it means normal. Like nobody says.
Well, normal
Exactly.
would be like
Okay.
the temperature is the same or roughly the same over the water and over in the air. That would be
It's
normal,
like
right?
like standard, yeah, like normal conditions. And in these
Go ahead,
conditions,
DJ.
these numbers will be correct. But you're right. We need to for observation. We need to take observation first if we want to have a correct answer. So
So do you have one of those?
oh, I don't have observation of temperature and etc. I didn't make them.
Well, what about, so then you said you have an observation, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing it's an observation of a ship blocked by the curve of the Earth, right?
But on ship, we have observation. Usually, we make notes in logbook. Every day, every hour, we make an observation of humidity, temperature, etc. So,
Okay, this is very simple. Okay, show us one observation that matches up with the globe. Throughout all of history, one. It doesn't happen. It doesn't match up with the globe. Right? No one's ever done that.
what has not happened?
The globe. Okay, you said under normal conditions, the horizon would be 5 kilometers away. Okay,
Yes.
cool. Show us that. Show us proof of that. Because every single time we go out and test for it, we can see orders of magnitude further. Okay, the horizon's never at 5 kilometers away from 2 meters height.
Mm-hmm.
Never. Not even close. Never closer than that either. Not that I've ever seen. Okay, in fact, I can show you an observation right now. If you have a look in the side chat.
Mm-hmm. I'm looking.
Okay, so this is 34 kilometers. Okay, and this is 1.5 meters height, observation height.
And you see the how to say?
Yeah, so we have a 1.5 meter camera height. Okay, and we have a 34 kilometer distance. Okay, that means the horizon should be at 4.4 kilometers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but we don't see the horizon over the entire 34 kilometer lake. Okay, in fact, we don't see any curvature. We don't see any horizon. We just see all the way across the lake. Okay, so have a look at this, right? This is what it looks like on the other side of the lake. Okay, that's what he's zooming into. Okay, and then when he zooms in from 34 kilometers away, we just see the same thing, right? Just from further away.
Can you send me the link on video? I will see the video. I will watch the video.
Yeah, we'll get there's a video. Right, is that the video? No, that's it.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, yeah, you're right. That is a video. Correct.
Hello everyone. This video is primarily for the
Well, at least he's watching it.
This is true.
So DJ, with that boat and the windmills observation being 13 miles, camera height 3.5 feet, that makes the Earth's radius value 127,474 miles.
Wow, that's pretty big. I think it's actually 13.9 miles away, the boat. But yeah, pretty big radius for a little globe.
Mhm.
Anyone here?
Say it again.
Earth is really flat.
Yes.
So how you can prove them?
Looking at the horizon, specifically over water, since water does not have topography like mountains and hills to distort the horizon. If the Earth was a sphere, the water, looking over water, would be the perfect place for measuring curvature of Earth, since the water is perfectly conforming to the sphere because gravity is keeping it to the edge of that sphere.
So if Earth is flat, so how to get sky? We should go sky because if Earth is flat.
If the Earth is flat and you fly into the sky and you look at the Earth, you're looking at a flat Earth.
So if we going to the end of the Earth like Greenland, because he is I think the most nearest part with the sun, so we cannot go to the sun or other outside of the Earth because you know.
Yeah. You will never experience any other place than where you experience Earth right now.
If we not experience, but we can imagine and we can think that the Earth is not flat.
Imagination doesn't prove anything.
Why not? God is everything. Imagination.
I can imagine unicorns. I can imagine fairies and gnomes and giants and trolls. And I can say that the reason you stay in the seat right now is because there's a gnome sitting on top of your head while a fairy is sprinkling dust on you that keeps you into the chair. That doesn't make it true. I can imagine all kinds of things. What's going to make whether or not what I say is true is whether or not it can be verified.
So I will never accept the Earth is flat.
You will never accept that the Earth is flat. Is that what you
So
said?
we will fight.
So, observable reality is a matter of you accepting it or not.
I told you I will never accept it because it's not a. It's a. Every researcher have made thousands of videos on this in one topic that he prove them that the Earth is not flat.
Okay. Earth is not flat. You need to stop being Muslim.
No.
Well, they're disproving your book.
I'm an atheist.
If they're going into outer space and they're seeing the Earth as a ball, they have proven that your book is wrong, because your book says that the Earth was spread out like a carpet and that there's
I'm
seven
not
heavens.
quoting any book.
So if this is a matter of you accepting whether or not, now you've got a philosophical contradiction. You're saying, this thing I will never accept, but then there's also something else that I hold to be true, near and dear to my heart. Well, now, the thing that you will never accept to be true, that's also near and dear to your heart, what are you going to do with it?
So, in my own mind, I have cleared that Earth is not flat, but I cannot understand you how the Earth is not flat. And in our childrenship, we thinking the how we can go to the space, how to go to the sky. But now we think that we never go to a sky from Earth.
Yeah, you've never been to the sky. So, how do you prove that the Earth is a sphere from the ground?
So, what is your religion? Then I will understand you better.
I prefer Christianity. But
okay,
religion does not control how I view reality. How I view reality is what determines the truth about reality.
When someone fight you and once slap on you, that you will never feel them. You will feel them, but not seeing what is. So that are same.
If somebody hits me, I know that they've hit me. I will
Yes,
never
you
deny
cannot-
that the person has hit me. How is
Yeah,
it
this is-
you see the Earth as flat, right? But you deny that it is the way you see it. Just like if someone was to hit you, you would accept that they hit you.
Maybe. Okay, I'm never accepted them.
All right. Well, if you want to prove that the Earth is flat, right? If you care to challenge the idea that the Earth is a sphere, then they have told you that the Earth has a specific size to its shape. They say it is 3,959 miles. This means if you go outside and you look to the horizon, that horizon should be at a specific distance. If you're 1 foot above the water, the horizon should be at 1.2 miles. If you're at 6 feet, it should be at 3 miles. If you're at 32,000 feet, then it should be 209, 213 miles away. If you're at 44,000 feet, it should be 250 miles away. If you see farther than that, you are not looking at the size that they claim. Because
Vince, I'm convinced that Earth is flat now. What's
Yeah.
wrong with that other guy? Why aren't you convinced, dude?
because he hasn't been to space.
No, space is fake. Can't go there.
Yeah. So now he's got to look at it from the ground, accept what his senses is saying, but he doesn't want to.
I noticed he likes slapping or something. That's crazy. Go
Yeah.
right to slapping people as a proof of something.
I think he was trying to go along the lines of solipsism. You can't know it to be true.
Unless you slap yourself.
Well, you could have just imagined that.
He was spanking himself, yeah.
That's what they do in here.
Guys,
What's up?
I think we calculated the distance in a wrong way.
What's the right way?
Finally, give us the correct way.
Between 30 to 35
35 what?
miles
For what?
for Chicago Silhouette.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
We were talking with the DJ.
What about it?
52 miles.
I realized that the distance is not 52, but rather between 30 to 35.
Is that a unit conversion issue?
Yes.
Well, I mean, like
No.
50 kilometers is 30 miles, right? So
Okay, so I have one right here. Chicago skyline from 52 miles away. There you go. Here you go. Here's the link. Here's a link.
And that's just a place people go and do it all the time at that spot. They know it's 52 miles away. It's not like everybody that went there got it wrong.
It's not 52.
You know, you can observe things from different places, right? Maybe you could observe it from 35 miles away if you go to a different place. Okay, but the observation that I'm talking about is done from 52 miles away. Okay, so I'll post it in the side chat. Okay, so this one is 52 miles away. Right? This was your evidence, by the way. I didn't even bring this up as evidence. Someone said this is evidence that the Earth's a globe. So, yeah. How does this prove the Earth's a globe? Here's Chicago skyline from 52 miles away.
What's the location?
What's up?
I'm all ears, ready for your information.
Where is the location for the picture?
I don't know, man. It was on the news. I didn't bring it up. This wasn't. This
on the news.
This wasn't my evidence.
So I wasn't talking about this.
Okay. What were you talking about?
Because I cannot send the image, so.
Okay. You can send it to me in the DM.
Okay. I cannot send message to you.
You probably can. You probably just have to send me.
I got a message from bot.
Okay, what does the message say?
You don't share server with the recipient.
Okay, well, send me a friend request and then it'll work. Okay, so what's the observer height? How do we confirm the distance?
I mean, the observer height is, even though we change it like 2 weeks or something, it doesn't really change too much.
Okay, so what's the observer height in the image that you sent? And how do you know?
I don't know.
Okay, well, so how does this prove that the Earth's a globe?
How do you know the observer's height in the other photo?
Yeah.
I didn't use the other photo as evidence of anything.
I also didn't.
I know the observer's height in all of the observations that I present.
Here, DJ, I'm going to post something for you. This is what they did when they took that picture. Just going to show you how they did it. And then he can argue with me about it all he wants, or argue with you. I'm just going to give you a little bit of something to look at. You're going to be like, oh, what? I don't understand. Watch. As soon as my things load, since it's so slow here. There you go. Take a snapshot when that boat's down behind the wave, and then you got that same picture.
We already saw that video.
Okay, so how does your image prove that the Earth is a globe?
Because the distance and the calculations are match.
Okay, so how did you do the calculations if you don't know the observer height?
I just guessed it.
Oh, really? So we can just guess? We can just guess observer heights and just guess, just do math based on the guess?
Obviously, it's not taken from a mountain or like space, so it's not really.
Okay, so what's your guess on the
Intellectual
observer height?
say what?
We could say 10 feet, 20 feet.
Okay. Well, how do you know it's not just zoomed in? How do you know it's not
100 feet
10
high?
Yeah, it could be 100 feet high, and it's
What if
just
it's
zoomed
1,000? Is it 1,000 feet high, dude?
What?
Never mind. You don't get it.
If you're 10 foot high, the horizon should be at 3.7 miles.
Okay.
Okay? Let's go 80 feet. That's 10 miles.
What's the distance? What's the distance to Chicago?
25. You could say.
Okay, how do you know that?
I just checked in the Google Maps.
Okay, so where's he standing?
Oh yeah, post that for us.
Oh yeah, sure.
So it's weird. In a shorter distance, you see Earth curve, but in longer distances, you don't. It's kind of globe is so opposite.
He'd need to be 1,800 feet high in order to have the horizon at 50 miles.
It's not 50 miles.
Did you post the confirmation of the distance?
Wait. This is the owner of the photo, and it says the photo is taken in Indiana Dunes State Park. And when you calculate the edges of the park, it's between 30 miles to 35 from the Chicago skyscrapers.
$850 feet high gives you 34.98 miles distance to horizon. Is he 850 feet high?
What is 855?
1.2 times the square root of 850 gives you 34.985 and some other numbers.
Can you share the calculations?
Yep, 1 second.
How come you don't have video like the picture I posted underneath yours, where you can see that I can snap a picture anytime, go click, and now the boat's behind the horizon, and then I can take another picture, and the boat is just regular, just sitting there. How come you just waited till the wave was like that in front of you?
They don't show the photos, but they rather show videos of horizon thing, or the seeing curvature. It's not only photo; it's video. Videos all the time.
Okay, so it says in your ad, okay, or in your screenshot, this is what it says. Okay, so it says that the Indiana Dunes offers breathtaking views of downtown Chicago. Right, so obviously it sounds like he's climbed up the dunes, right, the sand dunes, and he's taken his footage from the sand dunes, which are up to 176 to 192 feet, right, 54 to 59 meters above the level of Lake Michigan.
It makes the vision clear and more.
Okay, so you need to take that into account.
But it only it doesn't change that it doesn't visible at that distance.
If your horizon distance.
It increases the horizon distance with this. For example, if he did climb.
What distance is the horizon? You have no idea because you don't know the observer height at all. So how does this prove that the Earth's a globe? Do you even have an argument?
Let me check the highest point of dunes.
59 meters. But you don't know where he's standing.
I mean, with the highest level of it, it's still visible. I mean, it's not impossible to see. I mean, what you see is here is not a wrong thing. The calculations are not if even the highest point and the lowest point, it doesn't change anything.
Okay, how does that prove the Earth's a globe? Why would this not be possible on a flat Earth?
Because as you can see, you only see half of the sky.
You can see that water is pretty choppy. If you've never lived on the Great Lakes, it's got some waves going on. What time did they take that? Where's the other pictures?
What do you mean waves? So you are saying that there's waves, more than ocean?
You ignored the picture I posted after yours. You ignored the one of the boat going across the lake, and then all of a sudden it's down under the horizon, and then it's back up again.
I didn't ignore that.
That's happening in your picture. You think that picture is a perfectly still lake, and that's not true at all.
So your argument is that because you can't see the bottom of it, therefore it must be blocked because the Earth is a globe.
Yeah.
Okay, so did you take into account the waves or sinking refraction, for example?
So if we could take the waves, it would be same as the video, the triggering triangle share. It's always up and down. But I mean,
no, it's not up and down because the buildings are not boats.
So what
you think the buildings would go up and down like the boats on the waves?
So what do you expect to happen?
The waves could block the bottom of the buildings. If the camera's low to the ground, right? The waves can block the bottom of the buildings.
And you got 35 miles to create waves. Not that picture's in front of, you see the water going whooshy whooshy in front of you. That don't mean that that's what's blocking it. There's waves between you and those buildings all the way, doing all kinds of crazy shit.
You can't see forever on a flat Earth. Even if the surface is perfectly flat, and if there's no medium, there's no air that you're looking through, and it's a complete vacuum, you still cannot see forever.
Hey, check out what I just put in the side chat as well. I'll read it out. Okay, so this is the first result on Google. Okay, sinking refraction is an atmospheric phenomenon where, due to air temperature differences, light rays from distant objects are bent upwards more than usual, making the objects appear lower on the horizon or even completely hidden below it.
So what about if we see the same results in the skyscrapers when there is no way? What was it called?
Waves or sinking refraction? Yeah. So do you have an observation that's taken that into account?
So if there was none of them, so and you see the same results, what that this indicate?
Okay, well, that would be better evidence of a globe, I guess. Do you have that? Do you have that evidence?
I mean, it's not impossible to show that.
Okay, well, find us any evidence of that throughout all of history. Just one.
I never searched it, so it's not a short.
Okay, so you just it's just a okay, cool. Well, cool story.
I know it's so, but it doesn't mean that I cannot find it.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So what happens?
What if we could? What if we're taking observations where we don't see any obstruction, and we did take into account the waves and the refraction?
Do you have the videos evidence?
Yes.
Okay. Show me this with the same distance. Show me the Chicago skyscrapers are fully visible.
No, it's not. It's not the same location.
Okay, where is the location?
I can show you. I can show you one from the same location. But why does it have to be the same location?
Farther away, dude.
Couldn't it be anywhere?
I mean, at least. I mean, it could be anywhere, but we don't know the details.
It's not going to count because it's farther away and it's actually flat where they took it from. The lake actually is flat across there. Where you took it from, I guess, Earth curve shows up, right, dude?
What do you mean?
The 52-mile picture.
I'm not talking about the 52-mile picture. I'm talking about the 35-mile picture.
Yeah, the 52-mile picture shows it's flat. So
I don't know the details about the 52
that
miles.
must be the flat part of the lake.
I don't know the details about that picture, so I only know.
You don't know the details about your own picture. You don't even know the observer height.
Wait. So you understand me wrong? He said that he talked about 52 miles picture, but I don't know anything about that picture. I know details about the picture I sent. And it's,
you don't know the observer height. You don't know the observer height. And you don't know how big the waves are.
What was the lake temperature and what was the air temperature? What time of year was it, by the way?
Let me check. It's 2020.
It's not what season?
It's June.
Ooh, yeah. Super hot air, dude. You know, I live down the street from them. I live on Lake Erie. We get the same shit they get.
Do you live in the area?
Live on the other lake.
That's really cool. Because
I got an infrared laser on Amazon that shines up to 1 kilometer. I'll send the link to you in DMs. Sorry, just wanted to interrupt with that. I thought it was cool.
Are you gonna share with me?
How much curve is there in 1 kilometer, so you know how to point that thing? Got to have like some kind of scale and a lens across it.
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
What was the question?
How much curve is in 1 kilometer?
I don't know. But I can check. It says 8 meters in 10 kilometers.
I said 1 kilometer.
0.0878.
$7.8 centimeters.
No, 0.0878 meters.
What's that in inches?
Inch? I don't use inch, but I can type it. Right? It says about 3 inches.
20?
3.
Oh, 3 inch?
Yeah.
Seems right. When you got a laser, you can shine 1 kilometer. That means you got to tip it down 3 inches to hit the target. Wouldn't you think so?
I don't know what you're saying.
Well, I shoot a straight line from where I'm at, 1 kilometer. Wouldn't the target be 3 inches or 0.0708 meters down lower than where I'm standing now? Is the Earth
Isn't that tested in some videos? And
no, nobody's ever proved that. Ever.
Like the laser thing?
No, nobody's ever proved that. That's crazy. You would even think that.
I feel like there was a film about it, but I didn't watch it, so I don't know.
Oh, I don't know. No. And nobody ever proved the Earth curve, or we wouldn't be here, would we?
Do you know what is the test name? I can search it. You don't know?
No, because I already know the Earth is flat. Why would I look for more videos?
I mean, that's not a good position.
What do you mean? I already bought all the equipment I needed. How many times do I have to prove it?
Which equipments do you buy?
Do I have to just go outside every day and check and make sure every day? Would that be better?
No, you don't have to do it every day.
Okay, I've done it already, so why do I need to keep looking at flat Earth?
You basically haven't done all of the possible.
Oh, yeah. Since 2013? Yeah, I've seen it all.
I'm just asking the name of the.
I don't know the names of what you're talking about.
Okay. You bring it. You bring it here, right? So that's why I'm asking.
No, I said if I shoot a laser straight out,
So you bring it, right?
and my target in front of me is directly in front of the target, and then I move the target 1 kilometer away, I would have to point the laser 3 inches down, according to you, because it would go down around the ball 3 inches, so I'd have to aim it down 3 inches, right, to hit it.
I mean, I don't think it works that like that.
What?
I don't know. I don't know though.
Oh man, I don't know what to tell you now.
Okay, well, let me check it.
Looking to optimize operation.
Hi, everybody. We got someone looking for an angle measurement.
Yeah, we got some One thinks that because you can't see the bottom of the buildings of the Chicago skyline, it's because of the Earth curvature. Even though he doesn't, the observation height.
We know the
Clearly, looks like there's some waves on the lake.
We know the maximum.
Right, you don't even know the distance, right? You actually said that. Okay, so I'm uploading an image now that you sent me. Okay, it says 20. It says 28 miles, not 35 miles. Okay, and it shows that he's not standing at the Dunes Park that you're talking about. Okay, this is your image. So if there's waves and he puts the camera down low to the water, obviously it's going to look like the bottom of the buildings are cut off. Okay, so here's the image that you sent to me in DMs.
Yeah.
Okay, see where it says Indiana Dunes Park? Okay, that's not where he's standing, right? See the line, right? See how the white line? Okay, he's not standing there. See how it says 28.73 miles? Okay, that's not 35, that's 28. So it sounds like you don't know anything about the observation. And you're just assuming that it's Earth curvature when you don't know how big the waves are. You haven't taken refraction into account. You haven't taken the observer height into account. Right? It sounds like a pretty weak evidence. Whereas the evidence that we can show you, we don't have any waves. Okay, we have nice clear conditions. We know the observer height. We know the distances. Big difference.
What Earth curve is he talking about? No one's ever measured any Earth curve. There's no Earth curve.
Well, his reasoning is that because you can't see the bottom of the buildings, that it has to be because of Earth curve, and it's proof.
Oh, well.
I'll post his picture for you. This is his picture right here. It's just uploading.
Well, Ebri, I mean, it'd be one thing if you had Earth curve in the first place, and then you could claim that, but you can't just say the reason I can't see the bottom of a building is because of Earth curve. You got to have the Earth curve first. That way you're not using circular logic, circular reasoning. Yeah, there's about 1 million different reasons in this particular image why you can't see the bottom of the buildings. If you're claiming Earth curve is one of those, you actually have to show me that Earth curve exists in the first place.
How do you expect me to show that?
Well, somebody should have measured this big ball that you think you live on, right? They measured the surface to be curving. So show me who measured the surface to be curving. And then we'll verify it and see if it's true. Then you can say Earth curve is blocking out buildings. You can't use circular logic. I mean, you could, but someone's going to point it out, like us in here. We're going to point out that everybody who believes in the globe or, thinks that the bottom of buildings and boats is being occulted by Earth curve, we're going to point out to them that they're using circular reasoning, fallacious reasoning, and they'll just have a good laugh, Who's Dudu Souza? Have we talked to them before? Welcome, Dudu.
Hello, everyone.
BB.
Hello. How are you
Hello.
guys?
What
How
up?
are you?
As our new flat earthers here.
What doing?
I'm good, bro.
Are you going to go to Mars or are you going to go to the moon? Which one do you pick?
I could choose the moon.
That's a good choice.
Nice.
Because the moon, at
What
least
would
you could
you
come back from
What
that.
would you choose?
Mars would be a one-way trip.
One-way trip. Nice.
Yeah, the moon,
where-
apparently you could go to the moon and then come back and be like, hey, everybody, I went to the moon. You're like, really? But you're back? Yeah. See, if someone says they went to Mars, you'd be like, well, how are you back if you went to Mars? How'd you get back from that?
Nice question. Okay, يعني if I went to the moon, so we can say I have an opportunity to see anyone there.
Did you see the moon? When you went to the moon, did you see the moon or you didn't see the moon?
I saw the moon, but I didn't go to it. But I hope.
What did it look like?
I didn't know your name.
What does the moon look like?
Okay, I will let
really
you
bright?
to answer this question.
Is the moon really, really bright?
Okay.
It'd have to be. I mean, it's reflecting sunlight. It'd be like super bright. The closer you got to the moon, the brighter it would get.
Mm,
That's all, folks.
You wore a lot of sunscreen when you got to the moon.
Is that why he burned up and left?
Did he flame out? Hey, BB, you there?
Oh no, he poof. Goodbye.
He poofed.
AJ, what observation were you just going over with that guy?
He was trying to present some Chicago skyline one that he didn't know any of the details about. It's kind of useless, you know. Was never going to get anywhere if he didn't know what the observer height was.
We actually know maximum and minimum of the.
Oh yeah, what's the minimum? What's the minimum?
Like human height.
Oh, that's the minimum. You can't hold the camera down lower than human height.
You can do it, but I mean.
So what's the minimum, right? The minimum would be maybe 1 inch or something like that.
It's clearly not that, and you can see it in the video.
Okay, so what? Well, you don't know what height it is, right?
I am watching the video that claims to see Chicago from 46 miles, and I didn't come to the moment yet, but it's gonna be the second video or photo. So let's wait.
Well, I can show you observations where we actually know the observer height. You want to see one?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so here's the camera setup. Right, the observer height's 5 feet. The camera's set up 5 feet high.
Is this Chicago?
No, it's a better location where we actually have nice clear conditions.
Where was the location?
Great Salt Lake in Utah. Here's the coordinates. Here's the map location. That's right, and please take note of all of the details that I'm providing for my claim.
Sure.
Okay, so here's the top view from Google Earth. Okay, we can use the distance marker tool. We can see the distance that he's doing the observation across the lake. Okay, so it's a 5-foot observation height, that's 1.5 meters height. Okay.
Okay.
Hello. Yep.
Okay, I'm here.
Okay, so here we go. Okay, he's zooming across the lake to the shoreline on the other side of the lake. Okay, so when he zooms in, this is the shoreline that he's zooming across to. I'm going to show you a photograph that's taken at the time of the observation because he has a friend on the other side of the lake. This is 34 kilometers across the lake. Okay, so see the white tower, see the shoreline?
Are they the city lights?
Yeah, it's not a city. It's like a mining station.
Okay.
Okay, so here's the observation during the day. Okay, I showed you what it looks like close up. Okay, see, we can see the whole white tower. We can also see the shoreline. Okay, and he does it again at night time. Yeah, he stays there and he does it in the daytime, and he does it again during the nighttime, because at nighttime it's even clearer and we can see the lights. I'm going to get you the mathematics in the metric system so you can understand it easier. Just a moment. All right, so here's the mathematics results in the metric system. Okay, so in this observation, we see 0 curvature. Okay, the horizon should be at 4.3 kilometers away. It's not there. We don't see any horizon over the entire distance. We don't see any obstruction. There should be 68 meters of obstruction. There's 0 obstruction. Here's some more images. All right, this is a close-up of the smokestack and the shoreline. Can you see that? Hello?
Do you mean the metal thing?
Yeah, it's a big tower.
Yeah.
Okay, and then you can see the shoreline underneath it. Okay, this is a close-up, so you know what it looks like. Okay, and this is what it looks like from the footage at nighttime. Okay, see how we can see the shoreline? We can see basically we can see everything that we can see in the image above it, just from further away. Okay, this is from 34 kilometers away. So there's 64 meters of missing curvature and 0 curvature.
What is the height of the tower?
What's going on in here? Welcome. Welcome. Any new people got any questions about the topic of the VC, Flat Earth, Globe Earth? Go ahead to bring forward your evidence or ask questions about the topic. Go ahead. Welcome. Welcome. Whoever just joined, welcome.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, hi.
Yeah, hi.
Miko. How are you?
Yeah, hi. I'm good, thank you. How about you?
I'm doing all right. What brings you by to the 24/7 Flutter Discord?
Oh, okay. Okay, wait. Is it everyone asleep?
No, I don't think so. Maybe some people are asleep, but I don't think everyone though. Daytime, Erica.
Oh, okay.
Maybe in Japan they're asleep, but not in America.
Oh, yeah, because it's different time.
Yes. What about you? Like, are you like in Europe or something?
No, I'm in Southeast Asia.
Southeast Asia. Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's right. I'm in Southeast Asia.
Awesome. Have you been in this voice chat before though?
Voice chat before? No.
You know, this VC voice chat, the English server.
Yeah, I know. What happened?
But this one we speak about the nature of the physical natural world, the shape of the earth, the lack of it. Globert, you know Globert when they teach you in the school, the globe?
Yeah. Oh my. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. What do you think about that? Do you think the earth is that thing that they show you, the globe in the TV?
Oh my God, I don't think really like that. I mean, like, yeah, it's a globe. Like, if you're learn about geography, and then or if we learn about astronomy, and we use a globe to learn about that stuff.
Yeah, it's been presented that the ground that you're standing on, the earth, right, and the waters across are curving to a globe, a sphere, right? You've been shown that in books, movies, TV, right? You've seen that. You've seen the images, right?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, but come to find out, when people go outside to the earth, check it. Like when we go to the surface of the earth and measure it, it doesn't curve. Not curving. So it cannot be a globe. Cannot be a sphere. So what we saw on the TV, it was a misrepresentation. Not true.
Not true? What do you mean not true?
The curving sphere in the TV, not true. Because that's where you've seen the globe, right? The globe, you only seen it in images, the TV, the computer, right? Movies, cartoons. That's where you learn about the globe, right? You never experienced it yourself. It's okay, Miko. You got any questions? Formulating?
Not really. I mean, I don't really know about that kind of
About this
stuff.
topic?
I just want to, yeah,
Yeah.
just chill.
You could.
Good.
This is the English channel. You could use it to practice. Even if we speak about the cosmology of the world, it's a good topic to practice the English. So if you're trying to learn, engaging in this topic
Yeah.
might help you with your goal of learning English.
Wait, yeah, that's true. That's true, and that's right. But you know what? In Southeast Asia, in Southeast Asia right now, it's 2 a.m. Like, I think it's time to sleep in people in Southeast Asia. That's why I really lowered my voice, because around of me is sleep, and yeah, I just want to chill in here. Not because I don't want to improve our English, or I don't want to learn my English. It's just because it's already morning. It's 2 p.m. and I think it's time to sleep. So yeah, I just want to chill and hear you guys talking about. It's turned out you guys like muted you guys yourself. So Yeah, I don't know it before, but it's okay. It's okay. I really appreciate you to teach me and to give me guide and talking about globe, a cure, some kind like that. Thank you anyway.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, in here people just talk, learn the English language, and yeah, if you are willing to engage with some topics, that's the way you learn. Talking and reading, looking at the images. So
Yeah.
thanks.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mm.
Hello there.
Who knew? If you've got questions about the room topic, go ahead, man. You're waiting. People are waiting to listen to conversations happen. Can't have a conversation if people don't speak. Hey, Scan, do you have a question about the topic?
مساج نمشي بلا ما تصومي لا فيك بسالة انايا ما صرتش كعادة الامام نمشي يا رمضان فايش
Going on? Mic check. Anybody got questions? Go ahead. You can direct your questions to obvious. Face scan. Who else? Ali. Alive. Face.
Laura, Loser,
Scan.
James, MHMG.
James. Haven't seen James before. We spoke to James.
I've seen him, I haven't heard his voice. So on that, he's new to me.
Okay. Loser.
chain. Okay.
Is there one of y'all have a question? Matt, have you got any questions?
Someone help me, please. One of the Globers, help me out against these flat earthers. They say the Earth is not curving. Any Globers want to help me out? Welcome, the Flat Earth Discord. Every time I hear someone join, I just say welcome. So you should know that by now. Heriel. Hello, Heriel. Can you help me out? These flat earthers say that the Earth is not curving.
I'm a Christian.
You're a Christian?
Yeah.
So you're a flat earther?
Nah, round earther.
Why?
But round and flat are not mutually exclusive. You can have flat round tables though.
You can.
You meant sphere, not round, right? You meant sphere. The Earth is a sphere.
Spherical, yeah.
Is that obvious? Go ahead, obvious.
Every other planet in the solar system is spherical, which is what makes gravity and the jet stream, the weather, and the tides.
Hey, Ariel, I hear you though. But these guys tell me that the premise is wrong because when you say every other planet, you're saying that the Earth is a planet, but they're saying the Earth is not a planet.
Of course it is, isn't it?
Is that obvious?
Planet Earth, most fields of so-called expertise would tell you it's a planet. Yeah.
That's the thing though, that the fields, when they're doing things practically, like let's say measurements of the surface of the Earth, accounting for the physical and natural world, they pre-assume a flat, motionless plane to be able to make anything operational. They don't assume the globe though. They treat the Earth as flat and motionless.
Galileo would object to that if he were here.
Galileo
Magnifico.
Who that? Who is that Galileo?
He was a Greek astrologer.
What did he do?
Astrology.
What's that?
So did he look to the sky?
He was the first to establish the curvature of the Earth. Yeah.
What was the method,
Well,
though? Because I've been trying to tell these guys that someone did it, but can you tell me the method that Galileo utilized to establish the Earth is a globe?
telescope up his room.
He used a telescope? And what did he do with
presume.
that?
Look through one end, out of the other.
And he looked at what? At the Earth? He looked at the Earth?
The human vision's only 22 miles, you know. So
Yes, I agree though. But well, Galileo, what did he look at with the telescope though? What was he looking at?
the curvature of the Earth, the planets, you know. He was an
So you're saying that
astrologer.
you're saying that with the telescope he looked at the Earth
No,
and he
didn't
saw the
look at
curvature?
Earth. He saw the curvature of the Earth, yeah, above the firmament. But he also saw all the curvatures of everything, you know, that visible that's in this solar system. And he deduced, I guess, that the Earth is round.
So he used the telescope, looked at the sky, and deduced that the Earth is like around like the sun and the moon.
Yeah, why not?
Because the sun is round, therefore the Earth is round.
Well, you know the Earth is round because in what time is it now? Are you in the northern hemisphere?
I am, yes.
Yeah. Well, here in the northern hemisphere, it's just getting dark, right? But it's been dark for a couple of hours. But in Australia,
It's so
it's
bright. Here is super bright though. I'm in the
Is it really?
northeast, and it's so bright that when I look outside, it's blinding me.
Right. I hope you're okay. Then use sunglasses. Don't harm your eyes.
Yeah, I do use sunglasses because a lot of snow fell, so everything is white. Everything is white. And the sun is shining on the whiteness, and the whiteness is hitting my eyes though. So it's not
You
dark
sound
here in the
Spanish.
north. I am.
sound
Yeah, I
Spanish.
speak Spanish. Spanish, you said? Yeah. I do speak
Yeah.
Spanish, yes.
Mi no hablo español, no.
I do. Yo sí hablo español.
Mm-hmm. Pasi pendecoines?
No comprende. Can you say that again though? Let's try it again.
Comprende? That would be Brazilian, Puerto Rico,
Portuguese.
Portuguese. Yeah.
Hey, real
That would
quick
be
question. If
peace and
Galileo,
blessings.
listen, please, peace and blessings for you as well, Heriel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Likewise. Listen, if Galileo back then grabbed a telescope
Mm-hmm.
and you and I are next to him and also grab telescopes, so we got 3 telescopes, and we all look at the sky and we see the moon, we see the sun, we see the wandering stars. Can we come to different conclusions? Can you and I use a telescope to say, you know what, the ground has a certain shape?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've heard that hypothesis before. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Think that follow logically though? So if I see a bird with the telescope, I say, look, bird, or the Earth's a bird.
Cool. Yeah.
If I look across the Earth and I see a bunch of trees, I can say, therefore, I'm a tree, or the Earth is a tree. Does that follow logically?
No.
Okay, so if I look at the sun and the sun is round,
don't look at the sun with a telescope.
You can use filters though. You can use filters. You won't go blind.
You can use filters. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
But how does logically? What is the mechanism that me looking at the sky and seeing the luminaries?
Yeah.
That will establish that I'm standing on a luminary.
The only you could be sure to do it is by, do you know commercial jetliners that can only go to 32,000, 34,000 feet? Well, if you go to 42 to 48,000 feet, you'll see the Earth is round. And you can pay money to do that.
Not the case, though.
Pardon?
Felix Baumgartner went higher than that, and he had a bunch of cameras, and everybody was like, look, the curve of the Earth. And then Neil deGrasse Tyson, the spokesman, he was like, nah, if you're at that height, you're only 2 millimeters off the surface of a beach ball. You don't see the Earth. You don't see the curve. That stuff is flat.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, he's off ancient aliens and stuff, isn't he?
Yeah. He's
Yeah.
the spokesman for the current mainstream cosmology. And he's telling you that mathematically at that height, definitely not 44,000 feet, you're not seeing the curvature of the Earth. You're not seeing the curvature of the Earth at 125,000 feet. The math, you're not seeing it.
What would you propose that because our eyes are round, we see it as round?
Now, what I would propose is that the only people, according to the story, who have allegedly seen the Earth as a sphere went to the moon.
Allegedly.
Right.
Allegedly.
But you know something. Henry, what was it? Henry?
Ariel.
Ariel. People that stay on the ground and they measured the ground, the thing in question, the elephant in the room, the thing in question, when that thing is checked, it's not curving.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen
So
that,
if the Earth is not curving, how can it be a ball?
We'll have to ask Buzz Aldrin, Neil Armstrong.
Well, they went away from the ground. We're talking about checking the ground. They didn't check the ground. They went away from it. If I'm gonna listen, Ariel, if I'm gonna work in your kitchen and put the tiles on the floor, should I go to China and work in a Chinese house or on something else to work on your kitchen? No, right? I'll go to your kitchen and work on your kitchen.
If you bring me some Chinese food back, yeah.
Yeah, that will help. That will help.
That would help.
Yeah.
Yeah. The thing is, though, in our Bible, it doesn't even it's not a salvific issue if I believe the Earth is round or flat. So it's just a general bit of fun, you know.
Well, in the Bible, though, go ahead, obvious. My bad.
If something was keeping, okay, according to the Bible, belief in Jesus is the salvation, right?
That's right.
So if something was keeping you from believing in Jesus, then that thing would be the thing that would keep you from believing in Jesus, right? So then it would be, according to that person, that topic would be a salvational issue. So,
well, in Job 26 and in Isaiah 40:33 and in Proverbs 30:3-4, it says three different things, you know.
okay, I implore you to read Isaiah, because Isaiah says that God sits above the circle of the earth. He also says that Israel gets violently tossed into a far country like a ball. And he also says that the earth is spread out and that the heaven is stretched out like a tent to dwell in. So, however you choose to interpret what it is that Isaiah, the same author of the same script that's 500 years prior to, at least we have the oldest copy 500 years prior to Jesus.
7.
That is saying yes, Isaiah 700 years. The scroll that we have that's the oldest is 500.
Yes.
The point being, Isaiah says Israel will be tossed like a ball. God sits above the circle of the earth, and that the earth is spread out. If I gave you a piece of fabric and asked you to spread it out, would you clump it into a ball?
No, I'm aware that the Earth will come off its pole. You know what I mean. If it was on a pole, if the poles were real, it's going to tilt 5 degrees, and it's going to throw a lot of things off.
We're just talking about Isaiah's use of words to describe what's being said. Right?
Oh yeah.
The earth is spread out. Heaven is stretched out like a tent.
Yeah.
And you are inside the tent. God sits above you, above the circle of the earth. And then Israel made him mad enough that he would toss them like a ball. Why is it that Isaiah didn't say that the earth was a ball, like when he used the specific word for tossing Israel like a ball? Why did he use a different word that said circle?
Well, I don't know why he used a different word. I wasn't there.
All right. He also said stretched out, or excuse me, spread out. He said it more than once.
Spread out.
Spread out.
Spread out. Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's also in Proverbs 30, 33 to 4.
Yep.
It's even more explained in that verse of chapter 30. Yeah.
So you've got the earth being spread out. You have Israel being tossed like a ball, and God sitting above the circle of the earth. And then all the other, other correlating books saying that the earth is spread out. And then you have Jesus saying that heaven is his throne, right?
Well, he spread when he spread the earth out. It means it's you're looking in 2 dimensions. You should be looking in 3, 4, and 5.
I'll never experience.
We should be looking in the 4th, 5th, and 6th dimension.
I can tell you a way how you can experience it.
How? Is it on drugs?
No, I don't take drugs.
Okay.
No.
You understand what the first 3 dimensions are, though, right?
Of course. The ones we live in.
So what are the 4th, 5th, and I'm interested what the 4th, 5th, and 6th are.
I didn't say the 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Yeah, you said 4th and 5th. That's why I jumped in. Yeah, 4th and 5th. What are they? Yeah, what are they?
Well, the 5th dimension, you know it, don't you?
No.
The world.
He's already jumped the 4th.
The 4th and the 5th. The second.
I thought it was sorry, dude. I didn't realise it was a joke. I thought it was important. Sorry, I'll shut up.
The second and third heaven. Yeah, you can shut up if you like.
No, the first. Sorry, dude. The first, second, and third dimensions. That's height, width, and length. The 3 dimensions of space. Now, what are the 4th and 5th?
The supernatural.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Sorry, the second and third heaven. Yeah, but if you want to say for fuck's sake, that's cool.
I'm trying to follow what you're saying, and you're talking gibberish. Now you're talking about heavens. I thought you were talking about dimensions.
It is gibberish, Jedi, because dimensions are 90 degrees orthogonal to one another.
You southern fucking prick.
Dude, I'm just trying to follow what you're saying, and you're getting upset when I question you. Maybe you don't understand what you're talking about.
You just said I didn't know what I was talking about.
Yeah, I asked you what the 4th and the 5th dimensions were. You would then start talking about heavens.
And then you insulted me by saying,
yeah, because you weren't making sense, dude. I want you to make sense.
Because you don't believe in fucking heaven, mate.
Yes, I do.
That's not... How did you establish that out of... Harriel, how the fuck did you establish that out of what he just said? Seriously, bro.
How the fuck did I establish that?
Look, he's getting upset now because he got challenged on what he said. That's
fucking
weird.
soft northerners.
I just thought about it.
When he's angry.
No, I'm Scottish.
He's slow.
That doesn't make a difference to me, dude. I still want to know what you mean by 4th and 5th dimensions. If you're talking about heavens, I'll shut up and we can carry on.
Heavens. You know, there's 3 in the Bible, don't you?
No problem.
There's 3 in the Bible, heavens, yeah?
Yeah.
There's the first heaven that you're in now. You breathe the air, you look up at the clouds. Then there's the second and third.
Okay.
Okay, Hariel.
The third is where God's throne is. And if you
Good,
don't
so
want to look
Hariel.
up fifth, then obviously.
Hello. So if the third heaven is where God resides, what are the fourth and fifth heavens?
I didn't say fourth and fifth. I said.
Oh my fucking God!
Yes,
I
you
said
did,
three-
you lying sack of crap.
I said three. You're looking at 3 dimensions, yeah. Which you
Yeah,
are.
earlier on. Okay, hold on, Jedi, hold on. Hariel, shut up for a second. Hariel, are you conflating the word dimension with heaven?
No.
Well, it fucking sounds like you are, bro.
Does it, mate? Fucking really?
Yeah, it does, mate.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, really. It does. Because earlier on, when you were gibbering on, you were talking about dimensions. First, second, third, fourth, and fifth. And now all of a sudden it's first heaven, second heaven, third heaven, fourth heaven. So you've just picked the word up and swapped it out because why? This sounds like you dodging the fact that there's no mention of fucking Baltardia in the fucking Bible. That's what it sounds like you're fucking sidestepping for.
Well, you know, there's Dimension X in the Ninja Turtle series, right? Dimension X is where they go and fight Krang. And the Shredder.
What, do you mean Ninja Turtle Shredder?
Yeah, Dimension X. Remember Dimension X from the Ninja Turtles? You had Krang, that brain that's inside that dummy guy, and they drove around in that big eyeball, like Death Star thing on tank tracks.
I can trump you. I saw the first series of Doctor Who. I remember the Daleks.
Oh snap! Okay, you can't trust me. I'm probably not quite as old as you, but
no,
I'm
in the age of your grandfather.
I saw Empire Strikes Back at a drive-in movie theater with He-Man.
Did you?
Yeah.
He-Man was with you?
No, He-Man was the second. It was a double feature. It was He-Man, Masters of the Universe, followed by Empire Strikes Back at a drive-in movie.
By the power of Grayskull?
Yes.
Cool, dude. I like it.
Oh, our double feature for He-Man Yoda was He-Man.
Fuck off, you can't.
Right, just mute him.
Back on track here.
Yeah, how about you go away?
I've been trying. Come on, guys.
Clown.
You go away.
The yelling stuff. Just
No, we need Jen to jump in.
No, come on, guys. Come on. Let's reset.
Yeah, let's mute him so he can reset.
In the mic. I've been trying to get someone in the mic. I've been
Gemsy, your microphone's dude.
When you come,
Gemsy, your microphone is shit, bro.
I'll offer you the same.
Is he still not muted?
Because someone keeps unmuting the fuckwit. Whichever moderator is unmuting that clown, please stop it. He was muted for a reason.
I am.
Sort your microphone out, please. Gemsy, please sort your microphone out, dude.
I'll talk to him.
You're in the flat Earth. You're.
Gemsy, please sort your microphone out, mate. Right, please don't swear, start calling us C words and stuff like that, and we will reset. Let's have a decent conversation about something. We've gone on to talking about He-Man and bloody Empire Strikes Back. Let's try and get back to a salient conversation.
Mic check.
Slightly better.
Slightly?
Yeah, as in a little bit more better than earlier, yes.
Damn.
A lot of treble, not a lot of bass.
Yeah, so flat Earth is quite a serious topic. We don't get into metaphysics around here.
Hello.
Hello.
You have a question? Well, if you've got a question, now's the time to ask. The panel is full of people ready to answer those questions.
The hello person didn't want to continue talking?
Guess not.
Right, now that our mate's cooled off a bit, Gemsy, if you wish to continue your conversation with him, you're more than welcome to do so.
Mic is broken.
Actually, your mic is
better
really
now.
clean there.
Yeah,
That is shit
what
hot.
have you done? That's all good.
Whatever you're doing, Gemsy, just keep doing that.
Sound like you were speaking from underneath the ocean inside a tin can earlier, buddy. That was all.
So what was mentioned? Hariel, you mentioned craft earlier. About aircraft flying across the surface of the Earth. You mentioned? Hariel?
I'm muted.
Oh, you're not, though. I unmuted you. Because,
No, what?
you know, we've been talking to each other for a little bit now.
No, I'm muted.
No, you're not.
I am.
How
I
is
can
it
hear you,
To each other then.
I refuse to give up my mute.
though. Oh, you holding it?
Yeah.
Alright. Alright, guys. Good luck.
I appreciate you trying, though, mate.
Oh no. Anyway.
Sarah, Nat, Tito. Those are new faces. Do y'all have questions? What's up, OG? Got any questions? Nope. All right.
Anyone got any good alternatives for Discord if they do the face scan thing?
Yes, move to Antarctica.
Yeah, I'm gonna just not. Because at this point, I've got all the information I need to have my own conversation in the real world because I already have them. And I'll just chat out in the real world. They're going to need a face scan for that, too.
I mean, Discord will be one more that got your face. How many companies already have your face? Discord 1 out of 10,000. Yeah, there's. How are you gonna get away from people getting your face? It's they're doing it to children right now, like in the Roblox app. they asking the children to face scan themselves, doesn't matter their age, just to estimate their ages.
Anyone that's got a iPhone, bad luck, you're already in.
Yeah.
If any child in public school, they already got your face. Children, kindergarten got the photo. First grade, you got a photo. Until high school, photographs that take your face, scan your faces.
If they were smart, the way they do this is any new users will get a digital ID. Everyone else can just carry on, or carrying on. And just slowly introduce it. Instead of just dropping it, bad luck everyone, scan your face. Because a lot of people reading on X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it, probably 99% of people are just going to go, you know what, Discord, have a nice life. So that one post has had something like 1.5 million views or something, some ridiculous amount. 1.6 million views, there you go. So that's a few people that know about it. And they're all probably sitting there saying the same thing, you know what, I'm not a part of this game. So best of luck to Discord if they do something stupid, but I would be suggesting that this is for new accounts only, and they slowly introduce it like that, so don't mess your accounts up, guys.
You know what they're doing? They're separating regions with different servers. So if you are in a region, you'll be able to connect with people in a certain region, but not with people on the other region.
Oh no, this is not regions. It's all about safety, protecting little kids. Like I told one of my friends, who's 87, mind you, a little bit past his teen years, how are you going to prove that you are over 13? Oh, I'll just scan my face. Exactly. So here you are in your 80s, nearly 90s, and you've got to scan your stupid head to prove that you're not 16. Like, seriously, mate. This is all about safety, isn't it?
I didn't say it was about regions, but that's one thing that is being added, that with this whole people in apps be able to communicate between each other. With your face, they might put you in a certain age group, right? If you're from this region, you will be in an age group in that region, and you will be able to communicate with people in a certain age group from that region, but not with other age groups from in that region or other regions.
But the age scan thing is bloody useless.
So imagine that you are, let's say you're 13 and I'm 30, and they say 13 years old can only speak to 13, 14, 15, 16-year-olds.
Yeah, I get that. I get that, Jamesy. I fully understand what you're saying, but how are you going to prove your age in the first place? I've got no problem with the age restriction or zone restriction.
No, they just estimate it with your face. What they do, they just estimate your age and they just label you 13 to 17.
Yeah, I'll just hold up a picture out of this book, or I'll just use another phone with a profile on it and hold it up to the. Like, how, what the hell?
Anyway, hey, Dad, can you just hold your head still? Click.
Yeah. Oh, I want to take a photo of you, Mum.
Bad luck if you're Asian, eh? Most Asians look like they're about 9-year-old up until they're about 30. Poor bastards.
If you're in an age group, you can only join certain servers or certain groups.
Yeah, I've got no problem with that side of it. It's the proofing of the age group in the first place. Like, I'm well past my teens, so why should I have to go and prove that I'm not 13 anymore? Like, seriously.
Yeah, because when they know you're not 13, they block you from speaking to 13-year-olds. That's the point. That's part of the point. I don't know what's the whole point, but that's part of it.
Here's a better idea, Discord. I'm just throwing it out there. Why don't you log into Politics server and have a look at all the grubby moderator names that are in there and just pick them off one at a time, and we'll clean that one channel up to start off with, and then we'll slowly start breaking them down. There's another great idea. Just saying.
Discord will probably approve of those moderator names and give them free nitro.
It might be not, but there will be like a eventually to even log in into any of the apps, you will have to have a pre-login, like let's say a website, like a government website or some type of organization. You will have to have a login that is verified with them to be able to use that login to log in into the app. You've probably seen this in some websites or apps. Like log in with your Google account, log in with your Facebook account.
Yeah, log in with your mobile phone. There's quite a few people that don't. They just use their computer for computer stuff. Their phones for ringing people. Like, seriously, I know people that could still use... Oh, yeah. I know people that could still use, if they were allowed to, the old Nokias, those little blue bulletproof ones. And it wouldn't faze them. Because all they do is ring people on their phone. Like, seriously. I could do that.
If you want to log into any, government websites, like for services like Medicare, things like that in Australia, you need to have a MyGov account, right? Basically, you have to log in through your government account.
Yep.
To get into them. Yeah. Like if you want to renew my driver's license. Yeah, if I want to renew my license or something like that, I have to log in through my government account to do that.
The amount of times that shit has failed for me, I've actually got to go down the RTA and redo my license. Every single time I've tried to do it at home, won't load. I'll go down there and I'll go to the exact same page on their computers in the office. I go in there, log into my account, and it works straight away. I'm sure they deliberately do it just to get people to come down there now.
Dude, I just had to renew my Australian passport. Guess how much it cost to renew an Australian passport?
Oh, someone said a while ago that it had gone up, so it's probably $380 now.
Yeah, it was over $500.
Oh!
Yeah. Assholes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do they expire like every 7 years or something like that? I think the US is something like that.
Yeah,
10 years.
It's 10 years, yeah. Unless you fill it up. Unless you travel, and fill it up. And then you have to get another one.
I guess I wasn't paying attention. When is this policy supposed to take effect?
There are new policies. Well, I am kind of speculating to what I've seen that they might be adding, but there is some changes on the Discord. Go ahead.
Well, the biometric scanning or whatever, or the age verification, when is that supposed to happen?
that is happening. That it's been happening. It's right now happening.
There's no dates that I can see on the actual Discord building safer experiences for teens that was released today or yesterday on the Time Traveller. I forgot about that. But basically, when would users need to verify their age group? Users are only prompted to verify their age group when they attempt to access certain age-restricted content, settings or features. After completing age assurance, users won't be asked to verify again for future age-restricted actions. A user may be prompted to verify their age group if they attempt to unblur media flagged by our sensitive content filters or attempt to change any of the default sensitive content filter settings to show sensitive content, turn off message requests. They are enabled by default to help you screen out unwanted DMs from your DM list, access age-restricted channels and servers, speak in a staged channel, toggle on age-restricted commands and settings, and that's it.
Well, is Flat Earth restricted content?
If we run a staged event, yes. So that will explain a long time ago, because one of the very first things I ever logged into was on politics, was a staged event. When we had one of our early staged events, or early for me, that's why they needed my mobile phone number so I could verify my crap. But anyways, underneath that it says, importantly, this does not mean everyone will need to confirm their age just to use Discord. Many people can still use Discord exactly as they do today without ever being asked to confirm their age.
It also depends on your country, because many countries, like, okay, Discord, if you want to operate in Australia, you have to follow this guideline. So in Australia, people have to do this. In the US, you have to do similar stuff. But in another country, Mexico or whatever, they probably don't have requirements for the app to operate at.
Anyone that's halfway computer savvy knows that there's no laws on the internet. I just find it funny that they want to scan our data to confirm how we are, but didn't they have a breach not long ago where there was like 70,000 photos or something or 70,000 accounts were hacked, stealing ID? In 25, and in 23 they had another one. This is Discord, that is. So basically in here, we shouldn't really have any issues.
Happening, guy.
Hey, Cyclone.
Is the
How's it going, mate?
Yeah, all good. Is the adventure coming to an end? What's happening?
Discord is getting young people to scan their faces to prove that they're not young.
All right.
But only in very specific environments. So
Yeah, they'll do anything to get our handsome faces. So is that going to be an issue for us? What's the wording on it?
if you've seen my head, it'll be an issue for them.
I get it.
Well, basically, Disgrace Up, Kiwi, I think it's Kiwi, posted up. There's only very specific things that need to prove that you're over 13. All the rest of the stuff, you can still access all the channels. If you haven't verified that and you've been flagged as underage, to verify age is only required to unblur media flagged by the sensitive content filters, or attempt to change any of the default sensitive content filter settings. So if you click at the
But
show
your
sensitive
server, do you have to
content,
choose when you're making the server if it's an 18 plus server, and then presumably any access to that server would be barred without.
Correct. Yeah, so if you drop the 18 plus, it's just going to rail everyone that's can't verify or won't verify.
So the ones we're on currently, the home server, English Hub and Politics, they're not 18 plus, are they?
No.
Right, so that's at least fine for now. All right. And what's this event? Jedi's taking on some Globies? I'm in for that. Which Globies? Emperor.
I don't know. DJ's just put my name forward. I didn't ask for it.
He didn't always do that.
Jedi thing.
He dangles us outside like a bait on a line.
Pretty much, mate. Yeah, I slightly feel violated.
Yeah. Fucked up, DJ.
He's done it to me a couple of times. It's funny. He doesn't tell you. Normally he just does it and then nicks off.
Well, looks like you're up, Jedi. Denvid Zen, what's up? Your mic's flashing. You got a question for Jedi? About why the Earth's flat?
Excuse me?
You got a question about why the Earth's flat?
This for what?
For discussion.
Flat Earth Discord.
Yeah, you're in the Flat Earth Discord. Did you know that?
No.
How did you get here?
What?
How did you get here? How do people end up in Discord channels and they don't know where they are? How does that happen?
I don't know, man.
You clicked it. Well, you'd think, but he doesn't seem to have any recollection of clicking it. Did you click this channel? Heavenly Mango? Doesn't know. I guess this is why they want to see people's faces, just to make sure they even have faces at all. Or heads. Or brains. What about Emperor Thrawn, PhD? Emperor Thrawn. What's going
I
on?
was just thinking, they're just going to have a great big photo gallery of lots of brains in jars. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah, we'll be like, damn, they really were brains in jars.
Yep.
All right, no questions from the new guys. No further questions. You guys have convinced them all. What a shame. Araujo, what's up?
Hello, what's up?
Can you get closer to your mic? Anakin Skywalker profile pic. It's one for you, Jedi. Araujo, you like Star Wars? Star Wars? Lots of fun? Maybe your mic's not working.
Do you hear me? No?
I can hear you now, yeah.
Yeah, Star Wars, sorry.
You like Star Wars. You like space?
Yeah. Yeah, a lot.
You like space a lot. What's your favorite thing about
do you-
space?
Like the planets. I think they are beautiful.
You like the
And,
planets. You think they are beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
What's your favorite?
they-
Is it just me or is his mic pretty choppy?
My favorite thing is black holes. Black hole.
Black holes, that's Gemsy's favorite thing. Arojo, what's your favorite planet?
I don't know.
Just pick one.
The planets. Sorry, my microphone is bad.
That's all right.
I will.
Okay, that's fine. You want to think about your favorite planet? Anas. Anas, what's up? What's your favorite planet? Obviously a Mars guy.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, good. How are you?
Yeah, I am good, thank you. Yeah, so talk about planning.
Yeah, we were asking what's your favorite planet?
Yes, my first planning. I like. I have one planning for life. Play football with my friends and the weekend. This is my favorite thing. I would
What?
like to that.
What? I don't understand what you said.
Yeah.
What brings you to the Flat Earth channel? All right. Good talk. Did anyone understand what he said there? I didn't hear a single planet being mentioned. Who else don't I recognize in here? James? Laura, what's up? You
Yeah,
gonna
I
help
know
us
what
out?
he said.
Help
He
us
said
out?
something like, it sounded like that. I don't know if he was getting a haircut or doing cleaning the backyard or something. I don't know. It was like a noise next to his syllables.
Yeah, doing something. All right, well, one of you new guys wants some flat Earth chat. You're gonna have to throw something out.
Yes, I am back. But I have a question. What do you talk about flat Earth? Yeah, today and today. That option is clear. Everyone here, you know, is flat. Is
You're saying, you're asking why people are talking about the flat Earth, and you're saying that it's clear that it's not
yes,
flat.
yes, because
It's your how when you say it's clear, how clear is it for you? What specifically makes make it clear that it is?
No, I don't. No, I don't say the flat is the flat Earth is. I want to say in the Earth is not flat.
Yeah. You're saying that it's clear that it's not flat. That's what you said, right?
Yes, it's not flat.
Yeah. What makes it so clear for you? What is the specific thing that makes it clear that it's not flat?
No. But this is history. Everyone, you know, in the Earth is not flat. This is
Not everyone, because for me, it's flat.
No. I think this is wrong.
Well, Anas, you'd have to agree though. You'd have to agree though that the water is flat.
No, not flat.
Yeah, the water.
Yeah.
Yeah, the water is flat, right?
Yes, well, because it's the science. You can
Yeah, so with
search
all the
about
water,
that.
but because all the water is flat, that means overall the surface is flat.
What do you say? Because the water flat. We mean.
Yeah, the water,
mean
the
what?
oceans, the lakes.
No, but you can ask other people here. You can say.
We can just measure the lakes. We don't need to ask people. We can just measure the lakes and the oceans, and they're flat.
No, but this is my not my option. But this is clear option. The flat, the Earth is not flat.
The water is flat.
No, not it.
Yes, like a lake. A lake is flat, is it not? A still lake. That's flat, isn't it?
Clear. It is circle and not flat.
Yeah, the water is flat.
Oh, I can't change your opinion.
Well, where is it curved?
I don't know. But you can.
Is a swimming pool.
But
is a big swimming pool Big swimming pool. That's flat.
no, but tomorrow you can come with prof and you share with them or with you.
Have you ever heard of a salt flat?
Maybe. No.
Salt flat
Yes.
is flat.
Ah, yes.
Yes. Couldn't be flat if it was curved, like a ball.
You know anything about Quran?
Well, it describes the earth as being like a carpet
Yes, you
spread out.
read. No, you read. Are you reading Quran? You
Yeah, I've
can
read some
paint.
Quran.
Yes, you can paint, and the earth is not flat because
Yeah, it says it's spread out like a carpet.
yeah.
Yeah. Have you ever seen a carpet that's a ball?
Yes, my friend. Where are you from?
I'm from
South
Scotland. That doesn't really matter.
Scotland.
Yeah.
Okay. What? I think. Are you having? Are you a student? What do you teach? What are you teaching in this
We're all
school?
students. We're all students, my friend.
What? Yes. What do you study in school about Earth?
I study everything about Earth. I study the surface and I check if the lakes are curving, and they're not. The lakes are flat.
Okay. Okay. I welcome. I welcome tomorrow, and I come with me and prof and share you. You you mean in the earth is not flat?
Yeah, overall it's flat because the water is flat, remember?
Okay.
So most of the Earth's surface is covered in water. Yeah? And that water is flat. And then the land sticks out.
No.
Yeah. That's how it is. Anyway, I'm going to have to drop off. So, nice talk. Gemsy, you going to take it up?
Oh. Then
Keep going, though. Keep going, though.
No. You can. No. Please, Latin. You can ask people around you. What do you say about the air? And after that, you can take an option, and you make clear opinion for the earth. Because here I'm from Morocco. A lot of people here, in the earth is not flat. It is fact. I can't change that. That's that give me a moment, and I think tomorrow I will come wait and prove and share you. That clear? Where are you? Where are you? You can't talk.
looks like we have a few people in here, but nobody seems to want to talk.
Okay. It may be thought that existence of such apparently altruistic behavior is odd for evolutionary theory. Evolutionary theory states that those who do not struggle to survive and reproduce will be eliminated through natural selection. Research in evolutionary theory applied to social behavior, however, has shown that evolution need not be so ruthless. Some of this altruistic behavior is explained by kin selection. The most obvious examples are those in which parents make sacrifices for their offspring. If wolves help their own cub to survive, it is more likely that genetic characteristics, including the characteristic of helping their own cubs, will spread through further generation of wolves.
Is this the devil? Is that the devil?
Yes. Kinship and reciprocity.
Devil. What is the shape of the earth? What is the shape of the earth, though?
Yeah. Shape of the earth is obviously round.
When you say round, you mean like a round table?
No.
Like a tire.
Have you seen a globe?
No, please.
Have you seen
Like a
globe?
tire. Like a
Be
cookie.
around. Be me around. I like football.
Have you seen a ball?
I mean football.
Oh, you mean sphere, though, sphere.
Yeah, ball.
Circle.
Oh, I thought you said like a circle. Flat circle.
Yeah, it's a circle.
I said round.
You said round, though.
Yeah.
Anyway, guys, go ahead.
Around, yes.
Yeah, but round is ambiguous. It's a little vague, right?
What about now? Are you changing your opinion?
Oh, what? What opinion?
Opinion for the earth.
I'm teaching ethics here, bro. Listen to me. How about now? Kinship and reciprocity.
So devil, you said it's obviously round, like obviously a ball. How is it obvious? Because it's not very obvious to me.
In your classes?
No.
We have a globe on table, a miniature version of what Earth looks like.
That's a toy though. That's just a toy. That's a decoration.
No. That is the real Earth.
No, people don't live on that. There's not tiny little people living on that thing. That's just a toy. Right, so how is it obvious? I need to know how it's obvious. A toy on someone's desk is not going to make it obvious to me.
Yeah. We have so many satellites now. We have so many pictures of Earth.
All right, I see lights in the sky. I see lights moving in the sky. Okay, still not obviously a ball. I need something that tells me that it's obviously a ball.
I'll tell you. Go on internet, search for Earth pictures.
No. I want to experience it.
Let's do that exercise. He was telling you to do an exercise. Okay, so devil, go to the internet.
Right, go on.
Search Earth.
Go to Google Chrome.
Okay, go ahead and do it. Search it. And post it here for me, the Earth that you're talking about.
Oh, wait. You want me to do it?
Yeah, you're saying that will be the obvious, right? He's asking you for an obvious reason that will give you a conclusion that the Earth is the globe. But you're saying that you have to go to Google, search Earth, and that is the obvious.
Yeah. Yep, he's telling me I've got to look at the thing on the person's desk. I've got to look on a screen on the internet. I mean, nothing so far that he said has told me to go outside and have a look at anything.
Right.
Wow.
Devil, can you post what you're saying is obvious on the internet about the Earth being a globe? Can you do that?
Where do I post though? Where do I post?
Post it here in the chat, in the VC chat. I'll tag you.
Chat, yeah. Wait. Got it.
Okay, just download it. I tagged you here in the chat so we can know what you're talking about, the obvious thing.
The bar.
You cannot post pictures here, bro.
Well, if you cannot post, send it to me. And I'll post it for you.
Wait. Yeah.
Let me say hi to you in the DM.
Please, my friend, this is not obvious. This is fact. What?
What is obvious?
When you talk about obvious.
Let me tell you about something called Common sense. Wait, let me Google it. Common sense.
Okay. Let's stick to page 1, guys. Tito asked you if you have an example that the Earth is obviously sphere. You still haven't provided that, though.
Thomas Paine, Common Sense was published and became America's first-selling bestseller with some 120,000
He's reading some book
sold
title.
in less than 3 months. Within a
That's
year
not
of
the Earth. That's not the Earth.
Hey, Devil, can you concentrate on the topic though? Can you focus on the words that are being said and you can engage with that though?
Let me give you the NASA picture of Earth.
Google Earth. Yes, Google Earth.
Google Earth. Right.
So you're saying that's obvious for you when you have a perspective that you yourself, nobody in here have ever had, and you're saying that an image on the internet from an outside perspective, God's eye view that nobody has,
Everything on internet
that's
is right.
obvious. You label that obvious.
Yes. That is obvious.
So that's his example, Tito, of the obvious globe Earth. I mean, I'm sorry, you didn't even post it or send it to me, so I don't know even what we're even talking about.
Okay. Where is that? Yeah, got it. This is the picture.
I tried to DM you, but you're not a. Oh, there it is. Okay, I got it. Let me download it, and I'm gonna go to the chat and post it as your obvious evidence of the Earth is a sphere or round. This is a round thing.
Yes. This is the Earth.
There you go, Tito. He posted the obvious evidence. I don't know if Tito is still here, but.
Bro, what do you think?
Wow.
Earth is flat?
Where'd you get that?
I got it from internet, bro.
But it's a ball. It's a ball.
Yeah, that's what I said. Earth is like ball.
You believe you live on a ball.
Yes.
Okay, so Devil, you know this image that you posted, right? You got this from the screen, right? Now, when we turn off the computer, turn off the TV, right? We turn it off. Then we go outside in the world and go to let's say to a lake or the seashore, the ocean shore, right? And we measure the waters of the earth. The water is not curving though, like in this image. The water is not curving on the outside of a sphere in reality.
You look far above in the sky, right?
Oh, you go away from the table to measure the table?
Yeah.
So when you have to do a measurement, let's say a table, you're gonna measure the table like the Earth. The Earth, do we measure? Do we go to the Earth or we go away from the Earth to measure it?
Away from the Earth. That's how you know it's a round sphere.
Do you measure it by going away from it? Think about this logically, Devil. Come on.
Bro, what?
So
Are you serious?
the meter that you use to measure the ruler, you bring the ruler, instead to bring it to the table and put it on top of the table, you go to China and measure you measure the wall of China, and you say this is the measurements of the table.
See, Earth and table are not the same thing.
No, not the same thing. Yeah, not the same thing. Correct. So when you measure something, you measure it directly, right? Direct
There is an
measurement.
experiment done by a scientist to prove the Earth is round. You want to know?
You said a scientist proved the Earth is round?
Yeah, on living on the Earth.
What's the name? What's the name of the scientist and the method that he used?
Yeah, wait. I think he used a pole and shadows, something like that.
You talking about Aristophanes?
In two different locations. I don't know the name.
So you don't know who, you don't know how, but you know the conclusion.
Yeah, yeah. Let me pull up that. Pull that for you. Yeah. What is this? Eratosthenes, the Greek scientist. Greek mathematician.
Aristophanes. He calculated the circumference of the earth, not the curvature though.
By measuring the angle of sun rays at both the locations and by using simple geometry, Eratosthenes was able to calculate the Earth has circumference of 28,735 miles. And if you know what?
Yeah, he calculated a circumference. He didn't calculate it curvature of the earth. He already pre-assumed the curvature.
Bro, what?
Listen.
He only measured shadow lengths. He didn't measure the Earth's curvature.
Surface circumferences of round things, not the flat.
Wait, Devil, you're saying that, I mean, like a circle has a circumference, right? A circle?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, circles are flat though.
Yeah, you are right.
So you concede that flat things can have circumferences, right? You just said that flats doesn't have circumferences. Anyways,
If Earth was flat, bro, if you go to end of the Earth, you would fall, right?
oh, you mean like a disk, Earth? A disk is a disk in space, and then you go to the edge of that disk, and then you fall from it into outer space.
Yes, if it was not round.
The Earth is round.
Yeah, Earth is round.
The Earth is round?
Yes.
He left. He just wanted to preach.
He said it and left. Well.
So what if Earth is not in outer space?
What? Are you
What if
serious?
Earth is not? Yes, I'm very serious. What makes you think that Earth? What makes you think that Earth is in outer space?
Bro, people have gone to moon. We have satellites circling around Earth every single minute.
Those are stories. Those are stories you're told. You have no direct experience of those things. So how do you know those things to be true?
What? These are stories? Satellites.
Yes, you have no direct experience of those things. So how could you possibly know those things to be true?
Yeah, but what you are saying? What shape is the Earth?
I'm not claiming to know the shape of the Earth.
That is a good claim.
Yeah.
You stay in your ignorance, bro. Let me tell you one thing. The Magellan Elcano expedition, the first practical proof. It was pioneering journey of exploration that provided the first practical proof Earth is round. The expedition was led by Portuguese explorer Ferdinand Magellan and Spanish navigator Juan Sebastian Elcano, and it set sail from Spain in 1519 with the goal of reaching the Spice island of Indonesia. After a perilous journey that lasted over 3 years and claimed the lives of Magellan and many of his crew, the expedition finally arrived in Philippines in 1522.
Cool
And then
story. Are you trolling? Prove that you living on a ball.
what? Yeah, we are living on a ball.
Prove that you're living on a ball.
He doesn't know what I don't know if he knows what evidence or proofs or demonstrations or testing, because he thinks the conclusion is the evidence. He thinks that the erroneous conclusion based on popularity is the evidence.
And now he's appealing to sailors doing circles.
Yeah, because he's not looking at the evidence. He's saying, oh, someone did something, and that something concludes that the Earth is a globe. Doesn't matter what it is and how they did it, when, how, all the variables. He's ignoring everything and just saying, it's a globe because someone did something.
You do know, Devil, that circumnavigation means to go around something. Right? Are you saying that you can't go around something on a flat surface?
Devil, can you go around your flat table? Can you go around your flat table?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
But
So
what do
going
you
around doesn't necessarily mean that you're going around a sphere.
Yes, it does.
So you can only go around spheres?
Yes.
Can you go around your car?
Yes.
Is your car a sphere?
No.
Huh, okay.
Do you really think that the Earth is flat?
No, no.
Oh yeah, I can think about it. Yes, I can think about it. Yeah, we can think.
Why?
Yeah, we can also measure it, demonstrate it, check it, verify it, do it again, all over again and again. And we can think about
why
it
do you think
as
that?
well. Oh, because when we measure the Earth and the surface around it, we practically use it, measure it, and operate on it as a flat, motionless plane. Everything you do, aviation, communication, travel, navigation, long distance observations, construction, everything relates to a horizontal frame of reference. Even your senses are acute to this. Horizontal, motionless Earth, flat, level.
What? Motionless?
Yeah. Not spinning like in the cartoon globe. You know, the cartoon globe nonsense. It shows you a curving water on the outside of a spinning sphere. That's a misrepresentation of what we actually observe, experience, and can test for. Because what we test for, we find on the surface of the Earth is that the surface is not curving and the ground is not spinning.
If you go to the moon, right?
If you
Then
go
you
to the
can-
moon, like like this is in our minds. We in our minds we're gonna imagine going to the moon, and then what?
We have pictures from the moon of Earth. We have pictures of Earth from the moon.
We have. Okay, Devil, right? You know Hollywood, Disney.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know when they draw cartoons of things, you know that cartoon is not real, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you see something, let's say a lion that speaks English, Spanish, Chinese, and can wage war against the witch in Narnia, do you think that lion is a real lion?
No.
No, it's not a real lion. Yeah, because when you go to reality, you look at lions. Lions don't do
I've never
any of
seen a
those.
lion.
The lion was doing on the TV, right?
I haven't seen a lion in real life.
You know that you agree that the lion in the Narnia movie is not a real lion, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you agree.
And I
So
still know.
the
And I still
sphere,
know that
the
is not
earth,
real
and the
lion.
TV is the lion in the TV. The lion
And
in
I
the
still,
movie.
I haven't seen a lion in real life, and I still know that lions that you are talking about is not a real lion. Why?
You also haven't seen the sphere in real life. So
That's what I'm
how can you make conclusions about the sphere?
That's what I'm saying. I have not seen the lion in real life, and I still know what a lion can do, what lion looks like.
Yeah, because you can
speak
check
or
the
not.
lion. Well, listen, we can check the lion, observe
I
it,
have not
study it. We can verify it. We can do all sorts of things with the lion, just like we do with the earth, right? Just like we can measure the earth, travel across the earth.
How do you measure the earth, bro?
There's many examples. One of the best ones will be laser tests that has been done in many regions of the world, across many
Laser test?
surfaces, hundreds of times by many different groups, and it shows that when this
What are the results of that
laser,
laser test? What are the results of that laser test?
the result is that when the laser is shot from a distance, and below that laser, if the ground or the water was curving to a rate of 8 inches per mile squared, right? Like the globe dictates, the globe, the sphere, the geometry has a specific variables. So when the laser goes from point A to point B to point C to point D to point Z, all of the letters in the alphabet, when the laser goes from all of those point to point, there is no drop over distance below the laser. The water is not dropping, it's not curving, it's flat, level, horizontal.
There could be drop. What is this test? Let me Google it.
Do you know what gravity is?
Laser
Gravity?
test.
Yes, gravity.
Okay, gravity. Okay, so we'll touch the gravity, but Devil, go check the Earth curves calculator, right? And maybe if you go to the text in here, people might be posting stuff for you. There's many examples. If you scroll up, people have been posting laser tests and images and stuff that you can check. But the guy that mentioned gravity, do you know what gravity is? Because
Yes, it's a force
is it a word?
Keeps our people in general that.
Wait, can you define the word that you said? Gravity is what?
Yes, wait, that I am thinking how to explain it. Because
no, so you're trying to give me your
English.
definition of gravity. I don't want your definition. I want the definition.
Okay, wait, that I'll search it.
Gravity is a kind of force that attracts one object to the other. Attraction force between two objects. That is gravity. That has certain.
Where do we see this again? Where?
Everywhere. Everywhere in the universe.
Give me one example, Devil. Give me one example where you see everything attracting to each other.
Everywhere in the universe.
Not things to each other, just things to the center of the Earth, that it's a globe.
Okay, so you're saying that when we drop something to the floor, that's gravity.
Gravitational force. That is gravitational force.
So when things don't drop, when things go up, or when things float, what was that?
That's no gravity. Or inverse gravity if it goes up.
Anti-gravity? Anti-gravity?
Yes.
Yes.
He says yes. It's kind of funny.
How is it related to the fact that the Earth is a globe?
That's a good question, Sawiki.
Yes.
How is things going to the floor related to the Earth being a globe? Tell me.
Yes, because have you seen that the Earth is a globe. It's similar to a sphere, no? And in the center of the sphere there is a
So Wiki, you already
force
you
that
already
is called gravity
Wiki, think about
gravity
this logically,
attractor
bro.
that in
Listen, think about
in
this
any
logically.
part
How did
of
you came to the
the globe.
conclusion that how do you came to the conclusion in the first place? In the first place, how do you know that the Earth is curving? How do you know that?
Because, well, the Earth is a globe.
There are
Come on,
many
search it
You
on
walk
Google, on
outside
ChatGPT.
and
In fact, it's a spheroid in shape. That is flat sphere.
Well,
Flat at
it's
the
not a
poles.
perfect sphere. It's
Flat at
similar
the
to the photo
poles.
on the chat.
It's flat at the poles. And it's
the Earth
oval.
is flat.
How was that determined?
Lots of scientists have determined that. I don't know.
You don't know how?
Because scientists have determined that the Earth has that shape.
Yeah.
Yes, but
Lots
we're
of
asking how was it measured? Because that's how you understand an object's form, its shape, by measuring it, right?
Had I say that?
See, someone presents a theory, they prove it. Other
theory?
scientists retest.
Yeah, we need to know.
Retest.
Are you telling us that you just believe it, right? You don't know what was done, you don't know how they did it, like you don't know who did it. You just
Not
know that
seen
someone out
anything
there
in-
did something and they found out that the Earth was a ball.
If you
Well,
haven't seen
I
yourself,
don't think that the Earth is a globe. It's a fact. If it has scientific proof, is that it's not
Yeah,
a way.
Okay.
It's not.
What is it? What's the scientific evidence then?
You can search on ChatGPT or just
See,
try
so
to
you
read
just
about.
believe it. You just believe.
No,
You think
I
there
don't
is.
believe it. I know
You don't
it.
know. No, you don't, because you can't give us the information that's required in order for it to be knowledge.
And can you give me the information needed to prove that the Earth is flat?
Yes, go outside and look.
And how do you look that the Earth is flat?
Well, do you see any curvature?
Yeah.
You do. You see curvature? Where did you see curvature?
I cannot see in long, far distances.
That's the evidence
again?
that you cannot see it. He said he cannot see it.
You can't see it.
But the Earth is very big. Have you thought that if you are in
Yes,
a sphere
it's
and
big.
you are
It's
very tiny,
It's very big and it's very flat.
you will not see the curvature.
Okay. Let's say I agree with you. Let's say I agree with you. How would you tell the difference between something that's very big and flat and something that's very big and curving?
Have you seen
will
that
You go far away from that object, you can see the curvature.
if the Earth was flat, we could measure it perfectly, but that's not the case.
You know, flat is a orientation, right? A horizontal orientation. Like, you probably are you near the ocean or far from the ocean?
Very far.
Far from the ocean. So you're probably up in the mountains.
I'm not
Are you?
in the mountains. No.
But you're
No.
higher. You're higher than the sea level.
Yes, about 15 meters.
So 15 meters above sea level, the person that constructed the structure that you're sitting on, that your house or your building, had to establish a water level. Put the first brick. Do you know this?
I think that the sea level that I am up or above the sea level
Yeah,
is
you are
not
above the sea
related
level.
to construction.
No,
It's
the water
related
level. To establish
geography.
a water level, to establish the horizontal, put the first brick, then put the second brick, third brick, and then to the last brick, right? And then you have the floor level, right? Floor level. and then you have the table on top of that floor, a level table, right? And you make sure that the everything is level. How? With what?
With scientific help, because there's something
Scientific help to establish to
yes,
put a table
like
on the floor. You need a scientist, though.
no, but some tools that help to measure it.
Which tool? Which tool? The water level?
No, specifically.
No. Which one will you use though? To make sure that the table is level, the first break and the last one.
Wait, here I know the name in Spanish, but not in English.
Spirit level. Un nivel. Un nivel. Eso es lo que estás buscando, un nivel.
Sí.
Sí, un nivel es un level. Un level es un
Sí,
nivel.
eso yo ya lo sé. La principal herramienta utilizada para medir el nivel del mar, mareas y sus variaciones es el mareógrafo. Y en base a eso, haciendo cálculos, puedes calcular vos más o menos y la elevación del terreno en base a qué tan lejos estás vos del mar y cuánto se movió. No, cuánto se movió no. Sino cuánto se elevó el terreno desde el mar hasta donde vos estás y de ahí vos sacás el coso. La cantidad de, metros de
What is he saying,
elevación.
Jamesy?
He's saying that you base on the sea level, you base it from the sea level to your position. He said 15 miles. Oh, he said 15 meters, whatever he's far away from the coast, and then bring the level. Exactly what I'm trying to tell him. The sea level to his level.
Yeah, we live in a flat world. We can
that's a
use
flat.
the
That's
water
flat.
level. It's a
Do you really think that we live in a flat Earth? Come on.
Yeah, that's why we use the water level.
No, what you just described to Jamesy in Spanish.
Man, we're in 21st century.
Sawiki, 1 sec. What you just described to Jamesy in Spanish, he translated it for us, and you're describing a flat Earth, not a curving Earth.
Why?
Sawiki, paralelo, horizontal. Parallel, horizontal. The sea level, el nivel del mar, at the coast, en la costa, it's parallel to the water level, es paralelo to al nivel del agua en tu casa. Now search what parallel means. Sawiki, paralelo. Mira, horizontales, paralelos. Mira qué significa. So what you said, the sea level, you use it to establish the level at the other location. Yeah, you use a water level. You bring it. You bring the horizontal from the sea level to your location and establish the horizontal at your location. I remember Apocryphon saying this in his own way of saying it. You bring the water level, the horizontal, to the site. He's gone. Cannot take it anymore. Yeah, these guys are dropping like flies. What's going on? Devil left and Wiki left. Wiki was saying it's the 21st century, guys. Come on. Welcome. Welcome. He got a little emotional. That's a wiki. Oh, so wiki's back. It's a wiki. In the text only. What do you want me to do? Talk? I will not even congrat you? What the fuck? I left the discussion because I will not change your way of thinking.
Oh, so he was here to try and convert us back to the globe. I see. But we didn't accept his flyer.
I asked him, listen to the other side? He said, no, man. He's not. He's not listening neither.
Oh, he wants to believe. Believe.
He believes in the truth.
What do you think about all this, Ismail? James, you got anything to add to the conversation?
Little Bunny. You related to Bad Bunny? Little Bunny? Little Bunny, Bad Bunny, they sound kind of like related. I ain't gonna lie. You saw the performance in the Super Bowl? Anybody? That's my people, and he's. Oh, man, it was disgusting.
It's the most embarrassing shit I ever have seen in a halftime show.
Yeah, it was terrible.
You saw how Lady Gaga symbol like a crown and put the crown on top of him? Lady Gaga did like a sign with the spikes of the crown. She did like crowning him. Kind of crazy, right?
Yeah, it was kind of weird. But Jamesy, let me tell you something. What? What is it you're gonna tell me? Common sense, man.
VIP.
Have you heard of common sense? What? What is it? Tell me about common sense. There is this ball. A ball? Where is it? It's in space.
That was the devil guy. Yeah.
Let me tell you about common sense.
I was about to jump in the nonsense with him, but I don't know. He wasn't. He was being a little weird. He was being a contrarian, in my opinion. Because when I asked him, if you're gonna measure a table, will you go to the table or away from the table? He said away from the table. That's gotta be some type of trolling.
It is funny because he's not the first one. They all bring it up, common sense, and then very next sentence, out come total nonsense.
Yeah, yeah. That's true. It's common sense that is a globe. How is it common sense? Because of this nonsense.
We see this ball. It's in space.
If you go to far, far away from it, you can see it. How do you measure it? You go away from it. How do you do a direct measurement of it? You go far, far away from it. Welcome to Ahmed. Ahmed. People getting shy. Welcome to the new people. If you got any questions, you are welcome to open your mic and ask, and also make comments about the topic of the VC. We got Basket that just joined. Abdel. If you guys got any questions about the Flat Earth Globe Earth topic, you are welcome to ask. See, Abdel.
No.
Oh, hi. Hi, Abdel.
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. How about you?
Oh, I'm good, I'm good. Thanks for the reply. What brings you by to the Flat Earth Discord? Flat Earth PC.
I just was trying my mic. I'm sorry.
Yeah, your mic is not doing the best. That's fine.
Hello. All right. Hello, flat earthers.
Hi. How are you?
I'm doing great. What about you guys?
Doing all right.
Is this like this is a genuine question. Is this like a legit server, like I mean channel, like you guys?
This is a legit server and channel. It wouldn't be a channel if it wasn't legit, though. The server owner doesn't mess around too much, so it's legit.
No. I mean, like, belief-wise, like you guys are actually.
Oh, it has nothing to do with belief, though, because it will be more like an acknowledgement of the horizontal frame of reference, flat as a orientation of the world.
Yeah.
The measurement, observation, and it's the ways practically use the surface of the Earth as a horizontal, motionless frame of reference.
Horizontal, motionless frame of reference.
Well, I'm using those words, but the meaning of it's the surface of the Earth is not curving, so it cannot be a globe.
Yeah.
Because it's not curving.
How does that work?
Well, when we measure the surface of the Earth, either with laser test, we can also do long distance observations. We have infrared. Also have construction examples, field measurements, or even aircraft or communication systems. Everything is based on a horizontal, which you cannot have horizontals on a sphere. Surface of the Earth, the water, the water, big surface of the Earth.
Yeah.
A lot of it is water. That water, you can go to your water cup on top of the table, right? The surface is flat and level. You can go to the lake next to your house. Doesn't matter if you're higher than the sea level or lower than the sea level. That body of water, the lake, is flat and level. Then you can go to the sea, and the sea is the same thing. It's the sea level. So the horizontals are parallel between the altitudes. So the sea level to the high mountain lake or your house in the high mountains, the horizontal up in the mountains is parallel to the horizontal at the sea. There's no curvature drop over distance like they claim on the TV. Show you on the TV the globe, the water curving around in the spinning globe. When we check for that, that's nowhere to be found. That's not the case.
So, like, if you stand basically on Mount Everest, you can basically see the entire planet if you have a good enough telescope.
Not really, because there is a medium that you're looking across, and that medium will block the light for you. It will attenuate the light. And even the biggest telescope that we have available, we have a limitation.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
So have we ever?
You have angular. You have angular. So if you have a book in your hands, you can read the letters. But if you move that book 1 kilometer away, you cannot see the letters anymore, right? You can see a car in front of you, but if that car goes too far away from you, you cannot see it anymore. You cannot resolve it. Just like any mountain, if you're in Mount Everest, you cannot see the high peaks in the Americas because they're too far away from you. You cannot resolve them with your optics. Does that make any sense or no?
Oh, I see where you're coming from, but it kind of. I saw a lot of these. What you're talking about right now. I actually never took any of these seriously because I remember in high school when I read about, I think his name was Aristostonine or something like that.
Aristotlenes, yeah.
I studied it in Arabic, so I said the name in Arabic.
Yeah, that's fine. You can say however you want. I'm just saying. Yeah, I know.
I'm glad you know who you're talking about. Who studied who calculated the diameter of the Earth based on the curvature of shadows from, I think it was, I'm not sure if it was Rome or Athens. I think it was Athens, and the other one was in Egypt.
Syene and Alexandria.
Aywa. Yes.
Yeah, and he calculated the circumference, but he preassumed he already believed that he was standing on a sphere. So when he got the circumference, he added the circumference that he calculated. He didn't measure it. You see the difference? He said he measured shadows, right? Yeah. And then attach that equation into the pre-assumed sphere that he already believed in. So he didn't measure curvature nor measure the circumference. He calculated everything. So you and I can have different pre-assumptions, presuppositions from the beginning to the same test and come to a different conclusion than he did.
Didn't they cross-reference with modern
inconsistent. My bad, Emperor. Go ahead. I interrupted you. Go ahead.
No, didn't they cross-reference his results with the modern results, and it was close, to accurate?
Modern results will basically do the same thing. They will pre-assume, because remember, he's not measuring the curvature of the Earth. His conclusion is the circumference, how big the circle is. You could do this circle on a flat surface, circles, like a round table, like a CD. So you can do a circumference on a flat surface, like the Chinese did. Around the same time Aristotles did this, the Chinese did the same thing, and their conclusion was that the Earth was flat and motionless. Flat.
So how does aerial travel work with this?
So the the engineers that build the aircraft, they want to, a brother that he builds aircraft for company in the US.
I used to be a flight attendant as well, so yeah, I could.
So themselves. Go ahead, sir. What was it?
I said that I used to be a flight attendant myself.
Okay, so yeah, perfect. This is perfect, right? So the people that construct the aircraft, they wanted to do it in a way that is practically, that it works in reality, right? And it's safe as well, because when they get in their aircraft to test it, they want to make it up and down, right? They want to get in the aircraft and it's going to fly, and they're going to turn back to put it into the commercial, right, place, and then their families can travel safely, right, and their neighbors. So they take this pretty seriously, right, when they're constructing aircrafts.
Of course, the construction.
Yeah, so they have to. Yeah, they have to pre-assume and design the airplane to work on a flat, motionless plane to make it work practically in reality.
Okay, how does that work?
Well, how does that work? There's a lot of technical things in there that, I'm not an aircraft expert, but how it works is that the ground that the aircraft is traveling across doesn't have the motion that the globe claims, nor the curvature. So the airplane is not taking that into account to be able to travel, right? Also, the pilot that is navigating the aircraft never in his mind takes into account any curvature nor any motion of the ground operate the airplane.
Plus,
you also
while
know.
You're in the airplane,
go ahead.
Take your experience as a flight attendant for however many years, or if you're still doing it, right?
Yeah.
If you're on the airplane, in order to get into the sky, they got to tilt the nose up. They got to increase altitude, and that has to be over a reference frame, which is sea level. So at 32,000 feet, they level the aircraft off, and the nose is about 2 to 3 degrees nose up, and they fly flat and level for however many hours, right? You and everybody else on the plane, and the airplane referencing that flight as level and horizontal for however many hours.
Yo, do you guys think that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, we're talking to someone right now about it.
So if you pay
Mate,
attention,
come on. What are we playing at here? Come on.
Green guy. We're speaking to someone right now, so you mute yourself and then wait for
All right, calm down, fucking hell.
You interrupting someone else. We're trying to hear what they're saying. Damn. It's annoying as fuck.
Hey, Emperor's Child, just so you know, some people have posted some stuff related to what Jemsy was telling you in the side chat. So just quickly, there's a 360-degree pan shot from the top of Mount Everest. And there was some information I looked up saying the average visibility is about 200 to 210 miles. Okay, usually, that's about as far as you could see from up a mountain. Okay, just due to the clarity of the air. And then under that, there's some information about Eratosthenes. And then I was just about to post a bunch of citations from flight engineers' manuals talking about flat Earth. Anyway, I'm going to go back on mute.
Give me a second to read this because I wasn't paying attention. Thank you for letting me know.
No, the aircraft flies flat and level. Everyone experiences the flight as flat and level. And nowhere ever did anybody ever feel like they needed to tilt the nose down to account for the amount of drop that is supposed to be occurring on the sphere. However, the claim is also that the rate of drop over distance is not noticeable. Right. So now you have to believe your senses that you're not accounting for the drop over distance for falling or flying down the curve of the ball from your origin point. And the story is that you would never account for that drop over distance while you fly. So either you believe something extra to your senses, or you accept what your senses are telling you to begin with.
Okay, I'm sorry, but I was kind of listening to you and reading at the same time, so I had difficulty fully grasping what you were talking about.
You don't experience the Earth as a sphere moving.
Of course you don't, because you're inside of it.
Right.
Could there be other reason besides that you're inside of it? Could there be the reason could be that it's not a sphere? That's why you don't experience it as a sphere. Could that be a reason, Emperor?
How come? So is space real?
He didn't answer my question.
No, I just had this question in my head.
Yeah, Emperor. But see, you said the sphere is too big. That's why you don't experience it, right? You could because you're in it.
We don't experience it because the Earth is rotating on its around its center.
Okay. Could the reason be? Could the reason be that is not rotating and that is not curving? Could that be a reason?
You mean it's just still and a flat circle where we all live on it?
Well, not necessarily a circle, just flat, right? So flat and motionless.
Flat and motionless. So does this challenge any understanding of geography we have around? Of course, I'm not talking about the rectangular map, the actual circular map that we use for navigation, counting for lines of longitude and what the fuck are they called?
Longitude and latitude. Those are derived from watching the stars. That's not based on the ground. You wouldn't get longitude and latitude from looking at the ground. You would get vertical references from the ground. Right. So whenever they whenever they create maps and they make them any shape that they want, the orientation of the land has to correspond to the longitude and latitude, which is from observing the sky.
Yeah, I work with maps a lot. I used to be in the military, and I used to use a lot of like I had to rely on maps and stars to determine certain locations and sort of all that.
Right. Whenever somebody describes to you a map, they're saying a map is a topographical representation of the land as seen from above. So whenever you're looking at a map, you have your north and south grid coordinates and your east and west, which is your X and Z axis, and your topography lines is your Y axis. So whenever you look at a map, you're looking at a flat Cartesian coordinate system. You're looking at a flat map.
And I have to take into account the magnetic north and the geographical north and all that. Yes.
So not in anywhere of you reading that map did you reference the Earth as a sphere.
Of course not.
Best, the greatest thing that you ever did was ever look at the stars to verify if what it is that you're looking on the map is matching the location that you are. Like if you're
I usually use the stars to determine my north sometimes when I don't have compasses. Or when I want to tell, So basically it's like a given. I guess what the fellow was talking about, an assumption, the predisposition sort of. Like I never thought about it as in like I'm doing this on a sphere or on a flat terrain. Because to me, of course, I'm dealing here. Yes, because I'm dealing here with terrain, topographical terrain.
Yeah, exactly.
But, okay, basically, what I was saying is, like, this is what I know about how Earth functions in a system, the solar system. So my question was, how come when we observe the constellations around us, the stars and the sun, the moon, all of that, how come it's round, spheres, while Earth is not? What gives?
Because that's what they look like. Why would we ever try and describe them as something as they're not? Whenever you say, okay, the lights in the sky, those are appearing to be spherical, so the ground must also be a sphere also. Well,
yeah, why would the Earth, like, in defiance of every other planet that we've seen or object in the sky, be flat while everything else is a sphere?
You're going off already having the assumption that the heliocentric idea is true in its whole, right?
Yes.
We're saying that outer space doesn't exist. This is not the third disk from the sun flying around the Milky Way galaxy, orbiting around whatever, right? It's the Earth is the floor of all that you will ever experience, right? And the sun, moon, and stars are the lights that are in the sky, which is above the Earth, 100% of the time.
Wait. Slow down, please.
Okay.
Go back to the sun and the moon.
The sun, the moon, and the stars are all lights in the sky, which is always above the ground. It doesn't matter where you go. The sun never goes.
Light? Can you be more specific?
Lumens, light.
No, not the definition of what light is. I'm saying like, okay, we know what a star is. We know what the moon is. When you tell me lights, can you be more specific? What do you mean by lights?
When I say star, I do not say a big burning ball of gas in a vacuum. I don't say that.
Okay.
When I say star, I mean you step outside your house, you look up, and you see the white dots in the sky. Those are lights. Those are the stars.
So real quick, Emperor, you just said we know what stars are, but you gotta kind of realize this though, that there is a separation between what we observe, stars. You and I can observe them. Everybody in here can look and observe the stars, the observable phenomena. We label stars, right? And then there is the belief of what they are that cannot be verified. Like they are big suns, bigger than our sun, trillions of miles away, kind of stuff.
Depending, yeah? There are red dwarfs as well.
That cannot be then. That is part of the religion. That is part of the globe. Like you were saying, the solar system and the globe earth. That is part of the belief side of things.
Assumptions.
I used a telescope before. I saw Jupiter.
Me too.
I saw the so I saw it. Is it just a glass? Like a glass?
No, it's an observable phenomenon. It's an observable phenomenon. Observable phenomenon.
Phenomena. Okay.
Yeah. Now.
What do you? No, wait. What do you mean?
People are gonna tell you. Listen, some people are gonna tell you. They know what is the distance, the makeup, the size, the medium that thing is in, or they believe it. But do you think they really know?
They've never been there to circle around the object, to take a measurement of the shape of the object, to measure the size of the object, take a sample to find out what material it's made of, what it smells like, what it tastes like.
Okay,
how could they ever claim? How could they ever claim to know what that is if they've never done that?
I get it. I'll answer you. Basically, when it comes to claims that fall within the bracket of scientific claims, I believe that certain people dedicate their time and efforts into understanding phenomena, and they use the scientific method to verify certain claims, theories. And when they give a theory and they provide their research and they provide their experiments that can be,
those people do exist, but not on this topic, not on the topic of the stars. There's no science done about the stars.
Yeah, I've got a news flash for you, Emperor's Child. They don't utilize the scientific method, and we can give you quotes from them. From like, have you heard of Michio Kaku?
Yeah, the Japanese guy. I've seen some videos.
Right.
Yeah, he's the prime priest of this topic that you're talking about.
Whoa!
Yeah, he specifically says that nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method.
When it comes to what?
He says it's astronomy, cosmology. He says it's all leaps of logic and seat of your pants and guesswork.
I'll give you an example, Emperor. I'll give you an example. Real quick, guys. I'm in a second. You and I could be next to each other or different locations. Could both be looking at the sky. You can make your own ideas of what those things are. I can make my own ideas about it. Who's right?
What? Can you repeat your question? We are both on different different places on the Earth, looking at the same constellations. That means we have to be on the same sphere. I mean,
you're adding too much to what he said. That's not what he said at all. Say it again.
Okay. That's what I understood. I understood that we're both looking at the same constellations and we both make up explanations of them, right? That's what you said.
If we're both outside, standing elbow to elbow, and we look up and we see the lights in the sky, you make up a story.
You keep calling them lights in the sky, and you didn't explain to me what you mean by that.
The things that twinkle at night.
Dude, please don't be literal.
Just to explain it a little bit. Okay, so we've all been taught growing up. Okay, the same thing, that they're burning balls of gas millions of light years away in a vacuum. Okay, that would go against natural law, right? That's not something that's been scientifically validated. It goes against gas laws, right? It goes against what's testable and repeatable in a vacuum, right? In the most similar environment that we can create here on the Earth, right?
But don't they do that with those nuclear? What's it called?
No,
Those
that
big
wouldn't be
circular
that wouldn't be a ball of plasma gas inside a vacuum being contained or held together
No,
by
but
gravity.
they do the same.
That would be in a chamber.
And now
No,
you're
no,
just
no.
asserting. You're saying they're doing this thing. That must be the thing that's happening in the sky.
Just a second,
You have no
just a
clue.
second.
No one's ever been there to verify.
Wait, just a second. What's it called?
Finish it.
Dude, English is not my first language. Help me here.
Nuclear reaction?
No.
No, not the nuclear reactors.
No, it's not.
Things
It's
in
not our
Europe.
first language. Yeah, we don't use that language anymore either, so it's hard for us to remember your globe slang for things.
Globe slang.
What globe slang?
Yeah, so look, that's not taking a vacuum
when you
chamber and
say
making a ball of plasma
nuclear
gases.
fusion, and that's what you're trying to say, a nuclear fusion reaction that's happening with hydrogen in the sun.
Yeah, it's not analogous, basically. Right, and claiming that you can have a ball of gas and water, right, inside a giant vacuum, inside a space vacuum. Okay, that's also something that goes against natural law, goes against entropy, goes against gas laws, goes against every testable. Yeah, it's textbook definition pseudoscience. Literally. Even admitted by, people like Michio Kaku said nobody in his field uses the so-called scientific method. Right? He says we're off by an average of 10 to some ridiculous amount of zeros.
10 to the
120 zeros.
Yeah, 10 to 120. Okay, so let's bring it back down to Earth a little bit. Okay, this is how we know for sure that the Earth is not a globe. Right? Because they tell us the exact size of the Earth. Okay, and 70% of the Earth is covered in water, approximately, okay, of the globe. That's what they tell us. Now, that water would have to be curving at a certain rate. Okay, and we can go out and test the surface of the water, like over and over and over again, using all sorts of different methods. We can calculate exactly how much curvature there would have to be over a certain distance, and then we can test for the byproducts of that curvature. Okay, like things being obstructed by the curvature and the distance, and a horizon being at a certain distance, based off the height of the observer, that kind of thing. Okay, that's been done
that goes
hundreds
to visibility is affected by what's it called? The density, not the density of air. It has a term.
Yeah, visibility is affected, but we also have nice clear days as well. Okay, where we have really nice clear conditions, right? Quite often.
Of course.
Okay, so we could get a distance of say 20 miles, for example, and over 20 miles there should be about 293 foot of curvature. 266 foot of curvature over that distance. Okay, we can test for things, becoming obstructed in the distance. That's been done hundreds, if not thousands of times now, and no curvature is ever detected. Okay, we've got teams of engineers going out with high-powered lasers, that kind of thing, shooting the laser over the surface of huge distances, right, over the water, over frozen lakes, over salt lakes, and they're hitting the targets at the same height, right? So say they set up the laser at 1.5 meters height. They'll shoot it over, say, a 40 kilometer distance.
I knew the experiment you're talking about. Didn't it actually register that there was a curvature?
No. You're probably thinking of a different one. Okay, this one was done by a team of engineers in Europe called Field Engineers Corps, and they shot the laser from 1.5 meters height, and they shot it they did 5 different tests, but on the longest test it was over 40 kilometers distance. Okay, and
did they make sure that on what
they had weather stations. They had weather stations measuring the density, the pressure, accounting for refraction, that kind of thing. And they repeated, right? They also repeated the tests as well 5 different times, different weather conditions, and every single time they're hitting their target. Right? They're not the only ones that have done it as well. Okay, so they have an hour-long documentary and a 180-page PDF document, or 100 and something page PDF document.
Can you send it to me?
Yeah, I can pop it in the side chat for you.
Thanks.
No problem.
You know they're lying, DJ. You know they're boy.
No,
What does
gunslinger.
what does this like?
Nobody's
If you say
lying. That's your only code.
it's a lie, what does it change?
Nothing. You already experienced the Earth as flat and stationary, right? You already live on the flat Earth. So the only thing that's going to change is your knowledge and the way that you know, that would change people's situations depending on how they take the information, what they want to do with that.
I mean, yeah, but like me personally, like I will look into what you're going to send me, and I read these. What that person you sent them, you actually sent them, but I kind of don't. I don't know. It doesn't feel like it's logical, sort of. But at the same time,
like an appeal to incredulity.
What?
You're saying I don't think it could happen. I don't. What the information that you're giving me, I haven't seen it yet. But I'm appeal to my incredulity. How do you say that word? Okay.
Incredulity.
Incredulity. Yeah. Just one sec. DJ, was that Ski? That came in?
Incredulity.
Gunslinger.
Yeah.
It was Ski.
Yeah, that was Gunslinger. Yeah, I don't know who it was.
I just don't want to get rid of the wrong person. That's all.
Skepticism. Could have just said skepticism, man. Didn't have to send me on. Okay. No. What I meant to say was that I have to actually read this because this is kind of interesting. But at the same time, now I'm thinking I had to rely on certain navigation methods. I had to use them. I was up there, sort of in the sky, and I saw the Earth. It looked curved to me. But at the same time, that doesn't change anything for me. The way I used to live and the way I would live, it doesn't take from the importance of this, by the way.
I was military also. I've lived in 10 different countries on 3 different continents. I've been on flights and I've been on ships. It's experienced the same way, no matter if you're at, 200 feet off the water or 40,000 feet off the water, right? You're referencing a horizontal plane, especially if you're going to use a sextant on the, I don't know, say on a C-130. Inside the crew station, they've got the little sextant that hangs from the ceiling. They've replaced it, but you'd have to have your horizontal reference, and then you would take your elevation angle to the star, right? And so now your angle to that star is going to be from that horizontal reference frame, which that horizontal reference frame is parallel with the horizon, which is all the way around you 360 degrees. If you lived on a sphere, you'd still have to make the horizontal reference frame. We're just saying that sphere doesn't exist because we're not measuring the curvature, so the method is just as you experience it, an angle from a horizontal reference frame.
Is there a map for flat earthers?
I stated earlier, all maps are flat.
Yeah, what kind of map do they use?
Well, the maps again would be referenced to the sky. So,
can you give me one that I can read or study?
Pick one.
Pick one? I don't know what I'm picking. How can I pick from what I don't know?
Yeah, what are you asking for?
A map, just a map that can be used as a reference with coordinates and everything that is used by flat earthers. I can cross-reference.
I can be a flat earther and I can use a map, a globe map, and I don't have any problem with it. Do you know why?
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah,
So
do you know why I have no problem with it?
Yes, explain to me, please.
The reason why is because coordinate reference systems are completely arbitrary. As long as you pick one kind of system, whether it's spherical or flat or dinosaur shaped, and you use it consistently, you're not going to have any issues. right? Because the coordinate reference system itself is internally consistent.
That's nice.
Now, where the issues come in is if you're going to compare those distances to reality. And I'm here to tell you that the spherical maps that we have that are laid flat do not comport with reality based off of our measurements.
How does this work with gravity? Our
Oh no, I drop a
understanding of
pencil,
gravity.
it falls to the ground. What's so bad about that?
I drop the pencil, it falls to the ground, of course.
Yeah, what's
Other than
the
that-
issue?
I once saw this thing, documentary that that said that if gravity functions as we understand it to function, whenever you go to the edges of the Earth, what I said exactly.
Of a globe?
Do you guys? No. If the Earth was flat.
Yeah, I don't think there's an edge. Like,
yeah,
Earth isn't like a disc in outer space, dude.
What is it?
I stated this earlier.
Yeah, it's the floor of the universe.
You said it's everything.
Yeah, the Earth is your reality. Listen, like, nobody knows how far you can walk.
Wait, didn't like oh, okay. I mean, that's not a point of reference with historical figures who actually
No, I mean, if you use a
Earth.
spherical coordinate reference system, you're going to walk in circles.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean that Earth is a globe.
How does that work then? If I keep going east, I will end up coming to the same point in a line.
Yeah, east and west are circular.
Yeah.
Yes. So it's going to work the same on either, right? So you have a compass and it's pointing north, right?
Yeah.
If you have it on a sphere or you have it on a flat surface and you want to go due east or due west, you're just going to go around in a circle. You're just going to go in a circle around the north and come back to where you started. Okay, what you wouldn't be able to do on a flat Earth is go south, right? Keep going south and then do a great circle, come back around to where you started. Okay, east to west, no problem on either. Okay, north to south, only on a globe. Okay, just so happens that tons of people have done east to west to east. No one's ever done north to south. No one's ever done a great circle, circumnavigated around a globe, right, and come back to where they started.
Because it's geographically not feasible.
Okay, so whatever the reason, no one's ever done that.
When you look at the map,
it's just a fact.
It's geographically not feasible, sort of.
Well, when you look at the coordinates, right? But in reality, we know that east and west are circular as far as coordinates go. As far as like staying on the line of latitude. But if you go 90 degrees from north, you're not going to be heading west or east for long. Flat or globe.
Yeah, but because when you're at the utmost north, everything is south. There is no east and west anymore.
Right.
Correct, yep.
And when you're the utmost south, everything is north. Magnetically speaking.
For the coordinate, yep.
Yeah. So what I'm asking is, okay, if you tell me that Earth is a reality, an encompassing reality, the way I'm sort of like thinking right now, okay, I haven't read the data he just provided because I'm talking to you. I cannot read and talk at the same time. I'm just winging it with my thoughts and logic. It might be flawed, so I'm just winging. If I'm on a plane of reality, and I look up to the sky and I see these lights, the way you just mentioned them, there is no way for me and scientists to determine what these lights are. There are some theories that say that these lights are gases in a vacuum, doing the whole shebang. If there is up, that is up where these lights are, they are somewhere, and I am here somewhere as well. And on certain places on Earth, like if I am in France and I look up, I will see certain constellations. And if I am in Australia and I look up, I will see other constellations. Not the
different
same
times. Different times and places,
and of course,
right?
there are the time zones. And
I'm not talking about time zones. I got you, man. So here's the problem. How do you know how much distance takes place between these locations? And how do you know whether or not these locations are oriented the same way as you think they are?
I use the sun and moon and constellations. The only thing
me
that
too.
is permanent. Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah. And using them, I realize that I am in different places. Like, that's how sailing works.
It absolutely is, yeah.
So what I'm asking is, since on different places on Earth, doesn't matter, sphere or a flat circle or a realm, an encompassing realm that is reality itself, if there is something outside of it and I can look at it, doesn't that mean that Earth in itself is not a realm and that there is something beyond it, sort of, because I can see it?
If you can go outside and look back in like a God's eye view, then you will have achieved something that is impossible.
Impossible? Explain.
Yeah, where do you think you have to go to see the Earth like this?
Outside of it.
Yeah, like...
By outside, I mean towards the constellations that I am using as points of reference.
Right, nobody's been there.
You mean like nobody has ever left the Earth?
Nobody's been to the constellations and looked back down, no.
But we already see space stations.
Yeah. Do you know how high up in elevation space stations are? They're about 250 miles.
The Earth. Of course, they're always
250
orbiting the Earth. They
They're
cannot escape its
250.
gravitation.
Yeah, I know. They're the claim is they're in 250 miles in elevation above an 8,000 mile diameter ball. What percent is that?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, so they are 250 miles in elevation above an 8,000 mile diameter ball. What's that in terms of percent? We can bust out a calculator and figure out like what difference that is.
Just a second, I'm turning miles into kilometers so I can have an idea.
No, I got you. Yeah, go ahead. I'm doing it too right now, but in miles.
So a mile is basically okay.
Right. So 8,250 divided by 8,000 is about 3%.
Mm-hmm.
It just so happens that if you want to do some more exact mathematics, you are seeing 3% of the Earth's surface from the ISS.
Yeah, but you can actually see the surface on, like, I guess your observation, like, view, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Your perspective from that distance. What did you give me the percentage right now? 3%.
Yeah, 3%. You're seeing 3% of total surface. This isn't the way to do it exactly, but coincidentally, it gets close.
Do you think those YouTube lives from the ISS, like circling the Earth, do you think that's actually some made up bullshit, or like is it real?
I do, but for the sake of the argument, I would accept it. And I would say, well, if they're showing you Earth's surface, they can only show you at most about 3% of it. So why do they show you so much curvature?
Yeah. I mean, it shows.
It should look flat.
Why should it look flat?
Because you're seeing less than 3% of Earth's surface of a ball. So if let's say that the ball is like 8,000 inches tall, and you are 250 inches above it. Let's say the ball is 8 feet tall, and you're 250 segments of a foot above it. Like, that is a fraction. That is, I think it works out to like 2 centimeters above an 8-foot ball or something crazy like that. Might even be less. The point is you're seeing such a tiny slice of the ball that you would not be able to discern any curvature whatsoever. It'd be ridiculous to assume so from 250 miles.
I understand. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
you make a point, but at the same time, when we actually assume that there is no ball, if I go back, I'm sorry if it seems like I'm jumping, but
no, it's okay. Go back.
The
It's all right.
thoughts of my brain. Like, this is assuming that we have a ball, right? Like the fella who said that it's not a ball at all. It's literally just everywhere.
The sea that you would sail on or fly over, that's the floor of all of existence. That's the floor of everything that you would experience.
Bingo.
Right? If you want to go,
yeah, go on.
If you wanted to go into the ocean, you'd have to create an environment so that you could survive. If you want to go into the sky, you got to create an environment in which you could survive. You're not going to go any deeper. You're not going to go underneath the floor, right? You're only going to experience what's on the surface.
Right. And so to me, like, this world we live in is a realm. The Earth includes the dirt, the ocean, the sky, and everything. That is our world.
Yeah.
You know, and I can't create an object out of that.
What do you mean by that? I can't create an object out of that.
I can't conceive of it in my mind as an object.
Okay.
Yeah, like
okay.
I can't conceive of my reality as an object without coming up with some kind of fantasy imagination for what it should look like. So,
what about the pictures that were sent by the what's it called again? The Voyager 1 and 2 of Earth from different perspectives.
Not sure what you're talking about.
The Voyager 1 and 2, the one with the golden disc and all the...
Not real. The vacuum of outer space is not real. It violates entropy. You are in a contained environment.
How does it violate entropy?
Yeah, what do you think is containing the oceans from off-gassing into the outer space vacuum that's expanding and infinite?
Gravity spinning around itself. Yes, Earth spinning around itself, and it's gravity, I guess.
So when I put a Coke can inside of a vacuum chamber with gravity supposedly pulling on the vacuum chamber itself and everything, and I start pulling vacuum, the can of Coke is going to explode, and all the gas is going to fill the vacuum chamber equally against gravity.
Mm-hmm. But it doesn't have a center of gravity, the Coke. Okay, wait, before we delve into this...
But it's going against the Earth itself.
Just a second, before we delve into this, I am a psychology major. I am not a physicist or someone who knows these things, so
you're going to appreciate us even more, because we are direct realists.
No, I'm just saying this so, like, the scientific information that we're about to delve into, like, it's not something that I am completely, aware of.
Well, from a psychological standpoint, we are rational empiricists from a philosophy of psychology standpoint. So we understand that reality exists apart from the self. There's objective reality that exists apart from your subjective experience.
Uh-huh.
And you can understand the world through your experiences directly. And this forms the basis of your worldview. As a psychologist, you might appreciate too that the children develop a flat earth interpretation of the world until they're told otherwise without experiencing it. So when you see that picture from Voyager of the earth from outer space, how do you know earth is supposed to look like that?
Because it's a picture.
Yeah, but how do you know that earth is supposed to look like what the picture shows you?
Because I trusted.
Exactly.
I emphasize on trusted that the people who sent that rocket into space and detached that like the whole thing, the Voyager, and it flowed into space. I trust their qualifications, and I trust that they have no reason to lie to me about Earth being flat or not.
Yeah.
Because for me to actually doubt this, there has to be. That's why at the beginning of the conversation I asked, what does this change? Because I have to understand what's the catch. If someone is telling me Earth is round, or if it's flat or a realm, I don't instantly tell them get the fuck out of here. Okay, tell me at least why you think that way. And with humans, the way I approach these things, I have to understand what's the catch for this human to give me this, sell me this idea. So far, there is no reason for them to lie about such a thing, about their qualifications, about whether they actually sent the Voyager. I'm not talking about the moon landings or about getting people on the moon, because
What if I told you I don't think they're lying? I don't think this is a conspiracy.
What do you think it is then?
It is interpreting data with a bias.
Bias. Okay. I see where you're coming from.
This point of view I have right now makes me much different than probably 90% of the people you'll talk to in this community.
Oh, no one is attacking you, so I guess
that's a good sign, at least. I mean, but but the community that we're from is also probably the genesis of this movement within the last 10 years. And when you go to TikTok, Facebook, X, and you Google this topic, you're going to find a lot of science fiction BS. You're going to find a lot of crazy people hawking conspiracy theories. That's not us.
Are you skeptical of the moon landings?
Good question.
Me personally, I take it with a grain of salt.
Same skepticism can be applied to the picture of Earth from Voyager by the same people who gave you the moon landings.
Dude, listen, if I'm being real with you, I am so skeptical of my own existence and my interpretation of reality that if I follow this, I would probably kill myself, because reality doesn't really make sense.
Let me stop you right there.
Just a second.
This is something that you can be as sure of as the fact that you're breathing right now.
No,
the fact that you can measure the Earth flat is something as sure as the fact that you had breakfast this morning. It's one of the fewest things. Listen, in this world of deception, it's one of the fewest things that I know for sure, 100%.
What do you mean, 100%?
I measured it. I measured the Earth to be this way just as much as I measured my couch to fit my living room.
Have you okay, this might seem off topic, but it's sort of did anyone here ever read the Critique of Pure Reason by Kant? Anyone?
A long time ago, yes. I used to study that, which you did.
I don't claim that I fully understand it. I bet no one actually can claim to understand it fully, because only Kant knows what the fuck he wrote. But I guess what I'm trying to say here is, when you take everything with a grain of salt, you are falling into your own bias. When you fall into skepticism, when for example, when you tell me about the Voyager 1 and 2, the images that were sent, and were presented to the public.
Yeah, well, how did
Or
they prove it to you?
by the picture itself and
Yeah,
the
so
people who saw the
even,
rocket flying
I would
into
say,
space.
listen, this is a process that precedes skepticism itself.
Go on.
Before I can be skeptical, I need to be given enough information. And I haven't been given enough information in order to even be skeptical.
Like from the from
the space agencies. In fact,
from the
it's even
space
worse.
agencies.
Yeah, the information they've given me is contradictory to the known laws of physics, which is what Tactical Droid was bringing up with you earlier.
Yeah. But like when you tell me about the laws of physics,
listen, they're giving me a contradiction. It's not that I have to be skeptical. I can outright dismiss their claim based off of what they're presenting as a contradiction of natural law.
But aren't the laws of physics based
I really
on?
don't.
Okay, so then let's ignore laws, right? And let's just go off of your experience, okay?
Yeah.
What I mean by it being a violation of what you experience is you recognize when you have high pressure or high temperature, that high pressure and temperature will flow into low to try and equalize, right? So you have your lungs.
Entropy, basically.
Right. You have your lungs. You expand your chest to breathe in. That makes a low pressure environment inside your chest. Your esophagus is open. The air from outside your body is higher pressure than inside your chest, so the air flows into your body. To breathe out, you compress your chest. That creates a high pressure environment because you've reduced the volume, and now the air takes the same process out. High pressure flows to low pressure to try and equalize pressure. You have an open system for your lungs, but you can open and close it whenever you want, so you can hold your breath and go underwater.
That's a variable, though. It functions differently depending on where I am. Basically, when I go diving, I do what's it called, compressed diving, and that's a whole different process when I am, like, let's say, 10 bars deep.
How? You've kept your body closed. You've isolated your lungs from the outside environment by keeping your mouth closed.
It's not isolated from. It's heavily affected by the outside environment, and it's so heavily
the outside
affected.
environment is compressing your chest, right?
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying is the air is not allowed to leave the system because you've left your mouth, your throat closed, so that the air inside your lungs stays inside your lungs. You see what I'm saying?
No, not really. I don't.
So then, while you're diving, you let the air out and you breathe in the water.
No, I let the air out, and then I breathe the mix of air, the mix of gases that I concocted for that certain depth.
So your dive tank.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm talking about the outer environment, which would be the water, the body of water that you're diving in. Okay, and your lungs. Right? You've decided to now create an expansion pack to this closed system that you're going to have, and you're going to breathe in from the tank, and you're going to breathe out, and it's going to push it out of
outside into the water.
Into the water, right? But you're not allowing the water into your body, so you have a closed system.
Of course.
Okay. This, in comparison to the Earth, right, having water and gas inside of that massive vacuum, is not
it
comparable.
has an atmosphere.
That is the gas
that
we're
gives
discussing.
the
air inside your lungs, the air that's on the Earth. That's your lungs.
It keeps it a closed system.
It is not a closed system on the Earth. It is an open system.
How?
It is an open system.
How?
We can launch Voyager off into outer space. We can get meteors to come and kill the dinosaurs, according to the stories. It's an open system, but the air is not releasing off into that low pressure environment.
Yeah, it's not.
There's no barrier preventing it from happening.
Super basic demonstration in the side chat there, right? You can use the top chamber is a vacuum, right? That could represent outer space. The bottom chamber is a gas pressure system, could represent what we're breathing right now. Okay, a space is above the low pressure system, and we have a valve, right? We have a separation of the two systems. And what do you think is going to happen as soon as he releases that valve?
Of course, the vacuum will be compensated by its pressure, and it will take from the gases from the other one.
Yeah,
other side.
Relate that on a grand scale to what we have here, right?
On Earth, the thing, what's it called? The thing that she twisted or it twisted to
the valve
compensate. Yeah, the valve. The valve on Earth is the layers of atmosphere that we have.
Yeah, that's gas.
Each layer, exactly. Each layer is composed. Each layer is composed of a
gas.
Specific
Doesn't contain
kind of
gas. Gas doesn't contain gas. This is evidenced by the air we're breathing. It's a homogeneous mixture.
It's contained by multiple factors like gravity, like temperature, like oxygen. When it's hot, oxygen becomes lighter. When it's cold, it becomes heavier. And the higher you go, the gases will change. We will have other gases. So gravity is the one responsible. The gravity and the magnetic fields are the ones responsible for creating this barrier. The very fact that Earth rotates. Just a second. The very fact that Earth. Well, I'm not going to say fact. The saying that Earth rotates on itself and its center creates a magnetic field that prevents those gases from escaping and prevents radiation from the outside, from like the sun to affect us, blah, 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 all these things.
Okay, so the Earth is spinning, and you experience centrifugal forces causing different densities of fluids to have the denser material.
I don't experience
them. Outer edge of the cycle, at the outer edge of the centrifugal force, while the least dense is at the center of the centrifugal motion, right? Which is opposite of what you're just claimed the Earth is doing. The Earth underneath your feet is spinning, but the denser materials are at the bottom and the least dense materials are at the top. Opposite of what you just claimed.
Can you please go back to what you just said?
Okay.
Re-say
In your reading of whatever it was that you read, it stated that the Earth is spinning. Okay.
I wasn't reading. I was saying from the top of my head.
All right. When you take different densities of fluids and you put them on like a centrifuge, okay, it spins the fluids, right? You can make a merry-go-round, give you your... Anyway, you have the centrifugal force applied to the fluids, right? Now, the denser material is at the outer edge of that centrifugal motion. So if you take the flask of different densities of fluids and set them on its side and then spun the merry-go-round, the denser fluid is going to be at the edge of the merry-go-round. The least dense fluids are going to be at the inside of the merry-go-round. Can you picture that?
I'm trying to.
All right, here. Let me see if I can get one.
I was going to ask about something and I forgot.
So the fact that you're breathing air means it's pressurized. The pressurization of gas does not depend on gravity, according to natural law. One of these laws is called Avogadro's law. We can demonstrate this law in a laboratory, and we can find evidence for this in the natural world. And I can tell you more about this if you're interested.
We didn't exist breathing air. We developed into breathing oxygen.
Yeah, the fact that you're breathing means that there's no vacuum adjacent to the pressurization that we are experiencing with our breaths.
A lot of factors fall into that, like the effect of the moon, heat.
Yeah, the moon, okay.
Well, not heat, the temperature, and the movement of the oceans that create.
Yeah, that may be true.
The winds and all that. Yeah.
The fact that you're breathing is not reliant on gravity whatsoever. There's an entire body of physics called kinetic molecular theory of gas behavior. Does not use gravity. Ideal gas laws have no gravity in the entire in the equation. Excuse me, in the equation.
Okay, repeat that, please.
Gravity is not a factor in any of the gas laws. The laws that govern the behavior of gases do not have gravity in them. There's no gravity in the molecular behavior of gas, no kinetic theory of gravitation for molecules.
Okay. How does that affect? What was the punchline?
Your assertion that gravity causes the pressurization of gas is unfounded.
I was saying the moon. I was saying the moon causes the tides, the change of tides, and
the moon is why you're breathing right now, dude. Hold on. We're talking about the fact that you're breathing gas.
Breathing gas? I mean, I was evolved to breathe gas. I'm not saying it's because of gravity that I breathe gas.
On the globe,
so what's the atmosphere?
The atmosphere is, like I said, a bunch of gases that choose altitude depending on temperature and...
Yes, not gravity.
Gravity affects the magnetic fields. It doesn't affect gases.
No.
Right?
Gravity does not affect magnetic fields.
Wait. Isn't like our magnetic field is affected by our by the Earth spinning around itself? Hey, come on!
You think Earth can suspend a magnetic field by rotating?
Yeah, that's my understanding of it.
But so the rotation overcomes the Curie point?
Bingo.
And what's the evidence of rotation?
Hey, dude, I don't know how to tell you.
Yeah, nobody
scientists told me trust me, and I trusted them.
Wait, Emperor, tell him if you want to see the Earth rotating, you look away from the Earth. You look to the sky, and the sky is rotating. That means the Earth is, right?
I follow the constellations, of course.
There you go.
So those things move, not the Earth.
Yeah, Emperor, right? Ignore the thing in question and look at something else. And if that something else is doing something, you can attribute that something to the Earth.
Hey, Gemsy, I actually think he might be ready for the sporadic meteor complex conversation.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Me personally, I had to rely on my knowledge of constellations to determine my location and all those things and actually navigate using maps and all that. So like I
Right,
said,
and it's
what
not
you're telling me
necessarily
right
the case
now.
that it happened on a sphere. You're only
That's
currently
what I'm
asserting that
saying.
it's a sphere because
Wait,
it's
wait,
what you were told.
wait. What I'm saying is, Earth being flat or realm or a sphere does not change the way my knowledge or my way of dealing with that.
No, because what your knowledge comes from your experience, which comes from the world around you, which comes from others having the same experience and writing it down so that you can learn the method to do it as well.
Yeah, and
But
it's
it's
a
not
method
on
that
the
can
Earth
be
being a
used.
sphere.
Sure. It not
Yes.
being a sphere allows you to be able to do everything you do, even breathing air that they explain to you very, even with the Gauss laws. For you to be experiencing what you're doing, navigation and everything, don't you need to breathe air first?
It sure
Like,
does.
the conditions in place to be able to do everything you're saying you're doing, yeah. And what you're doing, you're measuring angles to the constellations, constante constellations, that they're always moving in cycles like clockwork, that they're repeating cycles. That's why you can use them as
They are repeating
references to
cycles.
determine your position on your GP on the ground.
Of
Oh,
course,
it gets
but I
even
never
worse,
thought
Gemji. So he's a
that they are the
psychologist,
ones
right?
who
So
are moving.
when he looks at the sunset at night, psychologically he's watching the sun move down, but psychologically he believes, because he was told this, that he's rotating backwards on a ball, even though he's watching the sun move, but he thinks he's on a ball that's rotating backwards. Isn't that crazy?
Listen, this one can be thrown right back at you, because when I see the constellations, sun, star, moon, all of that, when I see them moving, and
You think it's the Earth rotating.
what a laugh. Okay, listen, when I see them moving, and throughout the seasons, throughout the years, I can accurately deduce the location of every star.
Yeah, me
And the
too, and I'm a
accurate
flat
movement.
earther.
Yeah, that's what I
Did I
that's what
cut
I
out?
said
Did he cut
earlier.
out?
I said that earlier. I said that does not change anything. What I'm trying to say now is it the constellations above me that are moving, or am I moving? Which is a conversation that a man got burned for and killed.
The constellations are moving, dude. 100%. Yeah, I'm totally serious.
That would be the starting point, right? That would be the base axiom. Okay, the Earth doesn't appear to have any curvature. It doesn't appear, right? We don't sense any movement, and we see the celestial bodies moving in cycles in the sky. Okay, you've been told a story that everything's the opposite of what you experience.
Okay, just a second. What is this? The Curie point temperature. Oh,
It's the point at which magnetic fields become incoherent. So what you have is a bunch of electrons that are vibrating and moving around, and they no longer point their north-south in the same direction. They're vibrating so rapidly because of the heat that the magnetic field that requires all the electrons to move in the same and rotate and point in the same direction, the heat causes them to lose coherence. They start pinging off each other, moving left and right, up and down, 6 degrees of freedom, total chaos and bedlam. And so the magnetic field that was once strong starts to weaken and weaken and weaken until there's nothing left. Okay, so
I
that's
get
what
it.
heat does.
Hmm. You know what? Only one way to tell if this is true or not. I'm gonna go get
Yeah, we
my
measured the
rocket
Earth
ship.
with lasers, dude.
Oh, okay. Okay. I was just gonna go on
we
my
got like
rocket
40
ship.
kilometer laser tests over frozen lakes.
Uh-huh. Frozen lakes.
Yeah, no curvature.
Yeah, but you're doing it on the same lake compared to Earth. It's back to that thing where you told me, like, from the space station,
Yeah.
you can only see 3%.
No,
If you
no,
do
no,
it
no.
on the
We
lake,
have,
you're actually...
If I set up a laser on one side of a 40-kilometer lake,
I'll believe you.
Listen, I'm
when
going to
you
tell you.
actually do
math.
it from. Just a
Oh
second.
my
I'll
gosh.
believe you. Just a second. Come on. I'm not I'm not being aggressive. I'm just saying. Like, if you actually do it from, let's say, from America to Australia, is that feasible?
What about from England to Australia? What about from England to Australia?
Doesn't matter.
We've got something to show him. Like I can show you 720 miles of Earth in infrared, where a mountain range on the horizon should be 180,000 feet below the curvature of the Earth, but you can see it.
Repeat that, please.
So from an airplane at 35,000 feet, call that 10,000 meters. I can show you infrared footage through the air of a distant horizon in a mountain range. The mountain range is a known geological feature that is 720 miles from the airplane's location. The curvature of the Earth should begin at 60 miles from the airplane's height. The mountain range should be 180,000 feet down. But you can see it. You can see it from 260 miles away from the plane all the way out to the mountain range and beyond. 760 miles of flatness. And we have dozens and dozens of these. We've got hundreds and hundreds of long distance observations. We've got dozens and dozens and dozens of laser tests all over the world in frozen conditions and hot conditions over land, over sea, across the air. We have not only our own tests, but we have the tests done by the US government and by other organizations around the world. We have flat earthers with weather balloons taking infrared cameras to 120,000 feet. You can see well beyond the curvature of the Earth.
What do
This
they
is
see?
why we're here, okay? The world has not heard about us yet.
I mean, okay. I mean, they heard about Epstein. I'm sure they're going to hear about you.
I hope so. Yeah, like, I mean, you've heard how bad the Epstein freaking deception is. Wait till you hear about the globe deception. Holy cow, dude.
I mean, wait, so the Epstein thing, I get that it's a deception because there was, like I said earlier, there is something to gain from it. No one here told me what's there to gain from saying that the Earth is round.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, I mean, this is a self-delusion. This is a self-deception.
Okay.
Human civilization
so it's
for
like
hundreds of
DJ
years, have accepted the globe as an explanation for the stars.
Wait, so, no, wait.
It's broken.
Ever since, like, ancient civilizations used to think that the Earth is flat.
That's true too. It depends which civilizations, I guess. If you look at the ancient Greeks, from
Yeah, they
I don't
said the
know,
Earth is round.
Pythagoras.
Certain Greeks.
Right. So in Vedic cosmology, they were flat earthers. Chinese cosmology, they were flat earthers until about the 1600s.
Arabs were flat earthers.
Protestants in Europe were flat earthers through Martin Luther and beyond.
Yeah, but they killed the Catholics too. Aren't they the ones who killed Galileo for saying that the Earth is?
They were, but they flipped.
No, they didn't kill him.
What happened?
Nobody was ever killed due to their belief in heliocentrism. Not once.
Wait, I'm pretty sure they killed him, right?
No.
They
flipped.
What happened to him?
He was on house arrest. The Roman Catholics actually became the biggest purveyors of the Big Bang Theory. The Big Bang was invented by a Jesuit priest.
Wait, he was sentenced to life imprisonment. Spent the rest of his life under house arrest in Florence. Come on, that's...
Yeah, I can believe that. Listen, the Roman Catholic Church invented the Big Bang Theory.
Yeah. Wasn't it the Big Bang Theory? I mean, there are multiple theories to it.
Georges Lemaitre invented the Big Bang Theory. He was a Roman Catholic Jesuit priest.
It falls under the presumption that the universe is expanding, therefore it must have been compressed into a single point, right?
Which is fundamentally Kabbalistic.
What does that mean?
This comes from Kabbalah, from the idea of emanations, which preceded a lot of Gnostic influences regarding the.
By the way, I am a Gnostic.
Okay. All right. So the uncreated light of the universe is responsible for the Big Bang because it basically withdrew itself from itself, and by withdrawing itself, it created a vacuum, which created a positive explosion of the universe. That's basically what the Big Bang is.
Yes. To my understanding, of course. My humble understanding.
Yeah, it's a bunch of baloney.
I am eating some bolognas now.
If it's pork derived, I love you, man.
It's beef. It's beef. We don't have
Okay.
pork here, so. Are you
some
like what?
Try some pork, man. Bacon is the best.
I did try bacon. I loved it.
Good. Okay.
When I traveled outside of these Muslim countries. But okay, do you think this is derived from the whole creation myths? I used to study anthropology at a certain point.
Oh, cool.
At
Okay.
my bachelor year. First bachelor year, I used to study anthropology. I was like interested in it, and I used to read about like the creation myths.
Yeah. I mean, many creation myths are Kabbalistic. And I would say even the Vedic texts come from Babylon, which is the root of Kabbalah itself.
Yes. Most of them approach the celestial bodies as levels, sort of.
Right.
Like if you take the Greek, let's go beyond. I mean, before, like before the monotheistic religion started to show, like when we go to pantheons, and before that as well, to myths. Most beliefs rotated around the idea of multiple dimensions that exist within one realm. And in order to ascend from one realm, you need to shed every connection you have to the realm you're in. Like if we take, for example, Norse mythology, the tree of the realms. In order for you to travel between those realms, you need to be a certain kind of, like humans, for example, in Midgard, they cannot travel to Niflheim without severing every connection they have to Midgard, right?
Yeah, I gotta shed the dead weight. I gotcha.
I am sort of falling into, like I said, I've been reading a lot about Gnosticism. Specifically, I bought a copy of the Gospel of Judas and Judas, the Gospel of Mary, and the ones that they found and blah blah blah. And I'm reading a lot into them, and I'm reading a lot into the whole mythos of how the universe came into being, and it falls under the same idea of layers and dimensions, except with Gnosticism, it's not the same realm. It's actually a different one, the material realm. And I remembered it because when someone here, what's his name? Jimmy Neutron. That's all I remember. He told me that it's a realm, the material realm. That kind of makes sense when you look at it from a Gnostic point of view. But at the same time, it's flawed, so meh.
Yeah, but within this paradigm, right, within materialism itself, we use matter to measure itself, matter, and we discover that there's no curvature. The curvature that exists, the globe, is not material. This is in your mind.
Okay, I believe you.
People who call themselves surveyors and geodesists, so geodesy is the so-called measurement of the globe. They begin with measurements of the Earth using triangles, point to point to point to point. They actually measure the Earth flat in reality. And you know what they do? They say, I distrust what I actually measured in reality because reality is illusion. It's Maya, right? It is in a higher realm, and I am being deceived. So what I must do to make these measurements conform to what I think is real is to select a mathematical model of the Earth called a datum, D-A-T-U-M. And I'm going to take these measurements and I'm going to bend them. I'm going to take these flat triangles, these horizontal triangles, these vertical triangles. I'm going to bend the math to fit this curved datum. And then I know it's got to be true. And how do I know that the curved datum is true? Because it's how I interpret the stars to behave as I move. This has been going on for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. They measure the Earth flat. And then, because they're conforming to an ideal in their mind, they take their perfectly good flat Earth measurements and they break them. This has been the human condition. Yeah, we can prove it. I can prove it by showing you their own textbooks, their own lectures. I can show you their own mathematical processes, their philosophical thinking, everything. There's a book, a famous 2-volume set written in the late 1800s by F.R. Helmert. He was a German mathematician and scientist. He fancied himself a surveyor, a measurer of the Earth. And he wrote a book called Higher Geodesy in German. And it's been translated in English. This 2-volume set serves as a foundation for modern geodetic measurements. Within these 2 volumes, he outlines a 10-step process in mathematics and measurements. The first part involves these measurements of the Earth. You go out, you take what's called the theodolite. That you basically measure the azimuthal angles between 2 points of interest. You measure their vertical height and elevation. You do this a bunch of times over a bunch of points of interest, you're going to get a flat Earth. And he says, aha, but we know the Earth is not flat. And therein lies the philosophical presumption of a globe. Aha, we know the Earth is not flat. We have to contort and move this stuff. Why? Because when we look at the stars, we imagine a globe. Right? I mean, this goes back to the Greeks. So because we imagine the sky to be a globe, we're going to imagine that Earth is a globe. And if the Earth is going to be a globe that conforms to how we imagine the sky to be, the Earth is going to be this big. And it's going to be of this dimension. So we're going to take those azimuthal angles and elevation angles, and we're going to select one of these models of the globe. And by his day in the late 1800s, there were many different models of a globe, mathematical models. There's the Airy ellipsoid of the 1820s, the Clark ellipsoid of the 1860s, the Bessel ellipsoid of the 1840s. There are so many different models. They were not all in agreement. He said, basically pick one. And if you want, use an average of them, right? And you're going to take your flat measurements. And as he walks you through the 10 steps, you're going to build a globe out of your flat Earth measurements. You're going to use the globe model. You're going to use globe refraction ideas. You're going to use astrogeodetic surveys of the stars, and you're going to take your flat Earth measurements, and you're going to use all these things, and you're going to break them. You're going to break them in such a way that conforms to an ideal that doesn't exist in reality. And that is what geodesy is. This is what NASA used to launch satellites. They never measured the Earth. So what's funny is we can actually look back in time throughout human history and show you all the flat Earth measurements before they were perverted with these globe models. We can do the same thing today. We can go out and measure it. We've got field engineers, credentialed experts with lasers that cost 30 grand on custom built gimbals that have sub-millirad accuracy. And they've gone all over the Earth, at least from Western to Eastern Europe, from the Netherlands to Hungary. And they've measured the Earth. They can't find curvature anywhere. We can point to you measurements taken from the military. We've got a great example from, I think it was from the Big Island in Hawaii to Maui, or Maui to Hawaii. There was a 149 kilometer tri-band laser propagation that was done by the US government. On top of one of these volcanoes, might have been Mauna Kea. They've got this observatory, they've got this laser set, and they shot lasers at 149 kilometers. 3 of them to make a precise target grouping on a telescope on the receiver side. The point of this test was to determine whether or not there was terrestrial refraction. That is are there conditions that bend these lasers around the globe? Well, let me backtrack a bit. When they shot these lasers, they actually had no test in mind, but they shot the lasers to a target, and a bunch of nerds came by and said, let's come up with tests and explanations and experiments for this. So there are a few guys that came along. They studied the propagation path, 149 kilometers, and they tried as they may to retrofit terrestrial, that is globe curvature refraction formulas, to explain how it is possible that these 3 different lasers at 3 different frequencies are able to hit a target with such a tight grouping that is beyond the order of diffraction limits of the laser itself. And they couldn't come up with an explanation. They had to develop a custom model involving a combination of terrestrial refraction, because they believed in the globe, plus turbulence to explain the propagation path. In other words, they shot a perfectly clear line of sight, 149 kilometers, without any globe curvature present, and they had to backfit globe curvature into the explanation in order to explain what happened without any real-world measurements. So you got that going on. Then around the same time, coincidentally, you had military surveyors in the Chesapeake Bay region. The Chesapeake Bay is outside Washington, D.C. It's a nice part of the earth where you can pull up some delicious blue crab. If you tie some chicken wings, spent chicken wings to kite string, and lob it into the water, the crab's going to lob onto it, and you're going to pull them up, and you can net them, put them in your cooler, bring them home, and boil them with Old Bay. Yes, I've done that. So they were shooting lights across the Chesapeake Bay, right? They purposefully positioned a ladder of lights such that the bottom light would be below the curvature of the Earth from an infrared telescope on the other side of the Chesapeake. What they found was they could see that bottom light across the Chesapeake. And what frustrated them is this was their control variable. This was the light that they're supposed to use to control for the curvature of the Earth. And their point was to study the marine layer, the sub and super refraction effects from the diurnal cycle, the day and night cycle of the sun, and the seasons to see how much distortion, optical distortion, there would be from the point of observation to the point of interest across the Chesapeake Bay. So the bottom light served as a control variable for the freaking globe. And you know what? They saw the bottom light in conditions that didn't make sense whatsoever. They called the situation cursed. This was two teams of military surveyors working under a NATO contract funded by the Naval Research Lab of the U.S. military. The project was called NATO Sapphire. You can Google this, you can pull up their papers, and you can check it out for yourself. They called the situation cursed. They were trying to control for the curvature of the Earth, and they couldn't freaking do it. And so they decided to go with the curvature of the Earth anyway. And you know what they did? They backfitted their data as if the curvature of the Earth existed, which required them to modify the temperature gradient by 2 orders of magnitude in order to explain the amount of curvature that they thought was present that really wasn't in real life.
Just a second. What was was it NATO Sapphire?
Yeah, Sapphire.
Yeah, I had a watch. I mean, the results came in with a watch, a hand watch, a wrist watch. Can you specify?
It was with the watch.
I typed in NATO Sapphire, and the results were a wristwatch. So can you give me another
maybe a PDF? Put PDF next to it. You might get maybe a PDF.
I'll post the PDFs in the chat.
Okay, Sapphire optical small sat AIT. Is that it?
No.
Refraction measurements and modeling over during Sapphire Trail, however, we're able to arrange a zodiac auto level.
All right, I posted the PDFs.
How can I know it's not furry porn?
Don't be stupid, dude. Come on.
Swear to God, if it's furry porn, I swear to God. God damn it, it's not furry porn.
I'll post the other papers I referenced earlier to the 149-kilometer tri-band laser propagation. So the so what for that is listen. So they use 3 different bands of frequencies. Refraction is frequency dependent. So lower frequencies are going to bend less through the medium than higher frequencies. What they were looking for specifically was the target grouping of 3 different frequencies, one in deep infrared, one near infrared, and one in visual spectrum. They wanted to see how much these 3 different lasers had diverged as a consequence of globe curvature refraction. They were surprised to find that 3 lasers actually hit the target and hit them much more closely together than they thought they would, which means terrestrial refraction as an explanation for seeing things too far is a whole load of crap. You want those papers? I'll post those too.
Emperor's Child's going to have 6 months worth of research to do by the time he leaves this conversation.
Yeah, you guys gave me a lot of sources that I need to actually read, and I have to prepare my bachelor. I'm making a study on addicted people and their cognitive capacities, and you guys give me this, and now I have to read this and do my research at the same time. So, God damn it.
Just one thing I wanted to add as well. You were saying earlier, extremely long observations would be better, but if gravity, right, the way it's claimed to exist on a globe, okay, if everything's being pulled towards the center of mass, okay, that would mean that any body of water, okay, of substantial distance would be able to be calculated. We would be able to tell exactly how much it would have to be curving. Okay, if the globe was to be real, if gravity were to be doing as it should in that claim, right? Just 10 miles, right? 10 miles, 20 miles, that's plenty, right? There's a huge amount of curvature over these distances, and it would have to be there. If it's not there,
yeah,
okay, then it's a big problem for the globe.
Hey, when was that? Did you guys read about that paper when they said like the Earth was not a sphere, it was a potato? The shape-wise, of course.
Yeah, it's like the gravitational model. They're not saying it's literally that shape.
Yeah, like it's like a rough-shaped potato.
Right.
Oh, you guys are not debunking gravity, right? Like,
well, flat water debunks the claim of gravity, essentially.
Even if it's flat, like it's laying on, like for something to like, even if the Earth was flat, it needs something to pull everything down, unless
not everything.
it floats.
The claim of gravity is a philosophical claim. Nobody's ever used a scientific experiment to identify the cause of gravity.
Wait,
gravity doesn't
not the
pull
cause,
gas down,
of course,
okay?
but effects. We know the effects of gravity.
No, gravity does not pull gas down, period.
I'm not talking about gas. I'm talking about like
but you
water.
said
Like, you
everything.
told me water.
Gravity
Okay,
does not
take
pull
everything with
anything
a
at
grain
all.
of salt.
It
What do you
doesn't push
mean it doesn't pull anything at all?
It doesn't hold the gas against the vacuum of space.
What is keeping, like, if the Earth is flat and
There's
like
no
he was
vacuum
talking
of
about-
space, dude.
Hey, don't yell at me. I'm sensitive.
I just did. I'm sorry.
Try and pay attention then. He won't have to raise his voice if you'll pay attention the first time.
Oh my God! I hope you don't become a father, man.
Deal with it.
Let's do this a different way.
Fatherless behavior.
Let's do this a different way. Can someone tell us what gravity is and what it does?
Oof. Why did this suddenly turn very violent?
No, it's all good. Let's just carry on. It's fine.
It's not violent.
Why did this turn so violent?
What is gravity and what does it do?
It says who? We've been on with this guy for like an hour and 20 minutes.
Right. I've been in and out listening to it. I mean, he's got some staying power. It's just, after a while, if you believe that gravity is a thing What is it and what does it do?
Ever see Kindergarten Cop? Like Kindergarten Cop with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Who is your daddy and what does he do?
Yeah, exactly. There seems to be a lot of disagreement among people who believe in the globe about what gravity is and what it does, and the current rhetoric around what it is. And sometimes they'll combine the current rhetoric with an older rhetoric and try to shoehorn one into the other. And I'm just curious, what is it and what does it do?
It's basically an attraction that pulls masses together, basically.
It is an attraction that pulls masses together.
Yeah.
I don't ever see this occurring anywhere in nature. Yeah, where does that happen?
Your feet are on the ground. You're a mass.
Welcome to circular logic, Mr. Psychology Man.
Yeah, that's circular, bro.
What do you mean circular?
Don't tell me. Well, at this point, we have a baseless assertion. So you're saying your feet are on the ground because of gravity. Okay, well, what is gravity and what does it do?
It's the thing that pulls me back to the ground when I jump. Basically.
Okay, is it made of something?
That's true, dude. So, like, I'm going to ask you, like, what is your evidence that gravity's responsible for the thing that pulls you to the ground?
It's not.
You're going to answer the thing is pulling me to the ground. I'm going to say that's circular reasoning, dude. And you're going to be like,
okay, tell me what it is. Okay, let me ask you this. What is pulling me to the ground when I jump?
Nothing's pulling you to the ground.
Why am I not flying then?
Hold on, bro. That's for you to answer. You're asked. This is a burden of proof reversal. It's a fallacy.
No, I'm asking.
You're saying that something is pulling us to the ground. I don't experience anything pulling me to the ground, nor does anybody else.
Why, you're floating?
And Sesu, it's even worse than that. He thinks you're going to fly.
Right.
He thinks
so now
you're
I'm going to
fly
float
somehow.
Why would I float?
Check this side, chat. You do not understand your own worldview.
Do not understand my own
Why
worldview.
is flying an alternative, dude? Why do you think you would fly?
Because on a globe.
Yeah, because on a globe, you think without gravity, you're going to fly. It's circular reasoning.
Exactly. So it goes like this, all right? Gravity because I'm on the ground. I'm on the ground because gravity.
It's my explanation. It's not gravity. It's the thing that I used, an arbitrary word that explains why I am on the ground. And why when I jump off a cliff, I fall and my speed accelerates to the point where my bones crash.
Holy cow, dude. Do you hear yourself right now talking out loud? Like, you should go on the YouTube and play this back.
Yeah,
it's silliness.
It's funny, like, he doesn't need gravity to explain that. Like, relative density does.
Just a second. Am I hearing myself when I say that if I jump off a cliff, something will pull me down, a force will pull me down to the ground?
That's an assumption. Yeah, it's an assumption.
What if you jumped into a pool of water?
Yeah? What about it?
It would stop you from hitting the ground, right?
If I jump into a pool of water, I will fall into the water.
Yeah, and you will float on the water, right? Like you won't be falling with gravity.
Depending on the height. If it's too high, then the surface tension will function as a solid.
If you jumped off a cliff and you were holding on to a bunch of helium balloons, you'd float up.
Yeah, you're still giving us the observation, right? The observation is in air, I go down. Okay, I'm going to ask you why. You're going to say gravity. I'm going to say, what is that? You're going to say it's the thing that makes me go down. And we'll just be in this circular loop.
What is your explanation to it then?
Explanation for what?
Or what makes me fall down when I jump?
Nothing makes you fall, you just do.
You are more dense than the medium.
So what you're saying? What?
Look, you are more dense than the medium you're in, dude.
Exactly. Look, you guys on the globe side, right? You need to have some type of force or pseudo force, right, pulling you back down to the earth in some way, right? Because you think that you live in a big space vacuum, and you know, you would just fly off into space, right? All the gas, everyone would die, all the water would boil, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so you need to be able to explain all of these things, like all of the ocean sticking to the outside of a ball, people sticking to the outside of a ball, and all of that kind of thing, and not flying off into space. We don't have that issue in reality. Okay, so you need to have gravity to have a globe. Okay, and you need to have a globe to have gravity. Okay, whereas on a flat stationary system, things will rise or sink due to their density in relationship with the density of the surrounding medium. Okay, so that will basically dictate which direction an object will go. Okay, if you drop a tennis ball in the air, it's going to sink through the air because it's more dense in the air. If you change the medium from air to water, the tennis ball's going to go upward. Okay, and also, right, there's also a displacing force as well. Okay, there's going to have to be some energy exchange to pick something up for it to move in the first place. Otherwise, it will just sit in equilibrium forever. Like a rock sitting on the ground, it's never going to move. If you come along and you exchange some of your energy, you pick up the rock, and then you release the rock, it's going to sink back down to where it was. Right? The only reason it moves is because you picked it up and you dropped it. You input energy into that object.
Okay. Now I see.
Yeah. And we can vary and manipulate this, right? Let's say we have a glass of fresh water and we grab an egg, okay? And we put the egg in the glass of fresh water. It's going to sink down to the bottom because the egg's more dense than the fresh water. Now, we could vary and manipulate the medium, okay? Not touching the egg, just add some salt into the water, and now you're going to watch that egg change direction. It's going to go from sitting at the bottom and it's going to go upward, and it's going to rise up to the top. The only thing that was changed was the density of the liquid medium in that case. Okay, so that's why anything that you can think of in nature goes up or down.
Kind of makes sense when you consider that for avians, they need to have hollow bones in order to minimize their density so that they can fly.
Precisely. There's no need for gravity. It's not a real thing.
Hey, you could have explained it like DJ did right now instead of just going on loops. Come on.
Well, look, sometimes I think we have to get people to think critically for themselves. That's why we ask questions. What is gravity and what does it do?
Explanations to it, and you kept making fun of me. Like, that's not how it works.
Different people have different ways to present it. Look, if you talk to me, I would say gravity is a statistical distribution.
Rawr. That's so sexy.
I know, I am.
Statistical distribution.
Statistical distribution, right?
Yeah.
Right. You're gonna find mass where it's more prevalent. Just so happens that the ground you're walking on is one of the walls of the container that is encasing the air that we breathe. And it just so happens the ground you're walking on is the production source of the gases that you breathe. So statistically, you're going to find a higher prevalence of the gases that you breathe near the surface where it's produced that you're walking on. Yeah, the gas you breathe does not come from outer space, dude.
Has anybody clarified that we do not claim that it's some kind of Pizza Planet space frisbee with this guy
That'd
yet?
be a good point of clarification. Thank you, Ethergress. Yeah, flat earthers, no pizza disk in outer space. If you think that flat earthers think that flat earth is a floating space pizza, nope, not us.
Oh, flat earth is not flat, dude.
Well, it's also, a topographical plane.
Okay. A topographical plane with no borders.
Not that we know of. I mean, there is an upper limit defined by the gas pressure.
So there is an altitude, but there is no, like I said, there are some altitudes, but there is no border to where it ends, where it starts.
No.
Simply is.
No.
Okay.
Right. We live within a limited volume.
Limited volume.
Right. So basic gas laws. So if you were to take all the gas laws you learned in physics in high school and shake them up and plop them out on a table, you would end up with PV equals nRT. Pressure times volume equals number of moles times the gas constant times temperature. The V, pressure times volume in the beginning, the V is absolutely limited. If the V were infinity, we could not be breathing stable pressurized gas whatsoever. The V is limited. So it causes us to ask ourselves, if V cannot be infinity because we're breathing gas, does that mean that our existence has a limitation to it? The answer is yes. There is a limit. There's a defined volume. This is the law of gas. This is the law of nature. This is thermodynamics. And if you're going to argue against the laws of thermodynamics, you're going to have a bad time, let me tell you.
Question the words of the mighty Jimmy.
Yeah, man. If you're going to argue against the laws of thermodynamics, in the words of Heisenberg from Breaking Bad, you're going to have a bad time. I mean, it's true. Like everything, I mean, this is all about energy transfer at the core of it. Energy and matter cannot be created nor destroyed. Guess what? We have a stable gradient of gas pressure. That means our volume is fixed. That means we are in a giant container. Is it a fish tank? I don't freaking know.
Oh, so at the core
could be
of this
really
belief, you
freaking
guys
big
don't
though.
know. Right?
Yeah.
So at the core of this belief, you guys don't know. No one knows.
Yeah, it's so full of academic humility. It's going to make your heart warm. You're going to be like, oh my gosh, these flat earthers, they have so much academic humility. They're not arrogant. I want to be a flat earther. I want to be part of them because I experienced humility and humbleness in my own life, and I want more of that for myself.
I mean, all right. The way you're selling it.
It's totally
take my
true.
credit card. Okay.
Dude, I don't have a PhD. I got 2 master's degrees. I hope that counts for something.
Doesn't
Just
matter.
remember, everyone here has already demonstrated that we're capable of changing our minds. And we interact with bigots who do not change their mind every single day. We've already shown that we can.
What do you mean? Is that a threat?
I'm saying that we speak with people who never have never changed their minds in their entire life. And they act like we're the ones who are closed-minded. Meanwhile, they treat us, they act like bigots towards us. They're highly offensive, and they go out of their way to do so. Meanwhile, we try and be respectful like this, how we are with you, every day.
Yeah. Well, that's nice.
Right. And this topic may raise more unanswered questions, right? Than would be hoped for, right? Because at the core of the entire heliocentric model, right, the current mainstream cosmological view of reality is a globe Earth, right? And that requires its surface to have curvature. And if we come along and demonstrate that it doesn't have that requirement, then that entire model, that entire ideology falls apart. Everything about it. Everything. And if that raises more questions for you, that's fine. It doesn't mean that someone's going to be able to answer them and replace every question that you had an answer for previously.
I have questions. I get it. doesn't bother me that I have questions or that I have more questions now, because I don't care. I have been swallowed by academia, and I have a lot of questions all the time. So, but you guys have,
and that's great.
You guys helped me with certain ideas now. That's pretty fucking nice.
Good. I mean, so if anything, we want this topic to open people's minds so that they can get out of the rut that they were brought up in and think about new possibilities. At the end of the day, Flat Earth is about critical thinking, if nothing else.
Okay.
This
so
doesn't mean, but listen, this doesn't mean we're not flat earthers. This means we are absolutely 100%. And if we can leave you with a little nugget of information, we hope that you consider what we're saying seriously.
You guys, apparently you're not flat earthers. You're simply non-round earthers.
That's a good insight, yeah. I mean, listen, I think the Earth is much more complicated than just being round in a globe or just flat.
You guys should change the name of the channel to non-globalers, non-globulars.
Yeah.
Well, it's still flat, right? So you got to think of the context. Like, flat's not a shape, right? It's the description of a surface, and we're talking about, in this context, the surface of the water being flat. So most of the surface is made up of water.
No, I get it. I get this one. I'm talking about the taboo that was built around the sentence itself. The phrase itself, flat earthers. So basically...
Yeah, go ahead.
Like when someone, basically when Jimmy Neutron told me, hey, Fulgrim, why did you leave? It's because, to me, when I see, someone saying flat earther, I get, tinfoil hats, a bunch of, maniacs. But then, I mean, I don't judge people, and I always listen. I love listening to people and their theories, so that's why I listen. But, if I bring a friend and tell him, okay, listen to these flat earthers, I'm pretty sure he's going to have a bad connotation based on his preconceived notions from the internet, from the culture around him.
Yeah.
That's why I said, if you change the name to non-globalists, okay, wait, people will start thinking you're far right.
Oh, we're definitely anti-globalists.
What do you mean yeah, but globalist as in...
Listen, I got you. It's so when you go to court, right? When you go to court, you're not ruled innocent or guilty. You're ruled not guilty or guilty.
Yeah, it's like
so. Right, it goes back to the hypothesis. It goes back to the philosophy of science and reason and evidence. Can you actually prove that somebody is not guilty, or can you actually prove that somebody's innocent? Proving innocence is a lot harder than proving somebody's not guilty, and those are extremely distinct from one another.
Everything we do will never be faced with understanding. It will either be faced with disapproval or approval. That's a sentence.
Yeah, everybody wants to rule the world.
Yep. Yeah. So what I submit to you, listen, our community has been around for more than 10 years. We've got tons of content. We are not like the TikTok, Twitter, Facebook flat earthers that you find when you do the typical, Google search or whatever. We're fundamentally different than all of those. And I think our community actually spawned a lot of sub-communities that gone out and have done crazy things. If you have a friend, a professor, somebody that you want to introduce to Flat Earth, bring them here, have them listen to our YouTubes. If you look at the top, we have 2 YouTube streams, 2 bots, and these are going out to Rumble and X. So we're broadcast to the world.
Hey, wait. I have to read what you guys provided me with first. So I'll have to spare some time to read those things you sent, especially the PDFs. Especially the PDS. And those, what's his name
You should
again?
visit our home server, dude. We got terabytes.
Hey, you don't want me to... Come on, man. Don't send me down a rabbit hole yet.
Yeah, home server, we got 30,000 members. We've got multiple terabytes of info. Discord.gg/flat earth.
Okay, let me first finish my work with addicted people, and then I'm gonna go back to this.
Yeah, you're going to be one of those addicted people because you're going to be coming back again and again. You're going to have sleepless nights, just like an addicted person who's trying to get off of the globe. In this case, you'll be like, dude, what do these flat earthers got going on? I want to be part of them.
I mean, fair enough. Okay, that's a claim. That's a claim. That's a claim. Is anyone here schizophrenic by any chance?
Nope, totally mentally competent and sane. I used to work in the aerospace industry for the U.S. government.
No, that's not what I mean.
Okay, before you reiterate your question again, do you know what psychological projection is?
I need the no. I work with schizophrenics. It's not because related to this topic. It's because
one could say it takes one to know one.
Certain addictive substances cause schizophrenia, so I wanted someone at least to talk to gather some data. So
no, dude, I like wine and beer. That's about it. And I got a professional life. I'm also about 50 years old and have kids and a family. Well. So yeah, totally stable, not crazy.
Okay, I get it. It's a joke. Fair enough.
It's not a joke.
Hey man, the entire world's schizophrenic, just about. I mean, like everybody's going about their daily lives operating as if the earth is flat and motionless, observing it to be flat and motionless, right? And then coming into places like this and declaring that it's the exact opposite of what they experience.
Case in point. So listen, dude, I'm like, yeah, you watch a sunset and you think the world is turning backwards.
Exactly.
Okay.
You observe a horizontal horizon and you think it's curved.
What's it like? Cross my heart and swear to God, I only ask about schizophrenia because I need to work with the schizophrenic to deduce whether addiction had any effect on.
Turns out they're right about flat Earth, right? Oh my God. They're wrong about everything else, but they're right about flat Earth.
Oh. Yeah. Schizoid.
To act like the government is trustworthy at all is the most gaslighting shit you could do, especially knowing full well that things like the Tuskegee experiment happened. Come on now.
The government.
Come on.
The government did.
Don't be gaslighting people.
Who the hell? Do not attribute me to those sons of bitches. Come on. Anyways, I have a lot of work to get to. So thanks for your time.
You sound tired, so.
Yeah.
Feel free to come back, man.
Yeah, and subscribe to our YouTube and Rumble and X accounts.
I'll be sure to take a lot of notes next time I come back about what you guys provided.
Yeah, wait till you hear some of our heavy hitters come in. I'm just like a porch dragon. I'm like the monkey class.
Monkey class.
Monkey class. Yeah, we got folks that have like brains that weigh 10 times as mine do come in. And they're flat earthers. So yeah, you just basically talk to the court jester.
Don't sell yourself short.
Dude, I am. I'm the freaking court jester, dude. I'm wiping my ass with my bare hands and wiping it on the wall right now, compared to the kinds of people that come in after me.
Are you trying to sway me with hyperbole?
Yeah.
It worked. Congratulations.
But it's been a good conversation. I've enjoyed listening to it. So thank you, Emperor's Child, for coming in and being so polite. You know, it's been great to listen to, man. And hopefully you come back again sometime.
Of course, I'll try. When I feel competent enough, I'll come back with the knowledge you guys provided. And thanks for your time as well.
Yeah,
especially the density thing. That's a thinker. I have to actually think about.
Yeah, definitely. It's a lot more to it.
Yeah, I could tell there was more to it.
It's essentially going to come. I don't want to go into another tangent. So.
Yeah, man. Wait till you come in here when we're talking about the sporadic meteor complex. Seriously, dude, you have no idea.
He was asking about the solar system earlier. I check.
Check.
One of his original questions was about the solar system, and what we actually observe is the sun being part of a system, not the luminaries being part of a solar system. We don't see a solar system. We see the sun part of a system. And the Earth is not part of the solar, or whatever the luminaries we call the solar system or the sky system. Terra is not celestial.
Nope.
So when you see the cartoons of the Earth as part of the solar system, that's a misrepresentation of reality.
Oh, sadly, yeah, cartoons are not my reference here. So you know, like
when you say solar system, you know solar system when you picture that in your mind earlier when you asked.
Yeah, the picture we were shown when we were kids.
But man, let's get into it, MC. Let's do it. Let's do the sporadic E layer right now.
Hey, wait, no, I can't.
Freaking do it. Let's blow his freaking mind. He'll never sleep for a week.
Yeah, let's go.
Galileo.
Show any at the moment. I'll go to the chat in maybe 15 minutes or 20 minutes.
Don't be scared, Emperor's Child. We got you. It'll be okay.
I'm not scared. Wait, I'm not scared. I'm just too tired to trust my cognitive capacities at the moment.
Oh, he's tired. He's about to leave.
Oh boy. Hey, this might be good because we'll tell him about it and then he'll wake up.
So listen, there. What we actually see of the sky, what you call the solar system, what we observe is it's
incomplete.
It's a cycle. Yeah, go ahead, bro. Just tell me.
Okay, sorry. I was going to wait for you to say it. I'm like, dude, no, it's incomplete. When you look up at the night sky, you don't see everything that's there. I'll tell you why. It's because your eyes are not capable of seeing things that are beyond their own visual range of perception.
Yeah, I already know that.
There are objects in the night sky that lie beyond the outside visual range. And in infrared, there is a structure. That's right. In infrared, there is a structure in the night sky that goes from east to west and north to south.
What we see is a silhouette of what we can say is, in my opinion, looks like a structure. Like a silhouette of it. Light silhouette.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't you agree with that?
Yeah.
We have machines that can see in ultra-red and all that.
That's right. We do. And it's because of these machines we can describe what I'm about to describe to you.
Okay. I'm listening.
So, after the sun sets, when you look west, If you could put on, let's imagine, okay, let's say you have magical glasses. You can see electro-optical infrared.
All right.
All right. So you put them on. The sun has set about 15, 20 minutes ago. You look west.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to see a point of light just above the horizon. This is not the sun. If you spin around behind you, okay?
Yeah.
And you look towards the east.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to see another point of light just above the horizon.
This is with the glasses.
Yep. Now, you look straight up. Okay?
Yeah.
You look straight up, and now you look over towards the north. Above the horizon, you're going to see a point of light. You look to your right, over towards the south, you're going to see a point of light. And if you look straight up ahead, towards the left and to the right, you're going to see 2 points of light. Let's say you're at the equator, like you're in Ecuador. You're doing this. That's what you're going to see. And with these magical glasses, you're going to see discharges. You're going to see like electrical zip lines of light. You're going to see these points of light that I just identified. You're going to see them brighten. And when they turn bright, they're going to zip a point of light to one of these other points in the sky that you saw. And if you're a scientific materialist, you're going to be like, oh, those are just meteorites.
I am a materialist.
Yeah, so you're going to say those are meteors. And if they hit the ground, they turn into meteorites. That's what you're going to say. And then I'm going to say, okay, why don't you take some radio equipment? I want you to put on your special glasses. I want you to turn your radio to 124 megahertz. Now I want you to point them at these points of lights. And so you're like, okay, let me go do that. So you turn on the device, you grab your antenna, and you point it at one of these points of lights. It's going to sound like static. And you're going to move away from that point of light. You'll go back to it. Right? You're going to hear some static coming from these points of light. You're going to say, what the F is that? And I'm going to tell you, welcome to 2026. We have no freaking clue. Every night when you go to bed, there is a gigantic cross in the sky. Yes, like a Jesus cross. From north to south to east to west. 6 points of light. They come over us. They rise and they set every night. And as far as we know, this cross in the sky in infrared has been doing this since the dawn of time.
Do you have any documentation of all this?
I've got tons and tons and tons from mainstream sources. Gemsy, yeah, Gemsy, I don't have access to this right now. Can you pull up some of this stuff from the sporadic meteor complex?
Yeah, I will. Maybe in 5 minutes.
Please do. I can't do it. Yeah, this is amazing, dude.
What's it called, this phenomena?
Sporadic meteor complex.
Meteorite, as in meteorite?
Yes.
Okay, meteor complex.
Let's see what I got on there. Well, I think I have a time lapse more here.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. Gravity is not a force.
Posted some media, got some more coming in.
Do you guys have work on any sources on like explanations for eclipses and all that? Or like
Let me post real quick right here. I got some scans of the sky in reference to what was spoke about, the sporadic meteor complex. I'll put it right here in the text chat. I got some PDFs. I'm gonna post that as well when I found it after I post these images. So since you asked about the solar system earlier, I'm gonna show you what we actually see from the sky.
I mean, I remember when I studied about Galileo, his theory of his heliocentric theory was, if I remember correctly, he studied Venus. And he found out that Venus has the same phases like the moon. And he also studied Jupiter's moons, if I remember.
Holy cow, yeah, Yoder posted something, even with the cameras, some of the cameras that they use, and I posted a few images. Oh wait, did I post it in a different chat?
What is this? A dynamic model of sporadic... Is this it? Dynamic model of a sporadic meteorite complex.
Did I post my stuff? Let me see.
VidCon posted something.
Also
there's a CMOR, which is the Canadian like meteorological blah. So there's University of Toronto has an astronomy department that studied this, and they released some papers back in 2008 on this discovery because for the first time, the structure was filmed using high-resolution electro-optical infrared. Prior to then, it was not filmed in this high resolution. However, the structure was discovered in the 1970s.
Are you talking about what Gemzy posted right now?
The one I posted is those are scans from the CMOR Canadian Meteorological Observatory. That's 365 days from the cameras that they put different distances. I think they said like it was like 15 kilometers from each other in the text. I don't know that well. I'm trying to post some stuff, Yoder, and it doesn't let me post it. I'll post this one. This one's went through. So
this Canadian team set up a bunch of Meteor cameras. Meteor cameras are tuned to electro-optical frequencies, which are on the border between visible light and radio. They set up a whole series of these cameras looking straight up.
But from different positions of the world. From Canada. Yeah, I'm sorry. My bad.
That's how it works with the spatial observations. They have to take data from multiple stations on Earth.
Oh, yeah.
He was talking about
and they are all coordinated, right? Yeah.
Yep, they did. Yep. So for an entire year. And that's how they composed the GIF. If you look in the text chat, the animated GIF that Gemzy posted.
Yeah.
This is showing the black dots.
Yeah.
Represents electro-optical intensity. So the darker the dot, the more intense the source of the object is.
Okay.
When you see dots going from one node to the other, you're seeing something that has electricity moving from one place to another.
Okay.
In the bottom left corner, you see a number, and it counts from 0 to 365. Those are days of the year.
Yes.
What this team has recorded is a very symmetrical structure. We have observations of this structure from Canada to Johannesburg, South America, to southern Chile, to Russia, to America.
To a central island in the Atlantic Ocean.
That's right, yep. There are two. Several other places.
Peru also has an observatory, Peru, that shows this stuff.
We've got their data too. You're seeing a structure. It is geometric. It is symmetrical. And it's been above us for however long, we have no idea. It appears to be emitting something of a plasma-like nature and is, from its source, appears to be plasma itself. And the structure comes out at night and flies over us at night. The structure is also in a cross configuration.
Hey, wait, just a second. Silly question. But like, where does the sun go?
What?
Where does the sun go at night? Like, according to you?
The sun sets in the sets in the west.
Yeah, but where does it go? You guys don't know?
Maybe around. I don't know.
Well, if you are like in the northern circle, right, and it only goes on a circle above your head. You never stop seeing it if you stay up for 24 hours. So
yeah, 6 months night, 6 months day. That's because the Earth is.
Allegedly, I haven't seen it myself, but I know there's many documented of that, so I can.
I mean, people live there, and they said they experienced
I know people
it 6 times.
Yeah. So where did the sun go? It's moving across the sky, though. Go ahead.
Well, just to simplify it, okay. So in the heliocentric model, you're told that the sun is many times greater size than the Earth, and that it's 93 million miles away. Okay, flat earthers would suggest, right, that the sun's much smaller. Okay, probably smaller than the Earth. The sun that we see in the sky is more like an apparent light in the sky, right? Where each person sees the sun in a unique position due to their own perspective. Okay, and if the sun's smaller and more localized, right, and it's taking a particular path above the surface of the Earth, kind of like we see happen every day in the sky, right? As it moves away from your section of the Earth that you're standing in, it's going to take its light with it. Okay, so you know what the inverse square law of light is, I'm guessing, right? Each time, like basically the intensity of the light as it moves away from the source diminishes exponentially as it moves away. Every time you double the distance, you lose 4 times the intensity. Okay, and then we've also got the atmosphere. Okay, basically it absorbs light. Here's just a super simple analogy, right? If you go down just 200 meters into the ocean on a summer day, right, when the sun's right above you, okay, it's going to be pitch black down there. You're not going to be able to see the sun. You're not going to be able to see any light from the sun at all because the medium's absorbing the water. Okay, so if the sun's smaller, more localized, as the sun moves away from you, it's not going to be able to push forever through the atmo. Okay, it's going to be absorbed.